what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart and show your other side. Your destiny, and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your other side. Your destiny, open your heart. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. Just say yourself and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. Just say yourself. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart about me. I can't listen to what you want to say, baby. When you are alone in the darkest night, maybe I can give you a ray of light. Open your heart and show your eyes. Your destiny, and for your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. Your destiny,
Press the button. I am so bad at pressing the button. There's the button. There's the everything button, right? Lord Fratus, thank you for subscribing for your 40th month. That reminds me that for some of you like long-term subscribers, right? I think at first, like there's one more level of subscriber badge that I've not inserted, and that is the Maya Amano level. If you know who Maya Amano is, then you are a true Atlas fan. Welcome to stream. Yeah, so what happened, all right? Why was I so late? It's mainly because it's mainly because I wanted to set up the trampoline again. I know that some people miss the trampoline, and also some people want me to toggle cat ears. That requires me to find cat ears. There they are. Cat ears. Cat ears. Yeah, I feel like I need to change the I need to change some of the like point awards so that what you can do is, like, at the very least, you need to be able to treat me like some sort of a Barbie, right? And be like, I want her with the cat ears, I want her with the butterfly clip, I want her with other different bling, and that people can just constantly use point rewards to, like, dress me up in your love, as it were. Your platonic love. Yeah, there we go. That's what we're talking about. So yeah, welcome to stream. I'm nocommentchick. I'm the one that your parents may not have warned you about. They probably should, because apparently I'm a devil girl. Oh my god, come on. Devil girl. Yeah, that's right. I'm the devil girl. So, like, I'm not trying to be the devil girl. I'm not, like, evil on purpose. It's just, like, evil just kind of follows me and stuff, and I'm not entirely sure why, but I have to deal with it, so you have to deal with it too. Welcome to stream. I'm gonna be bouncing today, right? Because I know a lot of people have been missing the trampoline, and, like, yesterday somebody made Irene bounce, and I couldn't bounce for you because I didn't have a trampoline. I mean, I did bounce, but it's just kind of a substandard bounce. It's not the bounce that you've come to know and love. But yeah, we left some stuff undone on yesterday's stream. A few things undone on yesterday's stream. And today's stream, well, we'll see how long we can go for, right? I've got a lot on my plate. There's certain things that I'm going to try to make sure to cover this time. But depending on a number of things, I may or may not be able to get to them, because I have to, like, divide my time in a way that makes sense and all the other stuff. Let me, like, right now I'm dividing my time between reading chat and resetting the goal. There we go, reset the goal. Let's see if we can make it today. We can have a slightly longer stream if we can hit that goal level, right? And I do have more stuff to cover. But as it is, I'm totally fine with doing a short stream if, you know, if we can't get there, you know, either way. I know that, like, just wanted to say hi, I gotta go to work. Yeah, you too, Adadak. I was watching your stream on the plane about 2 months ago, and my mom was sitting next to me and saying, "Are you watching a lady eating pasta?" Yeah, you probably were. Like not just eating pasta, but, like, I feel like I always want to get the eating done, because I know that I can't really react as well while I'm eating. So I'm, like, speed running the pasta. Like, not just like eating the pasta, but, like, speed running the eating of the pasta. So yeah, we have a new sub goal for today. We'll see if we can make it. If we can, we've got some extra content that I can give you. If not, that's okay too. We'll still have fun for a little while. We've got DeSantis to cover. We have got Cornell West to cover. And I mean, I don't know. I kind of missed bouncing. Wait, if you're watching me for the first time, this is probably like a weird stream, right? You're just like, what is going on? Why are you bouncing? Why are you bouncing, lady? Just chill out, settle down. I'm on a trampoline, so it's kind of, like, hard not to bounce. Yeah. If you've never watched a trampoline streamer before, this might be kind of a new thing for you. But that's okay. We're all here to have new experiences and learn stuff. Make Irene bounce. There we go. There we go. See, now I have to bounce, because there's literally like a what do you call these things? What is the name for them? Channel points reward. A channel points reward, and it's a reward for you because you get to see me bounce, and it's a reward for me because I get to bounce, which I apparently need to do. Speaking of which, yeah, we got a lot of topics to bounce around to today. I want to point something out, okay? somebody in my Discord made me aware that something that I predicted a long time ago, it may be about to come true. I don't know how quickly Elon will move on this. Yeah, we're talking about Twitter again. I feel bad for the people that, like, I know there's people that stream, you don't use Twitter at all, you don't interact with Twitter, you're either done with Twitter, when Elon bought it, you got rid of Twitter, or, you just never liked it in the first place. There's a lot to not like about Twitter. There's a lot to not like about Twitter, but apparently I'm good as a poster, and I've been rewarded for that in the past few days, right? With kind of a banger tweet that is now on 20k likes, which probably doesn't mean, again, to the people who are like not like Twitter people, like that 20k likes, what does that even mean? I don't know. It's a lot of likes, basically. People appreciate me making fun of TERFs, and I'm happy to do that for them. But like, look, that might be a lot harder to do in the future, because what am I talking about? I am talking about the fact that every time you block somebody, every time you block a chud on Twitter, Elon Musk loses a little bit of money. Do with that information what you will. Do with that information what you will, right? I'm not telling you what to do with that information, but I think you can probably figure out some fun ideas, some cool things that you could do with that information, right? Well, that's exciting, but the thing is, like I say, so here's what happened, right? We had the block the blue. Elon implemented his new system where you get to pay to be the first reply in people's feeds, right? If you're a real Elon fanboy, which probably also means that you're a racism fanboy, a transphobia fanboy, a homophobia fanboy, you're a fan of all manner of phobias and prejudices, that you get to appear first in the replies of anybody, right? You got to pay $8 and appear first. And for them, that is like, it feels like VIP treatment. It feels like they're getting behind the velvet rope. They feel like the entourage. They're Elon's entourage now, right? And they love it. But the rest of us don't love it. And it's really annoying. And actually, a blue check mark became like a signifier of like, it basically says, I highly support Elon Musk. I like what Elon Musk is doing. I like what he represents. And so for the rest of us, that's kind of like, okay, well, that means that you're not somebody that I am benefiting from being in contact with. Therefore, the block makes a lot of sense. After we found out how the algorithm works, the more people that block you, the lower your algorithm goes. So when you're blocking a chud, you're also hurting the chud's engagement, right? The algorithm at least used to, I don't know if it still does, but it used to respond to a block by deprioritizing that person in the algorithm, which is pretty cool if you think about it, right? So it's good for us, it's bad for Elon, right? Because he wants his fanboys. He wants us all to have to deal with his fanboys. He wants his fanboys to be the posters, like, right? This is pay to play for Elon, pay to play, and also kiss Elon's butt to play. I'm blocking everyone until Elon is broke. Yeah, so I didn't tell you to do that, but if you, like I said, if you do with that information what you will, right? Yo, I speak German, dumbass. Ich spreche ein bisschen Deutsch. Dunkelkopf? Oh my god, I'm like, you're gonna have to help me out with the insults, though. I don't know them as well as you do. But actually, I think the word that you're using is not actually an insult in Germany to anybody who doesn't like to make Roman salutes. So, like, thanks for identifying yourself right off the bat and making it easy for my mods to ban you. So, yeah, banned, blocked. Done. So yeah, we're talking about Elon Musk, right? So yeah, what do you think Elon's gonna do in response to this, right? He's got his blue check fanboys. They're paying him $8, right? It's not making the platform profitable, right? That's the idea, is to move to a subscription model, so it doesn't matter if nobody will advertise on him, because they don't want to be advertised next to like LF17, like some LF17 comes up in Twitter, says some Nazi shit, right? They don't want to advertise next to that. That's not advertiser friendly. That's not brand friendly. They don't want to do that, right? So instead, Elon's like, pay me $8, but the $8 isn't really covering what he's losing in advertising because it's down 59%, right? Elon is eating shit. Elon is absolutely eating shit. And it's great to serve him those shit sandwiches. So what does he do, right? People are blocking his blue check fanboys. What is an Elon to do? And the blue check fanboy blocks are costing Elon money. But Elon controls the platform. Are you putting this together yet? Can you predict, based on what I just told you, what is an Elon to do? What is Elon Musk gonna do? What do you think? Anybody got an idea? Yeah, he's definitely complaining about it. That's true. He's made some tweets about it, right? Like I said, he controls the platform. He's losing money every time you block somebody. His fanboys are complaining. Andy No is complaining. Andy No would like to harass more trans people, and most trans people by now know that they don't want to have anything to do with Andy No and preemptively block him. So he can't find enough targets for his harassment. So he complains to Elon, and Elon says, "Interesting." You know what I'm talking about? That Elon boost when he comes into your thread and he says, "Interesting," right? He said it was interesting that Andy No can't find enough targets for his harassment, right? He could remove the block feature, correct, right? And that's what we're looking at. That's what we're looking at, quite possibly. Offer a $12 unlockable tier? Yo, I wouldn't be surprised. He's turning this site into something, somewhere in between, like, Something Awful from the mid-2000s and Parler from the 2010s, right? That's the direction that Elon Musk is moving in, and like he's just gonna find that, like, right? I'm not going back to Twitter. Look, I don't know for sure. Like, right? We don't know. Like, this hasn't happened yet. We don't know for sure it will happen. What is going on with my music? What in the world? Not that. We already watched that. Oh, God. So much better. Broken and useless and incidentally full of Nazis. That's true, yeah. Yeah, so I don't know. Twitter may not belong for this world, right? He has also hired a new CEO, and we saw some of her tweets today, and she was tweeting about, like, the goals of the platform. And she got ruthlessly mocked, right? Because she was, like, talking about Twitter 2.0, and that's what they're going to, and you're having a really interesting conversation with somebody when you realize that you want to have a conversation with no limits, right? No boundaries of free speech. The elevator is moving again, that's right. Well, we're in the elevator with Igor in Persona 3 is what we're doing right now, right? Or the elevator in Utena, even. But anyway, what I'm saying, though, is that this is coming down the wire. I predicted it, right? When we did the block the blue thing, or like, you know, I guess I don't know how much I contributed to that, but I definitely blocked my share of blue check marks. Generally not just because they're blue check marks, but they're blue check marks like saying like bigoted stuff, right? And I see that and I block that because I know that there's just never going to be a point where it is like a fun thing or a good thing or a cool thing for me to interact with them. I do have my pets, right? I have my my pet turf now that makes posts about me being satanic, like actually real deal satanic, converting people to the devil and all that beautiful stuff that like I don't know actually how to do, but they're convinced. Like she goes by adorable devil hoodie girl and she's bringing children to the devil. I don't know, but you know, if they want to go off on that stuff, like fine, right? So you know, you keep your pet chuds that you really appreciate, but for the most part you don't want to deal with these people. You don't want to interact with these people. They're not there to like and subscribe. They are there to dox and harass, and I've had enough of that. A new CEO is a woman, true, for his fanboys to harass when Twitter shuts down. Yeah. So we call this the glass cliff, right? You've heard of the glass ceiling before? That's the idea that as a woman, your career can only rise to such heights before it is, you know, done. It's limited. It's like men can men can go on into the sky, but you're stuck hitting the glass ceiling, right? Glass cliff is when they bring you on as the boss of something that they know is going to fail. So that instead of Elon getting blamed for Twitter's obvious eventual fail, instead, what is her name? Yaka? Oh my god, I had it this morning. What's her name? Glass cliff is a great concept for a torture device? Oh my god. You can see below you? I mean, that sounds scary. That sounds really scary. Yaka... Yo, okay, I can't even, I've got too many replies, but that's, speaking of which, right, I do need to, enlist your help. I do need to enlist your help today. Enlisting your help for Twitter by asking you to go like this thread, give this thread some love, give it likes, retweets, what have you. Unlike the last one, I don't have a bunch of chuds in this thread because I didn't mention any former spokespeople for Subway sandwiches like Nick Merck, right? Nick Merck, former disgraced Subway sandwich spokesperson, lost a lot of weight eating Subway, famously held up the giant pants that he can no longer wear because they're too big because he lost all this weight, and then something happened that Subway and Nick Merck had to part ways. I think that's who Nick Merck is, at least if I remember correctly. That's who Nick Merck was, and there's some Nick Merck fanboys that don't appreciate me talking about their dude. You're talking about our dude. You're talking about our Call of Duty. His name was something other than Nick. Yeah, I don't know. I think that was Nick Merck, though. Look, in my head canon, that was Nick Merck. That was the Subway spokesperson. Call of Duty. But here's my idea. Okay, so there's my Threader Twed. My Threader Twed. Yeah, here, let me give it to you two. You two in YouTube chat can join. You two can participate. Boom, there it is, and pin message. Awesome. Hello, Rebel Communique. You'd think that Subway would just give up on... Yeah, they should. They should just give up on having a spokesperson altogether. That would probably be in their interest. But yeah, if you could give that some love, if you could give that some attention, it really helps me out. It helps me get past the fact that Elon Musk just does not want people who are not paying $8 a month to get any attention whatsoever. And Elon, I'm sorry to break it to you, but let me see what my tweet is on right now. Like, I don't think you did your thing right. $24,000 likes, Elon. So that's what I'm saying, is that when we get me a little bit of momentum, it makes me show up in places I would otherwise not show up. And I've been showing up in everybody's feed. Literally everybody has my tweet penned, or not penned. Everybody has my tweet retweeted, or is doing a funny quote retweet of it, or, whatever, right? I'm all over the place. I'm unavoidable. My haters can't stand it, right? Because if you hate nocommentchick, you are now seeing her in every single place on Twitter. Every single place on Twin's Twitter, you are seeing me pop up there, right? So, sorry, Elon, we somehow defied your attempt to absolutely shit can me. That's such a weird thing, right? Elon Musk buys Twitter. He hears about these non-existent shadow bans. Like, Cat Turd thinks he's shadow banned. It turns out people just don't find you that funny. Like, you're not as funny as you think you are. Like, right? None of your shit is that funny, right? But Cat Turd is sure, no, I'm just shadow banned. Gives a weird Elon boost to that. And then he turns around and literally shadow bans everybody that won't pay him $8, right? If you don't pay him $8, you're shadow banned. You're not showing up on people's For You feeds. People have to go to the special feed to find your message if they even care enough to do that, right? And as such, some really good tweets, potential bangers, get totally buried. But we always nature finds a way, and I am a force of nature. So there you go, 24,000 likes. Elon, suck it. Suck it. Absolutely suck it. glass ceiling effect is also affecting Fox News regarding how to replace Tucker Carlson. He started using random wait, he started using random women. So people would think they're the replacements before Fox News fires them and props up the real. Oh, okay, I see. So they'll make it look like, oh my God, Fox News has gone woke. But then the right wing, yeah, it's just a tool of fake engagement. That's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. So my point about Twitter is not to get off Twitter. It's not that Twitter is over right now. Okay, this hasn't gone into effect yet. This hasn't been implemented. If he does, it's going to be disastrous. It's going to be the death of Twitter. It is going to be the equivalent of Twitch's policies that they wanted to enact, right, for Twitter. This is the same kind of thing, right? You're gonna kill the website straight up. It's just gonna be Parler at that point, right? So like what we got to do is get ready for when this comes down the line, like what to do. Now there are alternatives. There are two alternatives that come to my mind. Maybe you know some other ones, right? We're talking about micro-blogging. That's what Twitter does. It's a micro-blogger. You make a short post that's basically, a sentence or two that's a blog post, and people interact with it like that, right? So the two platforms that come to mind are Blue Sky and Spoutable. Now, Blue Sky has got a problem, okay? It's a weird problem of elitism. And what they've done is they've cherry-picked certain posters. They've cherry-picked certain accounts, right? And they bring those on. They give those people the invites, like people that are big already on Twitter, right? And you can see where this is going wrong already, because if you start off a platform, the sooner you start on a platform, the bigger you get, right? So the people that come on early are just going to be artificially large, right? And they picked people like Keffels, people like Vosh, people, all those kind of people to come onto Blue Sky, and then they gave the bigger ones of them invite codes, right? So they could come on and they could invite their friends, right? But anybody that they don't like is kind of, SOL. And as you could probably guess, I guess Keffels is not that much of a fan of NCC these days, for whatever reason. So yeah, there's a problem with Blue Sky. I would say it's a pretty major problem, and I don't know what they were thinking, but this is the way that they decided to go. Oh well, good thing that there's another website, Spoutable. So my thought is right now that Spoutable is the place to go, right? If you don't want to just be like living up, it's not just Keffels. Like I'm giving you an idea of the kind of personality, somebody who is ostensibly left, but like loves to be ableist, loves to be racist, loves to be, you know what I mean? They're left if you don't like know much about them, right? They seem left, right? So yeah, I mean, I don't know what to do with that. If Spoutable, if Blue Sky can get its shit figured out, I think they are a good platform. I think that the way that they're designing it seems pretty good, and there's no reason for them to be elitist like this. Spoutable, on the other hand, is anything but elitist, and a lot of people are going to Spoutable. So right now, I'm kind of putting my unless there's something about Spoutable I don't know, right? I'm thinking Spoutable's the place to go. The names of these socials, right? Yeah. Well, yeah, but basically, we got to figure out a Twitter replacement sooner rather than later. Now, look, yesterday, we were right in the middle of this conversation, the second conversation between Hassan and XQC, okay? If you want me to finish this, because this is where it gets interesting, right? XQC was just kind of like listening and nodding with Hassan, and not really, there wasn't much back and forth, right? This, if I understand correctly, is a much more, active and involved debate that's going on, right? Bro, I'm getting cooked. Yeah, XQC got cooked on Twitter. I thought Tim doesn't even back up Nick. Wait, what? Okay, so something about what he said. Yeah, let's see. Tim the Tap Man. Yeah, basically backing up Nick Merckx here. I don't know. I don't really remember who Tim the Tap Man was. Do you, chat? I'll have to think of which disgraced fast food spokesperson Tim the Tap Man actually is. If I can even remember. But yeah, that's what's going on. XQC's getting cooked. If you want to see this, make this like white bar here, this completely white bar turn green. It only takes 10 new sub points. Hey, what's up, Kirsa? He's just another COD streamer. See, that's the real answer, but I'm looking for the fun answer. You know, like the fun answer that Nick Merckx is the disgraced former spokesperson of Subway sandwiches. Had a really huge career, well respected, amazing levels of weight loss. Right up until the point where he had to sit down and have a talk with Chris Hansen. So I think if I remember correctly, that's who Nick Merckx is. I cannot tell you though who Tim the Tatman is. So let's get into this, right? So we're not going to do this yet, right? You will unlock this. You will unlock this and more content if we can turn this white bar down here of subs red, and you'll do that. In doing so, you'll also be potentially getting yourself out of the ad break. The ad break happens at the top and the bottom of every hour, right? The 10s, at the 0s, and at the 30s of every hour. And it's sad. It's a really sad thing. You're sitting here enjoying the show. Maybe I'm bouncing on the trampoline. Maybe I am reacting to a video, but whatever it happens, you're gonna miss it, right? You're gonna get sucked out of it. Your immersion's gonna get ruined. You might even get a Subway ad. Who knows? You might even get a Subway ad with Nick Merckx holding up his giant pants and talking about how much weight he lost on Subway. I don't know. I don't know what kind of ads are on there. It could easily be a Nick Merckx Subway ad that you could get, right? If you don't want to get that, right? There's several ways that you can get out of that. The first way is to pay $5 to Twitch to get yourself out of it, to get yourself a sub. Also get yourself Weasel emotes. Also get yourself this emote, like there's lots of emotes in there for you to unlock by spending $5. Now, some of you do not have $5, and I am very sympathetic to that. If you do not have $5, but you do have an Amazon Prime, you can link your Amazon Prime up to Twitch, and you will be given a free Amazon Prime sub, right? Which works just like any other sub. It gets you out of the ads. It lets you It lets you use the emotes, and it also fills up this thing, more importantly, making the stream artificially long, making me go artificially long, making me do more bounces, potentially making me even do like something like a hype train, right? There's all... How can you say not to bounce to NCC? You literally can't. You literally cannot, right? It is impossible. Yeah, when people say no bounce, that's when the Irene, the red eye Irene, comes. Dark Irene, I guess. So the third way is if you're lucky enough, and like this is directed to you lurkers. Let's have a moment, okay? I never talk to you because you're lurking. You're not talking. You're in chat, but nobody can tell you're in chat. And I will say that, like, while I respect that, and while I understand that sometimes you're busy with your hands, you might be cleaning, you might be doing stuff, you might be at work, right? You can't, your phone is in your pocket. There's so many reasons to lurk. But if you can, for a moment, unlurk, right? It's gonna make it a lot more likely that you will be the recipient of a gift sub. We had people in here yesterday looking to give gift subs, could not find anybody to give gift subs to because you were all lurking, right? And they don't know. They like literally don't know you're there. So if you want to get a gift sub, the best thing to do is chat and let people know that you're there. At least until you get a gift sub, right? Did you see that Tim Pool has been QRTing Nick Merckx and Tim the Tatman and Call of Duty, a bunch of other... He's trying to make Call of Duty Activision the next Bud Light target. They're getting too many targets, aren't they? They are getting too many targets. Yeah, unlurk, post your emotes, whatever you need to do, and you'll get the attention of somebody that might be like, because you literally had people that come through here looking to give gift subs, didn't see anybody they could give it to, didn't want to give it potentially to a troll, because there could be trolls in the chat too. They don't know. Maybe you're a Nick Merck fan, right? Maybe you're in here and you're mad about the fact that I still remember Nick Merck holding up the giant pants in the Subway commercial. I remember Nick Merck sitting down with John Stossel? No, it's not John Stossel. Who is this? Chris Hansen. Yeah, sitting down with Chris Hansen, having that conversation, having that uncomfortable conversation with Chris Hansen. I remember all that, right? And you might be mad about that. So if you're not one of those people, just get in the chat and talk like a normal person. I saw several people without Persona 2 icons today. So we do have some candidates for sub. Okay, well, hopefully that will happen. Hopefully you will all get out of the the ad breaks. The ad break's brutal. Twitch's ad break is brutal. It's one of the things that people really don't like about the platform. There's several ways that I have elucidated you can get out of that, but I have edged you for long enough. Let us get to the content. Yeah, this is extra edgy today, right? We're not looking for Bravely Default. We're looking for Illuminati. Don't let the name fool you, though. This has nothing to do with Illuminati. This is Olaimi Olarun. And Olaimi had a really awesome panel about Dr. Cornell West, the fact that he's running for president with the People's Party, which, if you don't know, the People's Party is the home of, like, Jimmy Dore, right? If that gets you an idea. Like, Jimmy Dore will tell you that he's on the left, that he's progressive, that he'll give you the idea that he's to the left of Joe Biden. Obviously that's not true. And, you know, some people don't know. So I'm kind of hoping, because I like Dr. West, right? I've seen Dr. West on news programs and interviews in a lot of different places, and he was making a lot of sense, right? I've also seen some stuff about Dr. West that doesn't make as much sense. So who do I trust to go over the good and the bad part of Dr. West? How do we watch this without getting this with like a side of anti-Black racism? I think that this panel is our best bet in going over that, right? In going over Dr. West, you know, his checkered, complicated history, what's going on with the People's Party, and just really like the takeaway for what this means. Now, I will give you a little update, right? There is some chance that Dr. West is going to ditch the People's Party for the Green Party. The Green Party has access to ballots. Like, in other words, the Green Party, if you're in the People's Party, you're not going to be on the ballot, right? Somebody can write you in, but you're not going to appear on the ballot. So in other words, you got no chance of winning an election, you know, and running as a third party, you know, it's not easy anyway. The Green Party can actually put you on the ballot, unlike the People's Party. Now, there's a real question of, like, yeah, the Green Party has a checkered history. The Green Party has a lot wrong with it, right? Maybe slightly less than the People's Party, but you know, it's I don't know. I thought it was a really good conversation. So some people have already seen this. People's Party is just the Jimmy Dore party. Yeah, that's the thing about Jimmy Dore. He's like the Vosh of the, I don't know what you want to call these people, like neo-reactionaries or something like that. Jimmy Dore, you know, big fan of Haas, big fan of Boogaloo Boys. Somebody that, like, his problem was that he hates the Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Barack Obama wing of the party, which makes sense, right? There's stuff wrong with all those people, but he hates them so much that he's embraced the likes of the Boogaloo Boys, right? And like in some instances, Jimmy Dore is just a low information kind of guy. And in some instances, I think that Jimmy Dore is actually kind of a reactionary sort of guy. So a big fan of grifting. And there's more than just, yeah, Dore feels like LaRouche. There's a lot of LaRouche energy in that People's Party. There's a lot of Lyndon B. LaRouche energy. I might be name checking some people you're unfamiliar with. If you are, check that dude out. Check out the wiki on Lyndon LaRouche. This is another guy that often ran for president, pretending to be to the left of the Democratic candidates, but in a lot of ways was actually to the right of the Republican candidates. So, you know, Lyndon LaRouche thankfully has RIP bozoed out of existence, but still kind of a factor. The ghost of Lyndon LaRouche is still swimming around in that People's Party. So it's a good, if Dr. West, you know, stops, stops his association with the People's Party, I think it's a good thing. There's probably still some issues with the Green Party. Honestly, like, just going into this, and we'll watch this panel, and maybe somebody brings up some other ideas and changes my mind here. But I wish that Dr. West, if he's gonna run, would run in the Democratic primary. I wish that we had more people, you know, at the very least to act as message candidates. A message candidate is a candidate who is not gonna win, but seeks to get a certain percentage of the vote in a primary campaign in order to send a message to the winner, in this case the incumbent President Joseph Robinette Biden, that there are some things that he's doing that are not making people happy. If somebody can come in there and get some of his votes, right, then they can push him to the left. And that should be the goal. That should be the goal of what people are trying to do within the Democratic Party, push Joseph Biden to the left. And I think Dr. Cornell West could probably do that, but for some reason he's doing a third-party thing. I think Jimmy Dore appeals to older left-leaning reactionaries, while Vosh and Destiny appeal to younger left. Interesting. Jimmy Dore is horrible dude. Jimmy Dore, former Young Turk. Maybe that's all you need to know. Anyway.
But I remember this. My white friend was so excited, like, Kamala's gonna run for president, black people. I said, listen to me.
We got this whole wild ass party. We got Russell Brand. He ain't talked to no niggas yet.
Would you not be talking to the niggas, talking for the niggas, like speaking to those issues?
You need to pay off my student debt. Suck my dick, and that's what I got to say.
And Obama got the nomination, and they snubbed Cornell West.
Look, I gotta give Alimi some respect here, right? Cause like, if I'm making a video, okay, I'm cutting out the suck my D, right? I'm cutting that out of the intro. You know how the YouTube algorithm works. You don't get monetized if you put the suck my D up front. You could say suck my D in the video, right? Oh my God, I'm saying it right now. No, I'm not. I'm just saying D, right? You don't know what D is. It could stand for donut? Possibly? Yeah. Sunny D? Yeah, there's a lot of Ds out there. There's a lot of different Ds, right? But yeah, like, look, I gotta give her some respect because she put this up front, okay? So in some ways, she doesn't care what the algorithm's thinking. And she still got this is a pretty highly viewed video. So, respect.
My nigga was never right again.
Of Olay's aesthetics. I don't know if this is Olay herself that's made this, or an editor, but I love the aesthetics. In fact, I believe that my editor, Zara Xerox, who may be in chat right now, was a little bit inspired by the by Olay's overlay, right? See the overlay? See this like 80s inspired overlay here that Olay's using? That definitely informed Zara's direction in terms of the thumbnail today, which Zara made. So if you're not already following Zara Xerox on Twitch and on YouTube, maybe think about changing that.
Okay, well, listen.
And Blue Sky.
I am so glad you wonderful people decided to join me. I was looking forward to this because I had decided I was not having any collaborations or people appear on my show unless I really felt an urge to want to talk to them. And when it was announced that Cornell West was running for president under the People's Party, I text each and every one of you individually, and all of you gave me some semblance of nigga. So it's like, we must convene. Surely we must convene because there's so much to unpack.
So that's just it. There is a lot to unpack with Cornell West, right? In some ways, like, this would be a really good thing that Cornell's running for president, except for some of the circumstances and really, like, the fact that once somebody runs for president, right, like, they're going to get into this, right? You don't really look into somebody's history, into what somebody's said, into what somebody's been about, somebody's associations, and until it's something like they're like, I'm running for president. And when people start to look into what Cornell West has been up to lately, they're a little bit surprised. They're a little bit surprised to find Cornell reaching across the aisle to one Ron DeSantis. But we'll get into that.
I just pronounce it Lamy, the Nigalami.
Yes.
Oh, wow. TrueAnon has a Lyndon LaRouche episode. I haven't watched them in a while.
Guru Melody? No.
Listen, the niggerati.
Niggerati, there we go.
I'll put
Listen,
that on a t-shirt, send that to my location. I love that.
Right.
Listen, like
I would.
100%.
It's
All day,
really something.
Rebecca was calling it Olay and Friends, and I literally texted my editor and I was like, I like that.
Oh, look, I kept saying that. Look, Olay and friends.
Okay, so maybe it's the editor.
You know,
Yeah.
be friends on your
That sounds like a
show.
morning
So-
brew.
Not listen there for it, but that sounds like a morning show. This good late night show.
Yeah, it's giving friends unless single. What is it?
Living single.
Living single. Yeah, it was giving friends. So a lay in friends sounds cute to me, but if we want to give it a look, because I know.
You know, I give living single. You know, that's the whole. I even have the show in the living single style format on my show.
Yeah.
Anyhow, Cornell. So.
Dr. Wet.
And Mods, I want to say something. Okay, we're not getting like any sort of massive, like, you know, there's no kind of mass like raid on us or anything like that. But if you see people come in and they are saying stuff that's like against TOS, I give you my full authorization to hit that report button, right? If people are going to come in here and say, you know, violent stuff to me and to my chat, I don't want them on the platform. Go nuts, okay? If you don't just block them, don't just ban them. Use Twitch's tools to eliminate them.
Dr.
You know what?
All right.
You know what?
What's up, Shalimar?
Dr. West.
All right.
Because I never called him Cornell. Okay.
Okay, Dr. West. All right. I'm listen, right? I respect. All the respect is paid, and I genuinely. That's why I didn't put out nobody's tweet. Nobody's nothing, because I do not have a hot take. I just have
Did anybody watch this live? I wonder. Did anybody watch this live?
questions and explorations that need to be had amongst other like-minded Black
I have a friend who is a student of Cornell West. I want to ask him what he thinks about this. I need to call him anyway. I've been so lazy.
people, different perspectives, different things.
Yeah, we're getting into this right now. This is if you are not familiar with this creator, this is Allure Renati. And let me just take a moment to promote. This is Olaimi Olorun, aka Allure Renati. And I highly recommend, let me copy this link here. I highly recommend that you give Olaimi a follow on YouTube. So there it is for you on YouTube, and here it is for you on Twitch. Yeah, I want to promote this channel because I think that Olaimi is doing some good stuff. I think that like some of the best content I've seen recently has come from Olaimi, and you might be familiar with Olaimi from the Leftist Mafia or from Twitter. In both places, she's absolutely kicking some ass lately. So
Because lots of whys. What's going on? Why the People's Party? Why the People's Party? Why that? But then also, I'm like, the things when we get to unpacking with the problems with the People's Party, I'm like, is that also not true of Democrat? I don't know. You know, I'm like, you know, then I'm like the whole third party thing, lots to unpack. Like I said, lots to unpack. Somebody hit the floor.
That was to be honest with you, from a philosophical standpoint,
did anybody watch this live?
I must have thought like, all right, Mr. Lee, what you put more weight on? Affirming blackness or negating white supremacy? And then I thought like, being keeping the stack. That's what I thought. Like, what am I more invested in? Am I more invested in affirming blackness of black people? Or am I more affirmed in being against white supremacy? I think that's a very simplified distinction to be made.
So I'm curious, when they did this live, right? Did they do the zoom ins on the people talking? Or was it just the
but also
or was it just the panel?
like, hey, people, Ron,
You did also? Yeah. So when you saw this, did you see just this, or did you like? I'm trying to figure out like how much of this is post-production, how much of this is live. There is definitely software that will do this. Algorithm didn't show it to me. I've been clicking. I know, right? Me neither, right? I'm a big fan of her channel. And the algorithm did not show it, did not suggest it to me. They did the individual screens when one person is talking. So that is definitely, okay, so that means, I think that she's using StreamYards. Oh gosh, you all don't care about that, do you? Do you care about the tech behind it? I'm just trying to figure out, like, when I see another creator doing something cool like that, I try to learn something from it.
Ron DeSantis,
You know, or an editor, right?
in Trumpy Trump. They about to
FD uses StreamYards. Yeah, so maybe
really
maybe Olimi does too.
things. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thinking of like peep game. Do I think any
There's some things that I like about StreamYards,
white conservatives are going to vote for Dr.
but I think there's a lot of setup that you need to do.
Cornell West? Hell no. Do I think any black conservatives are going to vote? Hell no. Do I think any people that would vote for a Democrat or a liberal going to vote for him? Yeah, but it's like, do I want to get caught up in the horrible bullshit ass, but the third party take away from the... So I get back to my question again. What do I, in this moment in 2023, what do I think is more central?
Well, let me ask you this. Okay, that question is valid, but then I think it requires this question. What do we think he's doing? Which does Cornell West running for president? Which does it do, if any? Because last month he...
Yeah, and the reason I'm asking for this, so Zara's saying StreamYards are pretty cool for YouTube streams with panels or multiple guests and call-ins. I am strongly considering, Chad, starting a podcast that would be every Sunday, right? Sunday seems like a good time. I feel like I could bring in some cool people there and have some really interesting conversations. I miss Bird Brains, but there were some problems with Bird Brains, right? There was in terms of the guests that I would get, in terms of the format, and I think I know enough to be able to solve that, right? Because the thing is, my stream was always about vibes, but then Bird Brains just always had some like kind of messed up vibes, right? It wasn't as, yo, Olimi's a Dragon Ball fan. Do you see that Goku Black is right behind Olimi and to the left, right? Okay, anyway, wait, maybe you can't see that. Maybe you can't see that. Let's check in on this. Like, this is probably how I should have it anyway. Do you see that? Look, like, I don't, like, obviously, like, obviously it's not my favorite show or anything like that. I just, like, I watched, actually, I think I watched more of Dragon Ball Super. Remember when Dragon Ball Super was coming out? I was kind of a fan of that because they finally let the girls be Super Saiyans. In Dragon Ball Z, the girls were kind, like, there was a few, like, Android, I can't remember if it was 17 or 18. Like, what, like, there were not enough badass girls in Dragon Ball Z, right? But in Dragon Ball Super, you did get Caulifla and Kale. 3 reactions I have to seeing Cornell West running for president again, are either anger, confusion, or really don't care. Haven't seen anyone actually excited about it. Look, I would be excited about it, but, like, just doing a little research. Just doing a little looking around, and there's some things that Cornell West has said and done that I am definitely not a fan of. Obviously, the fact that he's running for the People's Party, that set me off right off the gate. Cornell West is just a disappointment now. I used to respect him, but I can't condone him joining with James Dormont Knob fan club of the party. So now, put a pin on that, right? Because we're going to look in and see if maybe Cornell West might have thought better of running as the People's Party candidate, right? It looks like he might switch over to the Green Party. There has been some talk about him switching to the Green Party. Obviously, there's some problems with the Green Party as well, right? Also, my take on Cornell West running is that it will be used as propaganda against creating left-wing third parties on... Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Online leftists oppose third parties and have been using this as an argument. Does Green have more ballot access? Yes. Green has one thing that the People's Party does not have, and that's ballot access. It also has some things that does not have some things that the People's Party does have, including like Jimmy Dore and including, like I said before, that Lyndon LaRouche energy.
He wrote an op-ed saying that Ron DeSantis was a revolutionary.
Don't do him like
yeah.
that. Don't do him like that. Don't Twitter.
I think that's it.
So 2 options here, right? 2 possibilities. Either Dr. West is talking about somebody that he just does not know about. And how do you not know about Ron DeSantis? Or he doesn't care. And both of those are bad. Both of those are bad.
Hey,
so.
Fred, I said to the most everybody said it, Joe. Listen, I'm an equal opportunity. I said it to y'all so that y'all can come, so that y'all have somebody.
It didn't sit right with Mashana now.
So let's be clear.
Look at conscious.
It was definitely an L article overall. It's not as bad as Ron DeSantis is a revolutionary.
Did
But
not
it-
use the word.
No, it's not
He
No,
did.
dead ass. He dead ass made a whole girl. Yo, you want me to read it?
No, it's not bad. I ain't gonna lie.
No, it is that bad. I'm really not dragging him.
So grab
I'm really not
the link.
dragging him.
He
Grab that link.
diplomatically
'Cause I remember
said,
you.
he
but you can-
diplomatically said that he's a sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't get, so I watched, so I'm about to, I have tonight for y'all, I have a mix of takes from people.
Yeah, exactly, Jeffrey. Green is at least has more reach and more ballot access doorknobs. Our Us party just full of grifters, ripe for hijacking by Strasserites and LaRoucheites. Absolutely. I think a lot of negative reactions to West running seem to be more relating to creating heroes and idealizing the image. So when humans mess up, which we do, the reaction is personal.
Whose opinions I respect that I've talked to thus far and or watched they shit, and my own opinions. So I want to start with this one, which is I got mostly from Dr. Jared Ball from Black Power Media.
Oh, yeah.
And he was basically like Cornell, like a lot of like, and maybe it's that era of like scholars and academics that like came up in a different era of like, you know, what Black or Africana studies might have been, has like a fetish for white Anglo.
Matt Taibbi, Glenn Greenwald, now Cornell West. Yeah, there is like a dark attract. This is like the dark side or something that these people are getting pulled towards.
Center.
In some ways, like Glenn Greenwald may have always been kind of shitty and just had like a moment that some like when I was first when I first became aware of Glenn Greenwald, like, you know, he seemed good, right? He seemed like he was on the right side of things. But I've been told that he didn't just start being bad recently. Like, right, he's been this way the whole thing, and in a lot of ways his more like progressive / lefty, you know, appeal, that was the grift, right? He's not like a fallen like lefty. He's like returning back to the, you know, swamp that he's from. Same with Taibbi. Yeah, I think I've heard that too, right? Taibbi I first became aware of during Occupy Wall Street, the bank crisis, all of that stuff. He was, I thought, doing some pretty good work. Vampire Squid was his book. Glenn Greenwald is an opportunist. Glenn was always like this. He just had two big stories fall in his lap and created an image of himself far more to the left than he is. Bill Maher. Oh my God. Yeah, Bill Maher. Kind of just a bunch of narcissists and contrarians. Sounds like it.
Kind of anything.
Tim Pool. Now Tim Pool is an interesting case, right? Tim Pool, some people don't know this, was involved in Occupy. Yeah. But Occupy, I feel like, although there was a lot of good energy in Occupy, although there was really bad stuff that was happening with bipartisan approval in the country in terms of the financial crisis and the bailouts and everything, you know, essentially the financial apparatus of the United States economy holding the government hostage and the government handing over the bag, right? That's what happened during the financial crisis, right? But it kind of pulled in some people that you know, maybe like I feel like had a different idea in mind than us leftists. In some ways, like Occupy was the seminal event, which I would say people talk about Bernie Sanders and his 2016 run for president as being the rebirth of the left in the United States after years and years of McCarthyism, anti-communism, COINTELPRO, etc., right? But like, I think that you could just as easily kind of trace it back and even trace like the energy that put Bernie in the position where he was able to, you know, win a lot of the primaries, do a lot better than anybody thought that he would, and kind of come close to, you know, I mean, he was a contender. Bernie was a serious contender in the 2016, right? A lot of that energy does seem to come from Occupy Wall Street, right? And yeah, they shut down the protests, they cleared out the camps, and you know, they demonized the movement, but they didn't kill the energy there, right? There is an emerging consciousness in the United States of people becoming aware that not even on their best day is the Democratic Party going to, Bernie included, that's a hot take, yeah? Hypothesis is that centering of white liberal men is literally a cancer on the American left. There were some, yeah, there were some things that, I don't want to say this the wrong way, right? Because if this comes off like me saying Bernie Sanders is a racist or Bernie Sanders is like anything like that, then that's gonna feed into like a Hillbot narrative. That's gonna feed into a very establishment Democratic narrative. So I'm not saying that, right? But that there were some things that there were some mistakes made by his campaign that I think made it harder for him to build bridges with black voters in 2016, right? I do believe that. So yeah, smell something fishy going on? Yeah. Well, no, Dim Pool was in Occupy. Dim Pool was a reporter for Vice. Dim Pool showed up in around Ferguson, and around the time of that uprising, right? And covered some of that, right? And I don't know if it's that Dim Pool actually used to be further to the left and he changed, or if it's that Dim Pool maybe had less editorial control back in the day, and obviously now has full editorial control, and these are his real beliefs coming forward. But yeah, Dim Pool was in some ways involved in Occupy. I suspect that it's that whole thing that Occupy didn't do enough to differentiate itself from just a general, because anti-establishment sentiment can go in multiple ways, as anybody familiar with QAnon can tell you, right? That is another form of anti-establishment. Even just like the Trump campaign is like anti-establishment, I guess, like, in definition, but like that's not the kind of anti-establishment that benefits people, right? That's a reactionary anti-establishment.
Guess for whatever reason, he's been aligned with this thing of bringing the classical philosophical arts back into prominence. Even at
2008 crisis was the end of the remnants of the neoliberal order of the 90s, and that survived in well-off coasts in the nation.
The cost of so many.
Wait, what does this panel that we were watching? I mean, Tim Pool was living. I think you were. That was connected to something that I was saying. I'm just not sure what. I mean, Tim Pool was living in a trailer park before Occupy pretty much started his career. He definitely was an opportunist. I don't know about that. Apparently, he was an OG Ron. So there we go. There's anti-establishment. Yeah, Rand Paul. I guess you could call them anti-establishment, but not in a productive way. Tim was just following the money.
Other bad things. In this case, what I understand in the article is the classical. What do they call it?
Classical. Was it classical learning test?
Yeah, it's the classical learning test instead of the SAT.
So we're talking about the Ron DeSantis backed classical learning test. Ron DeSantis. Now, are there some things wrong with the SAT? Yeah, probably any standardized test. Like standardized tests are famous for having like a racist bias, right? Just for one thing, right? And there's a lot of problems you could probably find with the SAT, but Ron DeSantis's replacement for the SAT is going to be worse.
Which basically the SAT. First off, all this shit is bullshit. But the SAT is bullshit in a it gets a 6 out of 10 white supremacy score. This classical learning test is sounding like a good 9.4 out of 10 white supremacy score.
It's absolutely bullshit because look who runs it, Jeremy Tate, and I got smoked for his ass because I think he's from Louisiana. He went to LSU, whatever the hell. Listen, I'm always.
Anybody know about Jeremy Tate? I have never heard of this person. I guess also involved in this standardized test that Ron DeSantis and I guess Dr. Cornell West are supporting in lieu of the SAT. I never liked Ron Paul. I take people in that. I take pride in that fact. The whole newsletter about, oh my God, no. Ron Paul's been racist, homophobic for years and years and years. That newsletter, right? And he tries to distance himself. He tried to make all these excuses, like he didn't know about somebody else was writing the newsletter. He had no idea that there was all this racist stuff. But no, Ron Paul is like famous. There's like stories about Ron Paul where donors of his who are gay came over, and there was like issues with them using the bathroom in his house, right? Like he thought that gay men using his bathroom was like, I don't know, a health risk or something like right. Ron Paul is a messed up, like, you know, like reactionary dude. And I remember the Ron Paul people, like, right in school that were like, you know, yeah, in the war, Ron Paul. And it's like, oh, I mean, yeah, in the war, right? But posted the happy merchant meme in 2020. Seriously? Damn. Yeah, so also anti-Semitic. I almost forgot that. Bernie had issues appealing to older POCs, and it cost him the Democratic primary. Christie winners at FD Signifier tried to explain this, but got harassed for it. That's the thing. Like, right, the Voshites are going to come in and take that as... God. Sacha Baron Cohen couldn't even seduce Ron Paul. I know. What's up with that? What's going on, Globbits? Might as well change classic to Christian. Well, I mean, that's where DeSantis is coming from. Dictator DeSantis or Grand Dragon DeSantis, if you've been paying attention today.
Have smoke people who come from my state if you want some bullshit.
Grand Wizard DeSantis.
Jeremy Tate co-wrote that article with Cornell West, and it's fine, whatever you're talking about, like, whatever. You, as a black man, though, just because you sit on the board of this organization, because I didn't know that until I read the article, he sits on the board of that organization for the classical learning test. This is not about education and bringing classical. This is not about that, though he does and has for many decades. Cornell West will tout himself as, you know, leaning on philosophy, leaning on literature, leaning on, like, history and things of that nature to avoid repeating it in the future. This is not about that. This is about Cornell West. This entire thing is about Cornell West. This is not about, oh, we're going to stop DeSantis, because he agrees with his approach to education is what I got from that article, is that he is in some form of agreement with this.
He's in awe, not in agreement, in awe of his
approach. This is about Cornell West, because it's so hard for a lot of black folks, especially, to get on one accord about Cornell West, because he is not somebody that can really be nailed down, because his opinions on things, his stances on things change.
Yeah, we're gonna watch the Grand Wizard clip after this.
Just the wind blows. It's depending on what's hot in the streets right now. Where can I fit in and whatnot?
And I'll try to do my best to explain that. I'm not going to show you the clips that are involved with why people are calling DeSantis the Grand Wizard, right? Because there's literally like hate symbols.
Some hardline stances and whatnot. I do believe that he is a democratic socialist. I do believe that he does believe in that, but I know that that's absolutely clouded by his religious affiliation and how he feels about certain things. But overall, his stances change depending on who's running. He's supporting somebody. It's just he has no hard line stances on things, and that's why none of this matters, and none of this is about it. It's about Cornell West.
You know what's crazy? Yeah, go for it.
No, to Gabrielle's point, like, I mean, like, for me, when I saw that man endorse Jill Stein, yeah, that was for me. Like I was just like, all right, because, like, to be honest, my part in short, especially with Cornell West. Like from
Jill Stein, if you're not familiar, was the presidential candidate for the Green Party. What, in 2008, 2012? Not in 2016, right? It wouldn't surprise me if DeSantis is, was actually a Grand Wizard. I've seen the classical learning test. It is reading Sophocles, Aeschylus, Seneca, etc., etc. You have to learn Latin and Greek. Like, yo, that's like old school. That's like 1800. I mean, like, college used to be like a very exclusive club. That's why, like, that's where all these, like, fraternities, I'll say fraternities because I don't even think sororities exist. Like, women didn't go to college back in the day, right? College was an exclusive club for mainly, like, rich white men. And yeah, stuff like learning Greek, learning Latin was a way for them to differentiate themselves from the, you know, the plebs and the peasantry, and right, yeah, it's And that's what DeSantis wants to go back to, right? Not that there's anything wrong with, like, if you're a, linguistics, if linguistics is your field, it makes sense to learn Latin and Greek, right? But like the idea that that's going to be the dividing line of like, are you really educated? Parse this Latin paragraph for me to show me that you're actually educated, right? Those are definitely the bad old days. Great books of education.
Political standpoint.
Oh, she was in 2016.
He remind me so much, and I know this could get clipped Trump, so like I want this to get in context, but like him and Trump have something very much in common, right? Consciously, stick with me. Hold on. This man, because I know this man right the can't come on just like
God just lean in like, tell me more, good brother. Tell me more what you about to say about Dr. West. I would love to hear how you going to make this analogy work.
Mute me, man, because your belly get broke down. No,
I knew Trump supporters that loved Bernie, which kind of disproves the bread tube lie that we need to de-radicalize these people above all else. We already had those people. We need black support.
Real, because I mean, like, no, legit, just like how Trump went on the whole Bertha thing and really was ready to upend.
Yeah, and you're saying bread tube, but I think more proper, we're talking about the debate sphere here, right? In terms of the de-radicalizers, right? These are the Voshites, the Xander Halls of the world, to a lesser extent, like Destiny and people like that, right? That whole idea was that we need to appeal to the Trump voter by de-emphasizing issues that black people care about, issues that queer people care about, etc. Right? That was the kryptonite. That was the turnoff. We need to just shut up. It was kind of like this idea of like, hey, just shut up and sit down, queer people. Shut up and sit down, by POC. We're gonna get to your stuff, all right? But like, you're gonna turn off these other voters, and it's like kind of like this like backdoor, mentality for the people that you're supposed to be fighting for, right? That doesn't really inspire a lot of confidence. Doesn't really inspire a lot of solidarity. What they think is that we can sublimate the needs of marginalized people to the needs of those, that mythical Trump voter that would also vote for Bernie given a chance, right? And that's the wrong way to do it. You can maybe bring some of these people along, but you got to do it the other way. You got to bring them on board with intersectional leftism rather than trying to shut people up, and de-emphasize their issues in order to attract those voters, because that's a first-class ticket to Strasserism. That's a first-class ticket to the Nazgul vortex, right?
Obama, because of what he said at the correspondence dinner. Same thing when Dr. Cornell West. When Dr. Cornell West gone and Obama got the nomination and they snubbed Cornell West, my nigga was never right again. My nigga, that nigga was never right again. Like, that's like the anti-Erykah Badu of a nigga. Like, I talking about, that ruined my boy. Like, but then he has had a hard-on, a direct path, a tunnel vision for trying to legitimize his stance. The hubris that comes with being in academia and being at that level and performing at that level, and then being denied.
There's a large link between Bernie bros and whites. Yeah, there's like a tolerance, right, amongst, and I won't even say like Bernie bros, because Hillary threw that around with the implication being that this is the entirety of Bernie's support. There were a lot of us supporting Bernie that were not in favor of class reductionism, right? But there's also a lot of us that were way too tolerant towards that type of thing. There's a lot of us who bought into that model of appealing to the, downtrodden, like, right. They'd say, the media would say working class voter, and sometimes they'd straight up say it, working class white voter, right? What is that? What are you saying there? What are you saying, right? That black people aren't part of the working class? That queer people aren't part of the working class? Like that's the weirdest like parsing of the demographic, and the most harmful, I think, parsing of the demographic that you could have.
What you see to be right.
Yeah, class reductionism is absolute red flag. You got to always be on the lookout for that. And when people will tell you it's not that big of a deal, or just be quiet about it, or we gotta kind of bite our tongue on that shit.
Yours and entitled to. He ain't never been right. So this.
He was an Obama supporter. He was a strong Obama supporter too. at the
I will say this.
before.
I would be offended by that. You think I gotta let it go? But no, I gotta. No, he has to let it go. It's absurd. I'm gonna get to it. But
Jesse Jackson don't let it go, so why
But the
she?
initial? If I were going out west then and you didn't invite me? Well, if not me, then who? Derek Bell was a past. I'm alive. Who else? Did Michael? Did Mary?
And that's one thing that actually
reaction to what he lost. So he's coming back. What old boy said, he's leaving with something. Okay, he's leaving with something.
I'm leaving with something.
Okay, and what I see when Olay first hit me with that Dr. Cornell West was running for president, I said, girl, no, what? Like, because I was in the movie theater watching Black Mermaid. And I'm like, this is crazy. See, I leave for 1 second and the palace is falling down. And we have so many sites.
All the questions for the exam, we're talking about what was it called again? The great... the Ron DeSantis one we're talking about that Cornell West endorsed. Expect you to answer things talking about Plato, Shakespeare, T.S. Eliot. Wait a minute. No, I'm thinking of Ezra Pound. Sorry. I was about my spidey sense was going off there, but no, like my real susness is about Ezra Pound, not necessarily T.S. Eliot. Make connections and know these tests so that you have to be able to read and study these things like an English gentleman who can sit at home for ages reading. Do you see how the gatekeeping works there? Do you see how that kind of gatekeeping works, right? Sounds good to people who think, having read Aristotle, everything Aristotle wrote equals you know something. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it's just basic gatekeeping. T.S. Eliot was anti-Semitic too. Okay, nice. Not nice. Nice as in my spidey sense was not completely off there. But yeah, Ezra Pound absolutely endorsed fascism in his later life. Don't forget Francoid gentleman as well. I think one of the most damning things in the white leaf sphere, largely the white leafers, is their opinion of how black people talk about social issues.
Psychopaths that are running for president, and I don't think Dr. Cornell West is a psychopath. Me, a little crazy, but I do think that, okay, he's philosophical. If you went to an HBCU, if went to anything, if you're a black person, you've learned about this Dr. Cornel West. We've celebrated him at some point. Then, we got our own thinking, and we don't have to agree with everything that he says. Love him, mean it. But when
T.S. Eliot was responsible for Cats too. Wait, are you talking about the musical?
when you're walking the line of becoming president, now we have to look at you different. Now we got to dig, like I was telling Olay earlier, into your closet. I don't think we're all ready for what we're about to find out. Why are you running? How does that benefit us? Like, are you running off of the strength of emotions and like, I lost something and like, that's all? I mean, it ain't really, I'm Dr. Cornel West. Are you running off of that? Or is there really something that's like, I really would love to know, but I think that's going to have to be something we see as this campaigning starts to grow. But I'm so confused because I want to love him, but already it ain't been 24 hours. And
wait, it was based on was it based on one of his poems? The Angloid and Francoid gentle homme, emphasis on homme. Yeah.
Is sending articles that's having me be like, I'm not ready for this.
No, I'm going to go ahead and tell you what it is, Rebecca. This is a cash grab. Okay. This is a cash grab. That's all this is. This is a cash grab.
That's a hot take. Hot take.
Get it how you live. Get it how you live. This is a cash grab. Okay, let me tell you something. Who was the most successful third-party candidate in history? Or at least in modern history? Mm-hmm. Exactly. And what percentage of the vote did he get? This is not about him. Cornel West knows.
So, based on Old Possum's book of Practical Cats?
Sorry, go ahead.
Cornel West knows he's not winning this. He is not a dumb man by any means. Cornel West is not stupid. And more to the point, my personal theory is he has no desire to be president.
I feel like I read at least part of that. I feel like that was something that got cut up and presented to me in like junior or senior English in high school.
He has no true desire to be president. That's not what this is about. Well, the most prominent theory running online via Black Twitter
Ross Perot. Oh yeah, George Wallace. Yeah, third party. Speaking of third party candidates,
he did.
Ross Perot, another third party candidate from the 90s. Was Ross Perot in the 80s or 90s?
And this is with the votes from Biden. And I don't believe it's that either.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't believe it's that, but I wonder. So, okay. So my initial, when I saw it was Cornell West, I have a general stance and just show
All the poems are from a cat's perspective. Perot's in the 90s.
Black academics and Black leaders and Black civil rights. We just respect. I just leave it, you know what I mean?
The city of
And
Dorset.
I try to generally, especially they alive and living.
1992. Thank you, Scott.
Let me keep it cute. I don't want to
Okay,
think, you get a little...
So that was that was Bill Clinton against George Bush Sr. 92.
Twitter popping and you think
And then Perot was the third party candidate.
you come up the side of your neck.
/ spoiler, right? If I'm correct, right? He was kind of like, technically speaking, Perot probably took enough votes away from Bush that he threw the election to Clinton. So you can thank H. Ross Perot, I guess. Although he's probably like, I don't know. I've seen the guy. I don't know much about him, but it's just like there's this cloud of like evil like racism emanating. I don't know. Maybe that's just my own bias. Am I right about that?
About, you know what I'm saying, Doctor?
Yeah,
So I
I
was
get
like,
it.
I'm not saying nothing. I'm gonna chill, right?
Yeah.
And I give the benefit of the doubt. So when I first saw the People's Party, I
Maggie May Fish had a really great video on cats. Perot took Bush's votes. Perot also ran in 1996. That's the Bob Dole. Honestly, I agree with Gabrielle on that. Kanye West used the presidency to promote his music. Trump used the presidency to promote his media persona and image. Maybe Cornell is using the presidency to make a point or sell something. Like, yeah, I mean, like, look, you can do that message candidate thing, but generally you're going to be better served. Like, I don't know. Like, look, I'm not trying to tell anybody to tolerate the Democratic Party and its bullshit, but if you want to push Biden, if your goal is to move him, and like that's what we think of when we think of a message candidate. That's what that means, is a candidate that's coming in not necessarily to win the election, but to make a show of, like, especially in the primary, of here are the people that support me over you. Maybe you should adjust your platform accordingly, right? Or you get a certain amount of power. There's the candidate, the nominee might make some concessions to you in order to get you out of the running, right? That's another example of what a message candidacy can do. He was Reform Party, which is similar to the Libertarian, if memory serves. If Cornell had any intention of winning, he wouldn't run under the People's Party. He wouldn't even have battle. Right. Yeah. Absolutely, and that's what we're going to talk about. So maybe, like, I'm gonna take a look at this. There's somebody sent me something, I think a video, suggesting that maybe Cornell West might switch back and decide to do the to run as a Green Party candidate instead. Which, yeah, like I said, Green Party not great in its own right. Only thing that Perot was good on, from what I remember, is him not wanting to have NAFTA. And him being against the Gulf Wars, but so kind of like Ron Paul, kind of like the Ron Paul of his days. West told Russell Brand that he is running to win. Oh, that's right too. He was giving shout outs to Russell Brand.
I had a similar response to Afty, which was, "What the fuck is this?" Like I literally don't know any. Like, I'm not educated enough on this party to say anything.
That's why we couldn't say
initially.
that.
So that was my initial thought, and then one of my best friends, my white best friend, said to me, he came out his neck about good old Dr. Cornell West, but immediately once a white person says something negative about it, I'm like, my mind's eye is suspicious of the negative thing. So I dismiss him. I dismiss. Because what he said was, he was like, oh, he's fucking crazy. He's out here he just wants Trump to win. He wants Trump to win. I was like, who
The
wants
liberals
Trump
are
to
big mad in a way I wasn't expecting. I'm sorry, go ahead.
You
But
didn't
yeah.
expect this. You didn't expect it. Them to want to get everybody behind Daddy Biden. You didn't want them to expect. You think you're a
I don't be paying attention. I checked out so hard from
Yeah,
but I cut Ole off though. Let me. I'm sorry.
They went off immediately.
He had an interview with Russell Brand. A lot of
Oh,
platitudes.
that's fine. They went off immediately. You're right. They were hot, and so I was like, Why is he saying?
Yeah, Olay's great.
Like, what the fuck? Cornell West, and he wants Trump to win. And so I thought it was like a reductive argument, like one of those, like, oh, just because he's running as a third party candidate, that's what the inherent offense is, which I don't think is the case. I think there's a much larger conversation we need to have about third party and what's meaningful, and maybe I think there's a
Hey, speaking of conversations that we need to have, do we need to have a conversation about liking the YouTube stream? Like, if you're in the YouTube stream, you probably already know to hit that like button. You probably already know and understand that is the one way that you have to take an action that beyond just watching the stream, beyond just being here, that's going to make YouTube react by bringing more people into the stream, by showing the stream to more people, and generally going to make good things happen, going to open up more doors in the future. As much as I enjoy Twitch, as much as I started out on Twitch, YouTube is the way of the future. Twitch is doing so many things to hurt itself and is not necessarily a platform that we can rely on going forward into the future. YouTube, on the other hand, is where the views are, is where the people are, and maybe in the future is like where the streaming will be basically located. So anything you can do, hitting that like button today is going to open up. Like, it doesn't seem like very much because all it does is make the number tick over from like one number to like a slightly higher number. But I promise you, all our thumbs together have the power to bring my voice to more people. So I would massively appreciate it if you haven't already, if you hit that like button.
I think it is a mistake that people do this. If you're gonna
Ross Perot wasn't a racist like Ron Paul. He made a gaffe when talking to the NAACP by calling them "you people," and he was so disgusted by what he said, he extensively apologized for it during the campaign.
run, and my mentor put it this way, it's like, we need third party people running in Congress. You could probably win that. Try that out. Let's get some third party candidates in Congress first. Why don't y'all want to build why does everybody just want to jump on vanity projects at the
Maybe Ross Perot just unfairly matches my profile of like what I think of when I think of a racist dude.
last minute in the presidential election when shit is serious? That's my problem. Everybody's just doing it, and I feel like this, and my mentor made this argument to me. RFK, right? That's one of them guys who's running right now, right? He has like a certain amount of he has a little bit of numbers in the polls, and we don't even know him, don't even care about him. Some
Robert
irrelevant guy.
Robert F. Kennedy.
Yeah,
Is he
another
a
one.
Kennedy?
They have so many damn Kennedys, yeah, child.
And they gonna keep running, baby, until the wheels fall off.
Exactly.
They gonna just
A lot of third parties end up coalitioning and coalitions with the Democrats in some state. Yeah, you're talking about like the Working Families Party, for instance. That's a third party that's actually had some positive effect. Now, they also use the Democratic Party and their relationship with the Democratic Party for access, and in some ways have signed off on some things that the Democratic Party has done in New York. Because, yeah, the Democratic Party, look, if you're looking for somebody to blame for the fact that the Democrats lost the House, it's unironically the Democratic Party of New York. And that is a very centrist, very establishment, state party apparatus that thought it would be cute to gerrymander to make sure that progressives didn't have a lot of inroads to have another candidate like AOC. And when the court looked at it and threw it out, they made a new map that was favorable to the Republicans. So it's literally the Democratic Party of New York not wanting to have to run against progressives, not wanting to have that opposition, not wanting progressives to win, like representation in the House for New York State, which, would be a place. Oh my God, Buffy, thank you for re-upping your membership. It means a lot when people support me. It's definitely something that I appreciate. Kind of taken aback by Blood Moon. Thank you for becoming a member. That's awesome. Meow. At least we aren't introducing anti-trans bills, finger gun. I was kind of taken aback by that Dr. West called Russell Brand a leftist. Yeah, what's up with that? Yo, that's what I wonder about Dr. West. Is he really just like, does he not know what he's talking about in terms of certain people? Does he not know what Jimmy Dore's been up to? Does he not know what Russell Brand's been up to? Because, or is he really in agreement? It's hard to tell, right? Ronald Reagan was a freedom fighter. That's right. I quote retweeted that his old tweet from 2011. And look, I'm not trying to hold him to that. If he disagrees with that, he should say so, right? If he's changed his mind, he's not ignorant because he's not online. He's ignorant because he's not online. Does Dr. West think that leftist means left-handed? I don't know, or like slightly to the leftish, left-esque even. Oh my God, I'm trying to catch all of your chats here. I softly disagree. With modern technology, we can run for everything. We can run for everything simultaneously. Focusing on just local politics and ignoring national leads to fall of a third party. And that's a reply to not metal saying not just Congress. If third parties were actually serious about politics and wanting to help people, they should run in local or state politics first. Yeah, it's a bit of a catch-22, isn't it? Because you don't have a profile, you don't have a name, right? The biggest thing in a third party, whether you're running state or national, is that you don't want people to feel like they're throwing their vote away, right? You don't want to feel like you're a nothing party going nowhere, and that people are just kind of wasting their vote on you. And in order to establish that credibility, having some national campaigns are helpful. At the same time, you end up in a place, getting blamed as the spoiler whenever the Democrats lose, and it's a difficult, like I said, it's kind of a catch-22 for third parties. They need to establish a base of support before they can really be successful on a national level. You grow power from, so the Working Families Party is probably one of the better models we have of that. But again, like I said, not perfect at all, right? They've been a little too agreeable with the Democratic Party in New York State, which, is, like I said, one of the pretty centrist, pretty establishment party or version of the Democratic Party in state. Dr. West does say he's not a Marxist due to religious beliefs. Yeah, which I think they mentioned before. U.S. third parties basically exist to fundraise for 3 years, then pretend to run for president for one. Rinse and repeat. Yeah, it kind of goes nowhere. What's up, Buttershave? Which is why it's insane that large parts of the left in this country are so racist to black people, who are the most left-wing right, you're the base of the party, and yet are constantly getting thrown under the bus, told to shut up. You've got people like Bill Clinton being told by the party establishment that he needs to like distinguish himself, show he's not beholden to black people, but just because like a lot of his success in Arkansas was due to black voters in Arkansas supporting him, right? And that's where we have the famous Sister Souljah moment where Bill Clinton is just basically making a performative criticism of a rapper in order to show that he's not beholden to the black vote, which, pretty telling moment for Bill Clinton and the Clintons in general. Cornell West is going to steal votes from Vermin Supreme. Right. Vermin Supreme. I haven't seen him in a while. Thou shalt not own the means of production. Yeah, there we go. That's right in the Bible, right? Thou shalt not speak ill of thy landlord. Another problem is a party needs ballot access to receive federal and state funding. $14 billion in funding in 2020 for the general.
Running every day,
so they have another one. So my thing was like, these people, instead of running, like if you were really, this is why I don't know. It's like, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt and not assume it's that you want Trump or some right wings foolishness. Although the block don't look too good on the evidence and what you've been recently saying and doing. But at the same time, I'm like, well, then what would it be for? Because then why not run as a Democrat if you were trying to push Biden to the left? You know what I mean?
That's
if you were
what I'm
there
saying.
to oh, this is what it is. And his, his video speech kind of reads like what he's saying to us. It doesn't sound like he's saying, which kind of annoys me more. Again, vanity projects when things are.
I don't know why PSL runs Gloria La Riva for president when they have had local candidates get press recognition in California. But yeah, PSL ran Roseanne Barr in 2012. Wait, was Roseanne Barr different? back then or something? Is that like a reason? Yeah, there's a Gengar in there. You can see Goku Black. You can see that we got like Super Saiyan Goku. It looks like that's some fan art up there of I can't tell. Wait, is that Boondocks? Yeah, she got a lot of artwork in the background and some plushies too.
Serious is like, I'm not trying to run for president. He was like, I believe in justice and philosophy and scholarship, and these things aren't important. They're not at the forefront right now, and I believe that this is a means to keeping this kind of stuff in the conversation. So I'm like, all right, cool. An issue candidate to some degree, right? Like, you want us to care about something, talk about something, or, if you want to push Biden to the left, then go fucking, maybe not now, not this, or run as a damn, but why are we running for the People's Party? What's that going to do?
He has said that in the past, though. That is still so vague. That is so vague. Here's the thing.
No,
he's
I'll never get over, Roseanne says, Buttershave. 9 years of the most progressive show ever. That's what I'm saying. That's why I'm wondering if maybe Roseanne Barr was like a different person in 2012, or the really bad stuff, when she came out with racist tweets and then blamed them on her Ambien. Like, yeah, sorry, the Ambien made me racist, it's a side effect of the drug. Ambien's like, no, our drug does not make you racist. Please stop lying, Roseanne Barr. Roseanne Barr used to be a communist. I did not know that, but I know that her show is like, right, so if you like, I haven't seen a lot of Roseanne, I'll be honest. I've only caught up with it through like video essays talking about it and talking about its impact. It was a little bit before my time, right? But whereas if you look at something like Friends is weird, right? Because you got a bunch of people, some of them are working as baristas, some of them, they none of them have great jobs, and yet they're occupying these apartments that you would have to be pretty rich to afford, right? So, and that's the general thing that that television thinks that Americans want to see themselves in, people that reflect themselves in situations that maybe they, financial situations that are not realistic for them, right? So you get like the Friends, effect of that. But you had Roseanne and her show, which portrayed working class family. Roseanne, I think, is a waitress in the show, and her, home looks like the home of a working class person. So you actually, which is a weird thing. You just do not get working class people really represented in American television, and the issues of working class people represented in American television. But yeah, obviously, Roseanne walked so couples could run. Oh my God, Science Scientist. I want to frame that. I want to frame that chat, right? She was already on Obama conspiracy. That's right. That was the birtherism, right? Not as bad as she got, but very much that path. If you don't know, birtherism was a conspiracy theory way back when Obama was president, that Obama was not really born in Hawaii. He was born in Kenya, and I don't know it was weird, right? But Donald Trump supported this. Donald Trump came to fame as a political actor, as a political person, like boosting that theory that Obama shouldn't be president because he was really born in Kenya, and there's some kind of conspiracy to make it look like he was born in Hawaii. There's something wrong with the birth certificate, right? Obama actually released his birth certificate, if I remember correctly. Keffels is the Roseanne Barr of YouTube. Nice. With Friends, they tried to explain it away by saying it was rent controlled. Oh, okay. I mean, maybe, right? But yeah, they had nice furniture too. Come on. I guess it could have been furnished, but yeah, realistically, rent controlled apartment generally is not going to be furnished that well. No, and I remember specifically, I think Joey, is it Joey, bought the really nice lazy boy chair. Black communists in the 1920s wrote books dunking on... Oh my God, I'm going to have to go over here to follow chat here. YouTube blocked your comment? You're not the only one, but yeah, number 25. Oh, that's really frustrating. And it doesn't tell me when it does that. Roseanne got rich and powerful and lost her damn mind. Wait, I missed somebody's chat. Why am I not seeing the YouTube chat? Some thinks she's a grifter, but I think she went from liberal to a true believer alt-righter. Wait, why? They went out for coffee. Like, yeah, coffee's expensive. God, I can't afford. You know, I'm always making my own coffee if I'm having coffee at all. The birth certificate, the friends being rent controlled apartment. Okay, whoever you were, I don't know, is like, I legitimately feel like on both platforms there's chats that I'm like not seeing. Buttershave, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the cat cult. Sometimes if you're on top chat instead, let me see if I can fix that. Maybe it's yeeting some chats because of top chat rather than live chat. I don't even know why they made that. Like, right? Why would I not want to read everybody's chat? And like, it's like whenever there's a chud in chat. Oh, there we go. Oh my god. Oh my god, Chromatic Mage, thank you for the resubscribe. And welcome to the stream as well. Everybody, if you're not already, give Chromatic Mage a follow. I spent some time. Did you ever end up? I saw you switched from Dead by Daylight to Fall Guys, right? Did you ever end up getting Dead by Daylight to work? It's been 6 months. No, that is, time does fly. God, especially like, look, for me, like my life is like this. I go to bed last night, and then I wake up and I'm just like immediately like, oh my god, I gotta get a stream together for today. It's a lot of work, especially, you know, during on my on days. Didn't even know about top chat. Yeah, it's a little bit of a thing there. So here's what I wanted to read. Stepping on 438 Eldon says, Black communists in the 1920s wrote books dunking on leftists for their racism, opportunism, and Soviet abandonment and anti-colonialism. And Soviet abandonment of anti-colonialism. Let me read that correctly, because that's a very important detail to get. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Yeah, so, like, you know, you had workers' movements at some point in the United States, right? That would have slogans like black and white in the ditch unite. The idea being that working people have across, you know, like, races have more in common, right? Eventually, some of those movements, some of those progressive movements, some of those populist movements, like, became really, really racist, right? That did not last, but there was some idea, there was some consciousness, there was some attempt to form, you know, that kind of solidarity, right? And yeah, it absolutely, right. You just don't have a real workers' movement if it's you know, based on either racism or complacency towards racism. Whenever there's a chud in chat, thanks for the resub. Wait, NCC to chuds who sub. Wait, did I get distracted there? We couldn't get DBD to work, Dead by Daylight, so we played several rounds of increasingly torturous Fall Guys. Yo, I think I have that game, but I've never really played it. It looks like fun, but also very frustrating.
No chance of running as a Dem because you saw what they did to Bernie. He is, and
But
even
that's what I'm
so,
saying. They might as well. What they gonna do? Cornell don't got no. He in an office. He in anybody's cabinet? Is he?
we have said before too. He feels as though, and he has said this. What was the quote? He said that he does not believe though he is a socialist, he is not a Marxist because he believes his religious beliefs cannot be melded with his personal stance of socialism. He believes that, but he also believes that the current left-leaning party in America needs Jesus and all this. So all these different things. There's no stance. There's nothing.
The torture of Fall Guys can be worse than DBD. Yeah, and like, look, I mean, like, I kind of know, like, Dead by Daylight is like a zombie survival first-person shooter. Is it third person? I love this conversation. I watched it Sunday morning. Yeah, no, really good conversation. And you know, I was looking for something to be able to cover the Cornell West candidacy because I think it's important to talk about. And this was.
So I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna give you my Galaxy Brain take. And again, shout out to BP at Overthrow Media and Bellamy, because people I've chatted up about this. And then also just Twitter, because I had to do some Twitter.
It's not a shooter. It's a survival co-op game. What am I thinking of then? I'm thinking of a different game. Maybe I've never even played Dead by Daylight or I'm thinking, wait, Left 4 Dead meets Tag. Okay, so this is different then. This is different because I think I have it on Twitch or something. People's Party is garbage. This does not look good for the upcoming horse race nonsense. Like, okay, so on the positive, as far as the People's Party and Dr. West go, we're gonna watch a video after this that suggests that maybe he might be switching to the Green Party. Now, obviously, there's issues with the Green Party too, and like Olay, I feel like Dr. West could probably do a lot of good, jumping into the Democratic primary and maybe encouraging Biden to move to the left a little bit, but.
Twittering because I be on and off left wing Twitter, and they're
it's a lot.
interesting
Maybe I'm thinking of Left 4 Dead.
group, but you will learn something. You may not get a
pick
balanced
something up.
learning experience, but you'll pick something up. Here's my theory that I've gleaned now. This is about the People's Party jumping the line for all other third
Wait,
parties.
what is the Forward Party, Shakespeare?
This is about them jumping the line on the Libertarians. This is about them jumping the line on the Green Party. This is about them jumping the line on whomever else. So that
I think that's true.
yeah,
I think that's true.
And so, because like it's out. So the People's Party, if I'm not mistaken, came up after Bernie, right?
Yeah.
So you got
Sorry
a lot
about
of
this.
you're right. You got a lot of debate bro energy already. No shade to Bernie, but like that was a big part of his coalition. And from what I've gleaned from the People's Party, like it's a lot of white leftist energy up in them.
And like I'm saying, there's different reactions, right? There's different reactions to what happened to Bernie. And like about the worst reaction you could have is Jimmy Dore's reaction, right? You can see this to some extent in a lot of in a lot of platforms like Chapo, right? Chapo, the reason that Chapo pioneered the dirtbag left, was called the dirtbag left, was because basically Hillary Clinton tried to pick a fight with Bernie's supporters by calling them class reductionists, which is weird because Hillary Clinton is like the class reductionism without the class consciousness, right? Hillary Clinton's really bad, right? She's in no position to be criticizing anyone. That being said, there was some class reductionism in the coalition, and you have so there's like right and there it got magnified. It got magnified by the fight with Hillary. The idea was that the dirtbag left, the only good thing that you could say about it, right, was that it wasn't big on respectability politics, right? But there's also like edgelord politics. And when you conflate not supporting respectability politics with like being an edgelord and being a class reductionist, I mean, you get what happened. The Bernie brothers, right? Older POC generally, let's see, if Cornell West was serious about running, he would run in the Democratic Party. He is an older POC. Oh yeah, right. That would be wouldn't vote for anyone that isn't a Democrat or a Republican. Cringe. Andrew Yang, Tech Bro, Centrist Party. That's the Forward. Oh, now I remember. Thank you for reminding me that, Stepion. Yes, now I remember the Andrew Yang Party. I remember they demanded Bernie to apologize for his fans. Yeah, so Hillary Clinton was totally disingenuous, but the reaction to Hillary Clinton, the doubling down that went along with that, actually did kind of make a place for anti-SJW leftists like Vosh, right? That's what created that lane. And I feel like Chapo, in particular, never moved forward from the 2016 election and that dirtbag moment that foisted them into prominence in the first place, right? They're still on that. They're still on that stuff, and in like much to their detriment.
Streets.
I think it's that. I think it is that. I think it is the jump the line thing, but I think it's also I think it is also this as it pertains to the founder. Numerous sources have corroborated sexual harassment allegations against the party's founder, Nick Brana. Last year, former party member Paula Jean Swearengen.
Hillary sort of canceled Bernie. Like, look, that's the way they took it. Like, I don't know. Like, realistically, this was just bad faith shit. Like the stuff that Hillary Clinton was throwing out, like Hillary Clinton does not care more about any marginalized group than Bernie Sanders. But she was able to use that. And that agitation of people like Chapo Trap House has really opened up a lane. Look, let's go down the list. Let's go down the list, okay? Peter Coffin. Infrared Haas. Right? Like there's just a whole this is how lefties move into the class reductionist space, right? Through this kind of reaction, through this, that when you start to when you see what happened with Hillary, which was a disingenuous bullshit campaign, right? She's called black kids super predators, right? Hillary Clinton is not, not anybody's ally in that respect. But she did, there was, like I said before, there was still some goodwill for the Clintons, like from, I guess people in chat are saying, like, older POC, kind of demographic, right? And she disingenuously used that, but the reaction to that, to start saying the problem with the Democratic Party is ID poll, right? You'll see Vosh and his fans saying that all the time, right? Like, oh, you're just about the ID poll. You're just the liberal ID poll, right? And so basically they're calling you a hillbot because you're an intersectional leftist, because you believe in solidarity, because you don't like it when people are telling marginalized people to sit down and shut up, right? You are somehow a hillbot, right? That's disingenuous. That's harmful to the party. Are we talking about Nazballs? A little bit. We're talking about, like, the origins of, no, like, let me make a finer point on this, right? Because when I say a Nazball, Infrared Haas, of the group, of the people that I mentioned, maybe Peter Coffin, maybe Caleb Maupin, right? But really, Infrared Haas is the one that they think of. Jackson Hinkle, right? You like the people that are really like that I would just be like, yeah, you go ahead and call them an Nazball. But the Nazball vortex, right? A vortex is a whirlpool, so and it sucks you in. And once you start kind of going down that road, once you get close to a black hole, you tend to end up in that black hole at some point or another, right? That's what I'm talking about. That's what class reduction is. It's a Nazball vortex. Now, I think I might be actually taking did Vosh make this up? Am I literally using a Vosh terminology? Because I don't have a better name for this. I think that's a pretty apt metaphor. But I feel like Vosh circles the Nazball vortex too. So it's ironic if he's the one that came up with it, right? And he didn't steal it from somewhere else. It's kind of ironic because he is absolutely a victim of the Nazball vortex in addition to maybe being the person who coined that phrase. There's a difference between Nazballs and Nazballs. Both are bad. Well, yeah, so like that's what when I'm saying Nazball vortex, I mean Nazball adjacent. I mean on that road, in that pipeline of class reductionism. That's how I differentiate. That's the finer point that I'm trying to draw here, right? Is that there's a difference between somebody that is just kind of class reductionist, somebody that is maybe, has this idea that anybody that talks about intersectional leftism is spouting ID poll and is basically Hillary Clinton. There's a difference between that and a Duganite, like Haas, right? Haas is a Duganite. Haas will do like MAGA chants in his chat, right? Haas is a full-on chud trying to wear the skin of a communist, right? Haas is really gross. Most of the Nazball vortex people are not quite that far gone, but it does tend to lead to there. Kelly Zahos, there's another name, right? Chapo Boys and Hassan, or you could maybe even say, I don't know enough about Red Scare, but you could probably say this about Red Scare too. And Hassan are intersectional socialists. That intersectionality and solidarity is for the working class. Yes, see, no, here's the thing, like, Hassan I wouldn't classify amongst these people, right? There's some class reductionist rhetoric in Hassan. There's some class reductionist tendencies in Hassan. I say the same thing about Chapo, probably too. The biggest thing I have with Chapo is their sort of tolerance for these people. They'd sooner look at somebody like Red Scare and see comrades than they would intersectional leftists. And I don't think that Hassan is nearly as allergic to intersectional leftism as Vosh, but there are times that I'm just like, what kind of bullshit are you talking here, right? So I don't know. It's complicated. Red Scare is basically Chapo, but more Radfem and Turfy. I haven't ever listened to them, right? I haven't. I mean, like, that's why I was a little bit like, I don't want to, speak about something that I'm not super familiar with. But yeah, Haas openly speaks positively of Dugan. Yeah, no, that's where his main thing is. Like, that's his ideology. Is Duganism, Eurasianism, right? Which is a form of National Bolshevism, however you want to slice it up, right? Eurasianism is just a different manifestation of that.
And told journalists, somebody Higgins and Jordan Sheridan.
Oh God, Virgil, Texas, I forgot about him. Yeah, a guy that disappeared after the SA allegations and was associated with Sam Hyde. Yeah. So the association, let me explain that really quickly since you brought it up. The association between Virgil, Texas, and I guess Cushman, am I right about that? And Sam Hyde is a comedy evening in Bushwick, right? So already we're getting into the hipsters here, the 2010 hipsters, right? So we're in Bushwick. There's a comedy night called Rebel Girl 2, and this is a comedy. This is $1 Million Extreme that's doing the comedy, right? And the host of this show, the Shindig, are one Virgil, Texas, and Matt Christman, right? So kind of like, what are they doing there? What's going on there? What's up with that, right? Now I don't want to sell you on the idea that somehow I'm not calling those two Nazbuls, right? Because Virgil, Texas was uncomfortable, right? They did travel in those circles, right? So there's some connection there. There's some culpability there, but I don't want to give you the idea that like they are on the same page as Sam Hyde and $1 Million Extreme, because they're not. Rebel Girl 2 goes off, right? It's Sam Hyde and his troupe called $1 Million Extreme, and the kind of jokes that they were telling were like jokes where you're hearing somebody talk about video games. And he's just sounding more like a school shooter, like, just incel-y kind of, like, you can operate in a on a level. He's talking about the world. He's talking about reality in the language of first-person shooters, right? And the joke there is that, like, okay, well, there's an extended metaphor here. There's probably something funny, but it's just like somebody going off and being scary, right? The joke is that the comedian telling the joke is maybe a shooter, and maybe you should be afraid of him. That's the joke, right? With that first one, Sam Hyde comes up, and his joke is even funnier, right? Sam Hyde told a joke about a gay man who never existed. Not a real person, not something that actually happened. But it's a story of a gay man purposefully spreading HIV amongst as many people as he possibly can. And now this is a certain format of a joke, right? That was common in the 2010s, that had been, like, maybe even in the 2000 aughts too, right? And the idea of this joke is that you start off and it sounds like you're about to say something racist. It sounds like you're about to say something homophobic, right? But the audience is savvy. They're comedy connoisseurs, and they know about this type of joke, and they know how this type of joke works. There's going to be a turn. You're going to say something, it's going to sound a little iffy, it's going to sound a little off, and then at some point you're going to turn, you're going to twist, and then the joke becomes, yeah, because I'm actually gay myself, right? Or something like that, right? That's the standard format of this, right? So Sam Hyde abuses this format to tell his joke where there is no turn. It's literally just like something that somebody who wanted to get gay people hurt would say. Like, it's anti-gay hatchet prop, and there's never a turn. And that was the joke. You thought there was going to be a turn. You thought that there was going to be some mitigating factor here. No, I am just lying about a non-existent person in a way that would make you afraid of gay people, in a way that would make you think that gay people are trying to put people at risk for diseases and stuff like that. Like it's just gross. It's just absolutely gross. They did a show together and worked on a documentary. Alex was I have not seen that one. I've not seen that particular. Wait, you mean Chapo and Sam Hyde? And Sam Hyde, if like today, is the darling of the, I don't even know what you want to call it. I almost want to say the alt-right commentary pipeline or something like that, right? Because not all these dudes are straight up Nazis, but in general, like commentary is an absolute cesspool when it comes to YouTube, and Sam Hyde is like their favorite dude. They decided that they love Sam Hyde's Nazi ass, and that they hate iDubbbz. So yeah, that's where you might have heard of Sam. Red Scare and Alex Jones. Oh, okay, thank you. Please hit that like button. It really helps. Yeah, it absolutely does. 4 away from 30. Oh my god, not doing that well today. Chat, I know there's more of you in YouTube chat than that. Come on, give me some numbers here.
Bronner try to force
Let's make
himself
this
onto
happen.
another party member onto former party executive director Zana Day, who confirmed
Don't scare me like this.
the allegations
in other words.
herself. Numerous party board members were
Yeah,
apparently
they're not Nazis. They're just
forced out
semi-Nazis.
for encouraging investigations into the allegations and questioning whether Bronner was still fit to lead the party. After the allegations were made public, the party's social media accounts attacked and smeared those questioning the party's leadership actions. Other former party volunteers and
I
members.
saw Hinkle's speech at some conservative youth convention. It was so strange because he started up hyping China. Yeah, you're supposed to hype Russia. You're supposed to hype Russia, not China.
Members have accused the party leadership of lacking democratic organizational processes, having opaque finances, and being generally disrespectful, manifesting sometimes in ableism and racism, which, by the way, they get into a lot on Twitter. They came out recently and said MLK would be anti-woke.
Who said
They're
that?
always doing that shit, the conservatives. But I mean, like, yet again, I just want to reiterate,
So-
isn't this the same
hold on.
Cornell West? I just
He's
want
gonna
this
move
is
over
quick.
that.
This is quick. No, your belly, I know.
Who did
But
it
like,
for?
hold on, like, just like,
Yeah, thank you, Chromatic Mage, and thank you, Vidingale. Thank you for hyping me up on YouTube. I really appreciate it. Oh my god, I can't even say their names, Shaxby, but I know exactly who you're talking about.
it's the same Cornell West. It's a quick point. The same Cornell
Look,
West.
chat, I had a chance yesterday to get into a fight with a toxic, like, 4chaner lolicon type, right? And this is somebody that I find, like, so cringe that I think it's funny, and I think that you would appreciate them too. However, right, and they did quote retweet me, so they did come for, you know, they did ask for it, right? However, I know that if I go back and forth with this person, that they're gonna get obsessed with me. These are the stalker doxer types, so I just let them go, and I'm not even gonna say their name right now, but yeah, they're
that wanted to go on hand in hand, buddy up with Jimmy Dore for the People's Party in 2022. This is the same Cornell West, right? Dr. Cornel West, sorry. Anyway, Lee, sorry. Because I know.
This the you said, because that is what conservatives do all the time.
With
The
MLK.
People's Socialist Party said that Martin Luther King would be against woke stuff.
The People's Party, their official Twitter account. Hold on, hey son,
So-
Aaron, please zoom in slow motion. Unconscious just now. Do this. please hit a slow motion and a freeze frame. Unconscious.
and
Just have to say that you're fine and you're not really fine.
Cornel West is the one that had the very strong analysis for imperialism in drones and things like that for Obama, right?
Yeah.
So and let's rewind this real fast. What the hell he said specifically about Ron DeSantis? What did he say?
He said that Ron DeSantis is exhibiting the spirit of a revolutionary by changing these fucking standardized tests to include more old white men. That's a pretty fair explanation
That's the nice
of it.
version.
That's the nicest.
That's the
That's the
nice
nicest version I can give you.
That's the new King James right there.
And I'm gonna say this too. I'm gonna add context to that. I'm gonna add context
And
to
hold
that.
on, what's important is he said it. The op-ed dropped May 12th.
And here's the thing, he sits, correct me if I'm wrong, Cornel West sits on the board of that organization. And here's something. Now, most of these education companies and whatnot, because I run a nonprofit, most of these education companies, like the people who run the SATs, people who run the ACTs and whatnot, when you run a nonprofit, your board is not supposed to be paid. The only people whose boards kind of are still getting paid are these education companies. So he's very likely getting a check from co-signing this shit with Jeremy Tate and whatnot and the classical learning test nonsense. Like, he's very likely being paid to publicly come out and support this.
So Dr. Cornel West, you're saying, is actually just using the talking points. And because he's getting, he's getting money. You said it's a cash grab. And because he sits on the board, It's like it's a connection. So you do this for me, I got you, kind of thing. You don't really have to believe it, but just get in the paper, say something about it a little bit, and then we all win. Is this what you're telling me? Is this because
today, Brother West said, "I thank my dear brother."
Oh God, this tweet.
The Russell, is this Russell Brand?
And if you say Ronaldo DeSantis, I'm done.
No, it's not Ron DeSantis.
So scared.
It's not that bad, but it's still bad.
I love the fear in the room.
You going real slow, my anxiety.
I thank my dear brother Russell Brand for
Not
providing.
Westbrook.
Doctor Strange takes I love it, River Rune.
Not Wilson.
Russell Brand.
Same QAnon on Russell Brand. This way he announced the shit.
Russell Brand.
You talking about Brand
yes.
there in London?
Yes.
The whole
Russell
Brand.
Brand for providing the stage for my presidential announcement.
Look at Conscious. Zoom in on Conscious again.
Hey, Conscious.
Your belly hurting, I
He
know.
said, hold
Your
on,
belly
Conscious.
hurting.
Conscious. And here's the final. Hey, here's the hook, line, and sinker.
That editor is really utilizing Conscious's takes, Conscious's reactions to what they're saying to quite an extent. He never been familiar with Cornell West, but I have heard some good things about him. It's sad to hear all these bad. Yeah, me too. Like, right? I've seen him on interviews. I've seen him talk to people. I know he was in Charlottesville marching against all the Nazis, right? And that he gave the people that came in there to the anti-fascist that came in there to protect him and the other people there, like he gave them the credit. That's not a lot of people that'll stand with our troops, right? In public, not a lot of public personas that'll do that, right? But yeah, there was like a whole nother side of Cornell West. Like in 2011, he was praising Ronald Reagan. More recently, he's been getting in bed with Ron DeSantis, not literally, figuratively, which is probably even worse, right? But in terms of supporting his weird, let's reemphasize dead white men in our education, proposal, his weird standardized test that he wants to replace the SAT with. Lighting game is on point. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you appreciate that. I appreciate you, Really Hot Compost. I appreciate all of your feedback.
He is a progressive gem.
Good or bad?
Exclamation.
The same feeling that I had for Kanye, where I was just like, oh, college dropout, oh,
No,
I'm not saying he's ill. I'm saying let him fucking go. Let the man fucking go. Let the man do him. He's doing it.
Say let him go. Listen, Foreign, and when you say let him go, are you saying like, it's a toxic ex, let him go? Or are you saying like, let him go out there and figure it out, and we gonna take him back?
Don't go back for the dick. Don't go back. Don't go
No,
back.
all right. Let me play Angel's
Look
Advocate
at
for
the
a second.
heartbreak, yo, please.
Yo,
Aaron,
Conscious.
play
We
a
gotta
sad violin.
Conscious
Play
face
a
gotta be
violin.
the
Me and Conscious are probably a
thumbnail.
little bit in the same boat right now because y'all hit me with a lot, and I just don't
No,
know.
because Rebecca today, me and Rebecca talked this morning. Rebecca was like, we love Brother West. We've had him on our show.
I wasn't like,
I
yeah.
was like, me too. Me too.
FAMU, we talk about Dr. West. This is Dr. Cornell. Dr. Cornell West, baby. We don't just be out here talking about Cornell. No, there's a lot of respect. But at the end of the day, like I said on my show earlier this morning, hey, I don't care. When you run for president, now I got to look at you different. Now I got to really go in and I have to see you for who you are. We have to
What
start
would make
looking,
him say Russell Brand is a progressive gem?
Now, come on now.
That's it.
Everybody, you really...
So
what's up?
It's such a throwaway comment too. Like, what the hell? You called him a gem? Like, what is the Steven Universe? Like, what is this? Right? It's just such a weird thing. That's like something that my mom says. Oh, she's a gem. I love her. Right? And that's what she says about somebody she doesn't really like. That's what I mean about it. It sounds like a throwaway comment. Like, it doesn't sound super sincere. If you really want to, shout out Russell Brand, because you think he's got great takes, he's got great politics, that I would think that you'd find something else other than a Jim to call him. I don't know. There, like I don't even know what's behind that. I see him give great insights for years, but somehow I didn't hear all of this other shit. Me neither. I am in the same boat, River Rune. I'm in the same boat, because like when I started to hear this shit about DeSantis and the People's Party and all this other stuff, I wanted to say, well, maybe he just doesn't know, and this is like, he's messing up for the first time. But no, apparently he's been messing up for years and years and years, and I just wasn't aware of it. There are good things about Cornell West. He has said good things in the past. He's brought important issues to attention, but apparently the sides that come with that entree are not good. Are not good. So yeah, I am right there with you.
Let me play Angel's Advocate for a second.
All right.
And
a lot of older leftists have a ton of baggage, which is why we need more young leftist leaders that are not tainted by Vosh and the vote blue no matter. Oh my God, Vosh is going to ruin a whole generation, right?
Let's go positive.
Can you imagine when like Keffels is running for like governor? Wait, it wouldn't be governor. Governor of Canada. Yes, governor of Canada. That's what Keffels will run for.
For a moment, right? Here's the reality of who Cornell is in the moment. He is this cycle's Bernie Sanders figure. And in that regard, no matter how much fuckery we have just went over and how much more fuckery we will probably have to engage in as we continue to dissect his recent behavior, because there's worse shit that I've heard about, to be honest with you. I don't know if Olay has called.
Tell.
No, I'm leaving it out.
Yeah.
I'm going to Google it.
At the gate.
Hold on. I'm going to come back to the worst shit. No, I'm not. I'm not going to come back to the worst shit. I'm playing Angel's Advocate.
No, FD.
So let me finish. His role right now is to inject the popular discourse on electoral politics with a more overtly leftist lens. And that's what Bernie did in 2016 and 2020. And while I never was a huge Bernie fan, I have to...
Third parties are more viable in Canada for the coalition minority government. Yeah, Canada's system is completely different. See him give great insights for years.
To credit the fact that Bernie created such a movement that it pushed a large chunk of millennials my age and younger, which I'm assuming is y'all, to re-engage with overtly leftist politics in a way.
Is it overtly leftist because he says it is? Because so far he said DeSantis has a revolutionary spirit. I haven't heard no platform, no policies.
And let me ask, I have not heard about
Slim Daddy, that's what I've been saying. Yeah, if he ran in the Democratic primary, that's what Ole said that too, right? I would support him. He's an idiot for running third party. He's definitely an idiot for running the People's Party. We'll put a pin in that, right? Because we're gonna watch something later that like indicates that maybe he's considering not doing the People's Party. The unfortunately the party that's coming up as a replacement is the Green Party, which has its own issues. But yeah, maybe not as bad as the People's Party.
No policy. I want to know. Here's my thing. Just like Rebecca said, when you're running for president, I gotta look at everything you do. I gotta look at everything you said. I know some bullshit Biden said back in 74.
Wait, I just missed. Yeah, you're right. He did say that, didn't he? Bernie's not a Bernie fan.
Or I'm still pissed off about. Let me tell you something. If you're running for president, you're running for everybody's child president. So what does Dr. Cornell West think about the surge in reproductive rights being taken from women in this country? What does he plan to do about that? So
if I had Dr. West on Bird Brains, right? That's the kind of question I would answer. I would ask. That's the kind of question that I would ask, because that gets to the heart of it right there, right? You're being friendly with Ron DeSantis. What do you think about DeSantis' abortion ban? How do you feel about that? How do you square that, right? Like, where are you at as far as the abortion issue? For one, that's a great litmus test. That's because sometimes when you take up issue with people about supporting people, they'll be like, this sounds like guilt by association. You just want me to be friends with people that are your friend. This is just they'll be like, do you have anything specific? And you can be like, yeah, I got something specific. How about that abortion ban? How about there's so many ways you could go with this, right? How about the don't say gay bill? Are you cool with that, Cornell? Is that something that you support? Do you think that maybe DeSantis is it might be a bad thing? I don't know. Like let's see, like, because then you find out, did he really just like not know this shit? Did he somehow miss it? Or does he not care? I very much doubt he supports it, but being complacent with it is also problematic. And, I want to know, are you complacent or are you ignorant? And look, maybe all these people, because these are probably the kind of questions people have been asking him. Maybe these questions have finally, maybe this is what has spurred him to take another look, reconsider the People's Party thing. But I'm amazed that it got this far, right? I'm amazed that nobody that that he's friends with like had a conversation about the People's Party with him, right? If it really is just that, like, he didn't know this stuff, right? It's just a little bit hard to, it's hard to square that. Besides realizing he was never a radical as we thought, we realized that Dr. West is like not even a political literate. Oh my God. See, like, I don't want to say it, right? And I don't know. I really can't tell you what's going on. People want to know, who do you, oh my God, Sarah. Okay, that's the second like frameable chat of the night. People want to know, do you fuck with that pudding? That's the question right there. What about the pudding, Dr. West? What about the pudding?
You stand on education outside.
Look at the devil. Look at Cornell West. They trying to hold him back. That's Cornell West trying to stop him. Cornell West trying to silence you.
Gabrielle, listen, it's given. She's still going. All right.
Wait, what happened?
Sis Cornell West tried to silence you.
We don't know. Where
Cornell West tried to silence you.
Because the way that it was cutting out just now, but where he stands.
You sound like a Missy Elliott song just now.
In that video he dropped, though, it was giving, like I said, black exploitation. Okay, I got that feel like, listen, y'all, I'm just running for the People's Party. I ain't running for the right and I ain't running for the left. I'm like, okay, so you're not running for the right or for the left. He did mention something about black women, health. He mentioned those things that we know black people are fighting for every day. And we know that because of his position and a lot of what he's fought for, a lot of what he's taught. A lot of his philosophy surrounds that, and it's stuff that we all fight for every day, talk about. But it's like, okay, if you're saying that it's not on, you can't relate to what the right does, you can't relate to what the left does, because you are critical of how they move. So you're running for the People's Party. But what exactly does that mean? I just felt like it was in the 2-minute long video. It was just very, it was Russell Brand. Is that his name? It was Russell
Brand.
I also, in general, as another, like, more unexplored point, I don't know how I feel. Like, even if let's say the People's Party wasn't riddled of a million fucking reasons why that's not the party to be supporting. The founder is a rampant sexual abuser, all kinds of, and foolishness, the buffoonery. But let's say it wasn't. I don't know if in general, the guy is some Nick Brown or whoever's the founder, let's say some other person without these allegations. It's just some young, some white guy. What is revolutionary about our black, like, intellectual leaders or whatever it is, joining some white guy's party he created in 2017 and ain't done bullshit, what the fuck about that is, I don't understand that. Nobody but me. I don't feel like that's given revolution.
It's not.
I can't believe that he at least didn't talk to Bernie.
It's not getting revolution. Y'all know you know what's about to happen. This nigga gonna run. He gonna talk a good game. Then he gonna endorse Biden in October or some shit. It's gonna feel like a waste of time.
Let me speak, man. Sorry.
Let Conscious.
Conscious ain't talking about.
Conscious, please talk.
I think that the more I think about this and processing, it's just like Dr. Cornell West coming off as being real anti-intellectual and real lazy from a political standpoint. I'm thinking of this speech I heard Dr. Michael Eric Dyson do when he was talking about Barack Obama. He said something real smooth. I heard this shit not about 17, 18, but he said something like, I will not allow for my cultural pride to override the political accountability. And it's just like the thing that I'm hearing from all of us right here is like, hey, Pete Gang, culturally, nigga, we've been proud of you. We didn't heard about you our entire lives because of what you've been able to do for the black tradition in terms of academia. You trying to run for president? Now we're talking about politics. And I think the political, I'm just thinking of like, fam, you the way you fold your leftist legacy ideas with your conservative mumbo jumbo, not conservative, Christian mumbo jumbo, it really be coming out to me is like being like real slippery. And the more y'all talk, the more it's like I'm ready. I think I'm confident to go full blown.
And let me tell you how else I know he on some bullshit conscience. I'm gonna go ahead and give it to you. You, after all these years, Dr. Cornell West, you finna link up with Tavis Smiley. You finna come out there gay.
Wait, that name sounds familiar. Who is Tavis Smiley? I've heard of that name. Who is this?
With Tavis Smiley doing some radio show.
They both hated Obama though.
Okay.
They both hated. And let me be clear. I want to put some.
He done told us what the heart it is.
I'm gonna put it out there.
Wait. No, I remember. Like, it was an infomercial for a blender. Yeah, it was like a blender, and you could either put some fresh fruit and whatever in there and make a smoothie. Or you could make juice in there, or you could make a soup, right? He was I remember this. Tavis Smiley, he was like advertising, like, look, I gotta admit, okay, like, I think I bought one of his blenders. I think that's where I recognize. I feel like such a. You can make fun of me. You you have my permission to make fun of me. I think I bought I got my mom to buy a Tavis Smiley blender because I thought it was so cool. It's like you could put tomatoes and soup stuff in there and blend it up really good and just leave it running. And because you know how when a blender runs for too long, it heats up. He was selling this as this is also a soup machine, right? You want a nice soup? Get a blender, right? Just leave it on for extra long. Don't worry about the stove. Don't do you don't need to mess with the microwave, anything like that. No, just leave it on, leave it blending. And I think that, yeah, you see, he lost his show to Me Too. He lost his infomercial show. What was he? Did he do something before infomercials? Are you happy with your blender purchase? I guess I ate a lot of soups out of that blender. I ate a fair number of smoothies out of that blender. Tavis. I mean, I guess if he got Me Too'd, I'm not gonna ask him for the affiliate sponsorship, but I need something to make my show. I need some kind of sponsor to fill this the financial sort of void that I'm living in right now. Get me on the phone with maybe the blender people dropped him. I'm guessing if he got Me Too'd, he probably got dropped by the blender people. Yeah, it was making a soup for me. You just leave it on for 15 to but it's as I think about it, I feel so silly because it's okay, so if you have to leave it on for that long, why not just take your blender and pour it into a pan and cook it on the stove? Because I don't really now when I look back at Raid soup blenders, there we go. Do you all want to buy some blenders? Do you all want to make some soup with me and just leave that blender on for hours and hours until it heats up nice and you get a nice steamy, hot, BPA laden tomato soup? Hopefully the tomato acid won't pull out the BPA extra from the plastic. See, now that I'm thinking of it, I'm why didn't I hold out for a glass pitcher smoothie? Oh, because I would break it. Because I break everything. This is my problem, chat. This is my curse. Everything, I break it. These glasses, I broke them. There's this little thing, one of these, it's supposed to have a pad on it, and it broke off, and I literally can't find a replacement because these glasses are so freaking... it's not I tried to get custom glasses, but apparently I got the glasses that they don't carry spare parts for. And I had to have the old lady glasses. I had to have the 1920s chick glasses, right? No, the BPA gives it extra flavor. That's what I feel like. Yeah, that's how I roll. We're a BPA positive household here.
I was a big Obama fan. And I remember side-eyeing Cornell when he was going after Obama, even though I didn't have a single good argument against what he was saying.
Yeah. Wait, so can somebody contextualize this? Because I don't remember Cornell going after Obama. Was this happening? Was he coming at Obama in favor of Hillary? Right, because that was the primary, right? Obama, Hillary, and then there's no primary, there's no real primary, in his reelection, and then you have the train wreck of an election that's like ruined all of our lives. What if, chat? What if somehow you could go back in time? I don't know. Flip the button on random chance and like, you know, keep like, I'm just asking, chat, if we didn't have Trump, would we have had COVID? That's a spicy take. That's a ridiculous thing for me to say. Why do I feel that way? I know that this is coming from a place. This is not coming from a place of reals. This is definitely coming from a place of feels. I have no reason to think that like anything that Trump did, you know, caused the public health event that we all just experienced. And I don't know about you, chat. Can we stop for a second? I never get to just like stop and talk to you about something. Like, how are we doing? How are we doing? Because, like, this has been a lot to go through. And I wasn't entirely conscious of it at the time, but I feel like I was not okay for, like, a lot of that, right? I feel like I suppressed a lot of, like, emotions about, like, you know, what I was dealing with, the fear, the way that everybody just kind of changed, you know, and like, as you expect it, right? Being like, you know, going through something like that. If that doesn't change you, there's something like wrong with you, I guess. But it would have still been a disaster under Hillary. No, I want to think that somehow it wouldn't have happened. I know that's not true. But it feels like it. It feels like Donald Trump getting elected was like the first of a series of unfortunate events that culminated in that thing. I'm just talking about feels. Please understand me here. I'm not actually, like, I do not actually, like, literally support, I do not have any reason to think this. It just kind of feels like that as bad as Hillary was, that like any other president, that would have never happened under. It's obviously not true. It's obviously not true. My entire political ideology and gender completely dissolved and came back together again. Yeah, you know what definitely wouldn't have happened? Roe being overturned. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Over the last 3 years, yeah. Would MAGA have just died on the vine? I don't think so, right? MAGA would still be in full effect, wouldn't it? Like, they're not just gonna like hang up they're not gonna burn their red hats and like hang up their signs. And COVID still would have happened under Clinton, but the spread wouldn't have been as rampant or severe, nor would the misinformation spread as rapidly. Trump winning was definitely a catastrophe, especially for the Supreme Courts. Yeah. Tea Party, it would have died and changed. Oh, it was a shift back to racist America. You mean like the Tea Party would have died and changed? And also, if you're not already following Shakespeare, go ahead and give Shakespeare a follow. MAGA would have shriveled up and died on the vine. Huh. I could see that, but I mean, like, I could also see it just metastasizing into something more conspiracy based, which it did anyway. Like, Trump being in the White House, Trump not being in the White House, like, it doesn't seem to affect the rate at which conspiracies spread and get adopted and get accepted. You know, there's right-wingers right now that like, if I try to talk to them about what was wrong with what Nick Merckx said. Nick Merckx, of course, former spokesperson for Subway, if I'm remembering correctly, former Subway spokesperson, famous for losing a lot of weight, eating only Subway and holding up the pants, and that, I think that's who Nick Merckx was. But yeah, we were talking about, like, right, if I try to talk about that to them, a lot of them are going to send me an image And it's going to be, it's either going to be a photoshopped image that makes it look like somebody was trying to involve children in like a kink event, right? And then when you look at the shadows, it's like, that's clearly photoshopped. Like, what do you think? What are you doing? Like, what's going on here, right? Or it's going to be, you know, like something that's not from Pride, sometimes not even involving queer people, but they just got this image and they got the willingness to go with it, to think that that's what's happening here, is that like these weird gay people are putting children in inappropriate, you know, situations, which that's not happening, right? Any kind of kink event is going to be bothered by the presence of like, you know, underage people in close proximity. That is not, you know, that's not what people are looking for, you know, there. And for them to think that it is in and of itself queerphobic, is associating being queer with things that have nothing to do with being queer, right? And things that really the right needs to look for in their own church, in their own family, right? If you want to protect the children, there's a lot more children that you'll protect by, you know, taking interest in what's going on in your church, by taking interest in what's going on in you know, your scouting group, right? There's so many ways that children have been hurt, and they're not concerned with any of those. They're concerned with taking all that shit and blaming it on LGBT people because they're homophobic. And they can't deal with their own shit. They can't deal with the fact that some of their relatives are the ones that hurt children, right? And some of them probably ran interference when that shit came out. Like, I'm sick of hearing this demonization. I'm sick of these witch hunts, okay? I'm sick of them being unable and unwilling to face their own bullshit. This shit happens in your communities. It's happening right now. And you're focused at Kink on Pride. You're focused at some drag queen or something like that, right? Well, there's real world harm being done to real children right now by people that you fucking trust. And that trust is the other side of the coin for your distrust of the queer community. You trust the wrong people, and that's what's getting kids hurt. And your witch hunt is doing nothing but enabling that further. If you're serious about protecting children, let's start where the harm is happening. We need to face up to this at some point as a society, okay? It's not that there's not harm being done to children. It's that they're unwilling to stop it from happening because they have social connections with the people doing it. And they would rather, like, create fucking conspiracy theories, like Photoshop pictures to lie about queer people than face the fact that, you know, you trusted the wrong people. And that's how that harm happened.
But but I also still will hold this take. It was still very much clearly.
I know, it's weird for me to.
What's the word? Petty.
I recognize that theatrically, it's a strange choice for me to bounce on the trampoline directly after such a rant, but I don't know. Please understand, it's what I do. Propaganda got these morons by the balls. They don't care about children. They were totally okay with the Children's Hospital in Boston getting threats. Yeah. Children that are very sick and need treatment are there. Yeah. Many Normans that I know of have gotten completely brainwashed into believing if you are LGBT, oh my God. Yeah, there it is. There it is right there. Yeah, just like it's like I said, there's two sides to that coin. They're distrusting people that they should have no reason to distrust, and they're trusting people that they have no business trusting.
Like, yeah. It was like these big political issues, but it also still felt very petty.
Balancing definitely helps. Well, I mean, I'm glad you could tell that. I'm glad you could tell that it's helping me with my emotional regulation. They'll leave their kids with hetero strangers, no questions asked, without teaching their kids about consent. But queer people existing on the streets is a center of a problem. I got Hillary's fiction book. She wrote Hillary. What? Oh yeah. Wait. What was it called? I feel like I vaguely remember this. It's a fantasy of her being Trump's Secretary of State and working on the inside to limit the damage? Okay, I don't remember this. I do not remember this. When did this happen? Whoa, she wrote a book? Wow, okay. I was thinking we should start a campaign called Let Kids Be Kids and have LGBTQ people talk about all the conservatives who wouldn't let them just be kids. Oh yeah, wait, yeah. That actually, that could be like a meme, right? I don't know. Do they call that a meme? It wouldn't be exactly a meme on TikTok. Is different. It'd be like if you're using the same like sound behind it or something. Don't kink shame Hill Dog. Facts. These people whine about LGBT people and children while they ignore thousands of kids abused in every denomination of church. Bouncing or rocking stem is what I do when I'm emotional too anyway. Okay, so if it's not too weird of a show. I was just like thinking, like, you know, because like streaming is, there's things that I like about streaming. Like there, in some ways, like it does seem like maybe I would be better suited to be a video essayist, and you know, hopefully there is some of that coming up in the future, some video essays for y'all. But at the same time, the nice thing about the streaming format is it lends itself to a kind of improvisational performance art, which is really always been what I strive for, right? Like, not in the sense of like, you know, performance art has this like reputation of being like, I'm gonna be hanging from a ceiling naked with whipped cream dripping off me or something, like, right? That's what you think of when you think of like performance art. But really, honestly, like even just like a monologue, you know, any kind of instance of a person being in front, like a lot of performance art is just like somebody sitting down and like going off, right? Like I guess Spalding Gray. I feel like as I say Spalding Gray, I'm like, there's probably something that I don't know about Spalding Gray that I'm gonna like not like. Well, we got a Vince McMahon in the chat, in emote form at least. In emote form. What's up with Vince McMahon? He stepped back into the WWE, right? What is going on? Why didn't he have some like weird? Didn't he have some scandal? Wasn't there some Vince McMahon based scandal at some point? But yeah, and they're selling the WWE to the like, what, they're combining it with the UFC and selling it to the Saudi Arabia or something? He has a living scandal.
That Cornell made that his thing after all them years, after he was supported.
The veritable Dylan Burns of his time.
Obama. And so it makes perfect sense for him to connect to Tavis, because Tavis, that was his move too.
Here we go, Tavis Smiley.
Let me tell you why it don't make sense.
Yo, chat, I didn't realize I stun locked. Listen, if I ever stun lock too long, let me know, right? But this all started with the soup and Tavis Smiley. And what is going on? Who is Tavis Smiley though? I like, they're acting like this guy is like a sussy baka. I only know him from the soup. But these were infomercials, so who knows what else he got up to? His wife was in Trump's government, I think.
Because they go back to what Olay said. Why is homeboy?
Oh yeah, Linda McMahon,
who's founded the People's Party? You got all these sexual assault allegations, baby. PBS fired Tavis Smiley a year ago for them sexual
PBS. So he's like a
assault allegations. Why is everybody around you on some bullshit? That's how I know you on
Was
some
he on the news there?
Bullshit. Not Cornell West.
I forgot about Tavis.
They just fired Tavis last year.
And Tavis had shit like that beforehand, though, because that's what got him on BET, wasn't it?
So Tavis Smiley has a radio talk show. Okay, so he didn't like Obama, right? In Obama v. Hillary, and he didn't, and he like was on. He got Me Too'd and kicked off of PBS. Oh my God, Buffy Geek! Thank you for the resub. Much appreciation, meow meow. 20 months. Yeah, and I need to give you, all of you that have like many month subscriptions, I feel like I need to add a few more Persona 2 faces at this point.
Years.
Yeah.
Sure. PBS is fine.
PBS fired him last year for that.
You know,
It isn't looking good.
it's not.
And here's the thing: we're on day one. We're on day one.
Wait.
We're
I
on
really
day
thought
So
one.
he still does have a radio podcast.
We're gonna be more 50-50.
No.
This is all bad.
But
No, I told you. We
Let me
said
tell
he's
you.
smart. We said be proud of him. We said we're proud of him.
We're very proud. See, this is the thing.
Initially,
He's now running for president, and this is where it gets different because we have to start looking at him for who he is. We're not little
That's just like how
17-year-olds.
people loved.
We are now trying to know, okay, who the hell is trying to be president?
I
We're
love that
grown.
about black
Yeah,
people.
I got all hung up on the soup.
I really love about how black people literally can decide this is totally okay once you are in this lane. But the minute, like, you know what I think is so funny? Everybody knew. I literally remember this, right? My wife, because remember, there was a time they loved Kamala, right? Even though I know Kamala's a cop and all of that. But I remember this. My white friend.
And there was a time that we loved Twitch back before there was so many ads, like the way that there's an ad at the top and the bottom of every hour, an ad that you can get out of, that you can escape for the low price of only $5. But understanding that for some people, that low price of $5 is still a little bit too much. There are other ways. If you have an Amazon Prime, you can connect it to Twitch, thus forming what we call a Prime sub that you can donate to the streamer of your choice. Hopefully it's me, right? And the other thing that I would say, especially to you lurkers that are lurking and you're experiencing those ad breaks quite regularly, there's a reason, right? And that's because nobody sees you lurking. If you want to get the possibility of a gift sub, then the best thing to do is de-lurk for at least a little while and appear as a name in chat. You know, appear as a name with no icon by it. That is what people looking to give gift subs are looking for. So those are there we go. I gotta work that in somehow, right? Look, I may not be Tavis Smiley. I may not be able to sell blenders to impressionable cat girls, but I still I still got it.
I was so excited, like, Kamala's gonna run for president. Black people. I said, listen to me. The minute she announces she running for president, niggas are gonna say that bitch is a cop. Like, they're gonna say, fuck no, it's different. You can be like, you could be a regular you could say you switched up as a general politician and be on Twitter, and that's real cute. Now what? Where you trying to be? The white whale? No.
It's been nothing but smoke,
And I
presses,
really
and
like-
vibes ever since
it's
she
like
got
Cor-
up in there.
Because we already
'Cause if you
voted,
just
we
being
already
an
voted for the
intellectual,
black person.
People don't click links, no way. If he just out there being a public intellectual, reading, writing, we didn't even know about that op-ed dropped until now. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, it's fine. We're not looking into, we know who our black intellectuals are. We know the race. We're not keeping up. We know. And we're like, yo, you're fine. Carry on smartly. It's only when they come in our face with announcements talking about they running for shit. We're like, wait. There are two Dementors trying to take on Biden who could already barely stay alive. Like, for the White House, okay? The block is hot. No, maybe not now.
And we're not doing
It
that
just hit
thing
me that this
anymore.
whole thing. Go ahead, Conscious. Go ahead.
I'm about to say, and then Rebecca, you got it. I'm sorry, Rebecca. I got you called for Rebecca.
I'll say real quick, we're not doing that thing where we're voting. We did that with President Obama. That was like literally almost 10 years ago, right? We are not doing that anymore.
Yeah, so we're talking about Kamala, and the thing about Kamala though is that like she's becoming more and more relevant, even though like people have said that she disappeared for like that this was like an invisible vice presidency, that she just kind of blended in, and you don't hear much from her. Now, yeah, granted, she's not very popular, and as far as running for president, she doesn't poll very well, but she is, I guess, the heir apparent. Like, people keep on typing up Trump versus Biden, and like, I feel like there is a not unsubstantial chance that one or more of those candidates is not going to make it to the election, either because of health reasons, or in Donald Trump's cases, because of the accumulation of the amount of time that he is having to spend in court. Like he said, he was pledged again, even if I get, what did he say? Even if he gets convicted or something, he was still going to run for president. That's the one thing to say that, right? But you, sir, are now the subject of two separate inquiries, one in New York, one in Florida, and there's more to drop soon. Yeah, Georgia we're looking at, and I think there's even more than that, right? that he's gonna be in court for a long time, and I can't imagine how that looks like in a presidential campaign. But to assume that that's not going to have any effect, right? Now, I know, and you know probably, that somebody can run for president from prison, but there's an optics to that I would think probably precludes being able to obtain. You probably need like 47%, right? To have a chance of winning the electoral college. You probably need to win you don't have to win 50% because, you know, the way that it's set up now, I mean, you had 2016 where Hillary got more votes, but Trump got more electors. So it's definitely set up so that it can do that. It can be that way. It can lean to that, you know, lean anti the majority of the vote getter, right? But yeah, I just don't see Trump being able to really campaign the way that one needs to from prison. I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. Maybe, and also the prison thing is a little getting a little ahead of myself there. We don't know if necessarily he would even be convicted by that time. It's anyone's guess, but I do think that he's going to be in court a lot. I do think that he's going to have a lot on his mind. I do think that that's going to probably weigh negatively because these are some real world consequences that he's facing. He's looking down. And he is not a young man, and neither is Biden, right? Neither is Biden, and you know his health could change for the worse anytime. So I wouldn't get too intent on expecting a Trump versus Biden rematch. It might not happen. It really might not. I'm mildly intrigued about how Teflon Don will get out of this one. I put $5 on Trump becoming president and pardoning himself and the Jan 6ers. Yeah, I mean, he can pardon the Jan 6ers for sure. It's an open question whether the legal system would allow a president to pardon himself, but it's a possibility.
Voting because the person is black. No, now we're like, you black and...
We learned that from you, Dr. West.
Yeah, Dr. West.
Conscious.
2023. So it's like, hey, that was 15 years ago. That was damn near 20 years. That was closer to 20 years
We
ago.
all out of them passes.
Baby.
You know what I'm saying? But so for me, I start thinking like, man, the more this conversation goes, it's like we not no fools.
Exactly. And I want to say this in that same vein, Conscious. You are absolutely correct. Because let me tell you something.
Gabrielle is working for the prosecution, okay?
Oh,
Gabrielle,
I don't have no affinity for this man. I don't give a fuck about
the Green Party gave Gabrielle a bag to show up here today and drag him. The Green Party said, Gabrielle,
I don't give a fuck about none of that. I don't care.
I am stateless. I am a Korean PWI. I ain't been to no HBCU.
Love to the HBCU people. I don't have no affinity for that, man. I don't give a fuck about that, man. I'm gonna say it how it is. Now, I believe in everything you said, but in the same vein of what you're saying, every election cycle, Black people are blamed for everything. If your fave loses, Black people fault. If your fave win, Black people still didn't vote hard enough. We vote in the 80, 90 percentiles with them. We vote more than any other minority demographic. But if your fave didn't win, or if your fave didn't win by an acceptable margin, no matter what, it's Black people's fault. And I'm gonna say this: we are absolutely, like Rebecca said, I love what she said about once you run, you are running for president. Now we gotta look at everything you said. Let me tell you something. I'm not with that, Black people gonna save the soul of the country and all this other kind of nonsense. Cornell West is also kind of playing into that where, the soul of the country at stake and whatnot. No, for me, why can't you cater to me? Why can't you pander to me the way you pander to everybody else, the way everybody else gets to be pandered to, the way you get to be? Why can't I be a single issue voter? Why does me voting have to be for the greater good? And we have to vote autonomously for one person or the whole of the earth gonna fall apart. No, I care about certain issues and I want to know what you think about those issues. So I am not with that, I'm gonna vote for the soul of America. We gotta save everybody. No. Pay off my student debt, save my Social Security, and suck my dick. And that's what I got to say.
But listen, speaking of dicks,
Aaron, please put that at the beginning.
I feel like in the same vein of dicks. I think that Dr. West been playing in our face. feel me? Short, and it's good
I love
on
that.
the-
I love how Olimey's able to think of the like notes for the editor like in the moment while it's happening, right? I never think of that, right? Technically, isn't there like a thing where I can make like a stream marker? Isn't there like some kind of thing in Twitch where I can just like mark a time and be like, this was a really good moment in the stream? Do I have that? Twitter, poll, prediction, sub only. Maybe we should go to sub only. No, just kidding. I won't. I'm just kidding, chat. I never go to sub only. We need to do like a stream just for the subs though. I just need to find a time where I can get all the subs together because I feel bad about having a stream and people that sub not. I can clip that. I can clip something. I can hit it. Wait, what does it do? Okay, wait. I'm just gonna try this out. If I hit clip that, clip copied to clipboard. What? Okay, maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't even know. I thought there was some button that I could hit in the Twitch, quick actions menu where I would just like mark the stream so that I remember like a really cool thing happened right then. I don't know what I did. Did I make a clip maybe? You could make clips too if you're a sub, right? If I say anything that is impactful, anything that you want to like kind of save for posterity, anything that you want to remind me that I said that was good, that maybe should have a place on Twitter or on YouTube, you can hit that clip button and clip like a, what is it? Is it I think it's 90 seconds maximum. What's up, Perpetual Code? How are you doing? There's a marker in the API used for breaking up the VOD later, I think. I don't know about Twitch. Oh, okay. Anyway, that's just stuff that I like. Look, Olimey is inspiring me, okay? That's what it is. I see Olimey's overlay, I get inspired, right? I see Olimey making notes for her editor in the midst of the broadcast, I get inspired, right? These are things that I need to adopt into my content strategy. And I know you want to hear inside baseball like this. Let me show you my back end again, chat. Ha ha ha. Oh my God. NCC, famous for showing her back end in Twitch, not even off-site anywhere, any kind of only website that would be only for the fans, that kind of place. You get to see this right on Twitch, right?
I just shared a video on TikTok.
Look at Rebecca. Rebecca feel bad. Rebecca's like, oh, we like Dr. West at our show. I have to get
No, I didn't say that.
Rebecca over there.
Hey, Dr. West was just cheeking up with Candace
Spicy.
Owens talking about.
No, he wasn't.
No, that's not. Go.
Is there video footage
Go to
of this?
TikTok
How
or
can
go
we-
to
how can
YouTube
we
right
verify?
now and type in Dr. West and Candace Owens.
Now,
Candace Owens talking to him and calling him a leftist. And
that is officially the moment where I stop being respectful. No, hey, you know,
Is
you
that
gotta
real?
know what you're like. Hey, I got a
real?
lot of grace. Some things. It's like, is that a crime? That could be harm. You know what I mean? Maybe that's a misstep. Maybe that's a mistake. But you said the minute you said Candace Owens, the factory in my brain just started opening the doors for disrespect. I said, okay,
But it's the same
we
reason.
officially
He did debate
nefarious.
her. He debated her last
He
year.
debated her.
He debated
Oh.
it, but not only but something
Yeah.
very specific happened though, where he's already to me either being strategic and trying to appeal to conservative constituents, or he's already getting into conservative clout chasing grifting type shit. Because what he did to her is legitimize. And let's be real. She has some great criticisms for leftists and liberals.
Candace
Some of them
Owens.
shits, half of it no bullshit and half of it good for consciously.
What?
Right? For me, he really.
Wait, no, did I miss something? Are we talking about Candace? Add markers to your stream via add stream marker. Oh, okay. Thank you, River Rune. Thank you. Yes, you shouldn't be having to tell me this, right? I'm supposed to be professional, and here I am vaping and just being like a general dumbass of like, I don't know how to work my stream. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know. I should just like I should get good. That's the motto of Twitch. Get good. Guess you can add your editors can also use the command. Oh, anybody that has editor can do that. That's a really good reason to have editors. Oh my God. Oh my God, without having to navigate to your dashboard to add a description to your marker using the method add a space after and write your description. Oh, it's a chat command. There's a chat command. Wait, isn't there like a thing that just means Twitch could use a better streamer UI? Wait, let me check this out. Wait, what is the marker? Wait, or like what? Commands? Is that how you do it? No, it's not that. Oh, there's the stream elements commands. How about the Twitch ones? Commands? No, unrecognized commands saying commands. Marker. Yeah, marker description. There we go. That's a thing. Okay, anyway, let's
Justified.
get back to the
and
content.
Gave a lot of credence to damn near all the criticisms towards the left. You know what I'm saying? And it was like, actually, sister, I agree with you when you say this about what you say about the left. I just don't think you should go to the right. And it's like, I'm now thinking about this. It's like, so almost my question would be to almost,
Yeah, I mean, like, if you say that she uses some, like, leftist logic, some leftist ideas, some kind of, like yeah, I guess I see what you're saying, that she does offer, like, what sounds like a leftist critique to the left. I sort of see, I just, like, yeah, like, I mean, to me, that just all seems disingenuous, right? To me, that just, it reeks, like, that's a very Twitch politics thing to do.
say, Uncle Dr. West, how long has you been thinking about doing this president shit? When you,
that's valid.
when you was talking to Candace Owens, was you already thinking about and contemplating on being president?
That answer is no. That answer is no. And let me say something. Going to Candace Owens, that answer is absolutely not.
Rebecca. Okay, Rebecca, you talk, because you was trying to say something.
No. I'm gonna say this. It's not that, it is Dr. West, right? Dr. Cornell West. But like I said, you're not above the criticism that's gonna happen because you want to run for president. I would have loved to know, like you said, Conscious, when you were sitting there talking to Candace, did you know that you were running for president? Now I'm starting to look at these things. Now that you are running for president, I gotta look at you from a different view. I gotta look at you from the three. Now I gotta look at the bones that's falling out your closet. We gotta go digging because we need to know who's gonna be our representation. It's not because you're black. We respect you for everything that you've done. You like Ole said, you were in one lane. We were all like, yeah, Dr. West. I ain't like that too much, but you Dr. West. But as a president, it's gonna be like, no, sir, the kids are hungry. What are you going to do about that? Women's health, black women specifically, what are you going to do about that? As a representation for black people, how are you going to do? We got to know that you're not going to be sitting up there as a black representation like Kamala Harris, who's sitting in that seat and said that America isn't racist, but yet put something in place for Asians to be protected from harm and hate crime. This is what we need to. These are the conversations that we need to know. We need to know who you're going to be when you get in that place of leadership as a representation.
Well, he's not trying to be there. He ready to know after he's on.
It's becoming abundantly clear the more I think about this that this don't got shit to do with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
This don't got like especially like as you're talking, like I'm thinking like, all right, so we got in the last 48 hours, in the last month, we got DeSantis, we got this whole wild ass party, we got Russell Brand. He ain't talked to no niggas yet.
Russell Brand do this day.
And Russell Brand is like, Russell Brand is one of them both sides ass niggas, which is like, I'm okay with criticizing. I mean, like, I won't call him a liberal to be like nice, but he definitely one of them both sides free thinker, hydrochloroquine ass niggas. You know what I'm saying? It's like, all right, so it's clear where he's going with this and where this party is leading. They're trying to create a populist leftist movement and I'm not feeling
He
it
was
right
just
now. I'm not feeling it at all.
In your same vein, he is in his essence a provocateur. He's going to a Russell Brand, he's going to a Tavis Smiley because he knows that these are people who are not, even Charlemagne would at least have a couple questions about this on the Breakfast Club. He is going to people who are not going to interrogate this in any real direct way. Where do you stand on these
Russell Brand is the kind of guy who claims to be smart and intellectual, but he really isn't once you hear him speak.
issues?
Yeah.
How do you feel about this?
Yeah,
How do you
like,
plan
to me, okay, like, he just, like he's everything wrong with, like, new age, natural health people in terms of the way that they've slid politically, right? Because you would... Like, right, you wouldn't associate this demographic of people, like people that are, like, really, you know, kind of crunchy, like Russell Brand. You wouldn't normally associate them with Trump, and yet now this association can be made, especially at a certain generation, right? When we're, you know, talking about, like, the Russell Brands of the world, right? You're getting a lot of this, like, this dark confluence between, like, hippies and absolute, like, reactionaries, and it's kind of spooky. That's what I'm saying. Russell Brand scares me.
combat Trump? What do you think about our militarization plan? He's not going to people who, even if he were to go to, if he were serious about this, if he were to go to one of his alma maters, he were to go to Harvard, go to Yale, announce this there, it would give him way more legitimacy, way more oomph behind his campaign. Like, hey, I'm serious about this. He is not looking for legitimacy.
So here's the thing though, and this is not me disagreeing with you, but he's still Dr. Cornell West. He can talk that shit. And this is what's going to happen. He right now, he just all alley-oops with his white folks. Oh, Russell Brand, Ron DeSantis, Candace Owens, whatever. It's all alley-oops. When he gets to Charlemagne, because you best believe Charlemagne's going to interview him about this. He's going to say all the things. And he's gonna he's gonna reel us in. He ain't talked to no niggas yet, because he know I'll get to y'all niggas when I'm ready.
That's so sad.
Because I got exactly what y'all want.
So
and I don't like that either. Because
I don't like that.
Especially
if you don't think you can win. Like, this is my thing. Like, if you doing something, it's one thing.
Wait, did I just ruin that, like, treasure map? Is that not how you do a buried treasure map? It turned into like a regular map, and it's a map of the area for sure. Just like not.
It's one thing in the Obama world when we used to
not particularly useful. It was supposed to be. I think it started as a treasure map, and I somehow like did something that I wasn't supposed to with it. And anyway,
justify. My mommy and everybody used to justify Obama not doing stuff for niggas because it was like, oh, he's in this position where the white people, they expect this, but that we dealing with a winner. We know he knows, everybody knows. Nothing about this is the goal set to win. Regardless of what the reasons are for everything else for running it, he knows he's not going to win. That's not the plan. So if your actual agenda was in any way rooted in doing for us, and you're not planning to win, you're not planning to get that, would you not be talking to the niggas, talking for the niggas, like speaking to those issues?
You need to be on Tamron Hall show. You need to be on Steve Harvey reading the Strawberry Letter somewhere. You need to be up here.
Man. I think FD, I feel like I'm much where we can extend the argument and the analysis that FD made earlier. It's just showing that a lot of the people that come from that generation, that legacy, they still have this desire to be situated amongst whiteness and have a proximity to white people. And this really showing with this political strategy. You have all these great criticisms for Democrats and how Democrats treat niggas as being the afterthought. You're doing that right now. Niggas about to be the afterthought.
Damn, he is.
That's what I'm saying.
All the things.
That's real tea. Like,
what? In August?
I agree.
September?
I agree with it.
I want us to.
He got to the end of the week. When this drop?
Oh, I'm gonna put it on by like Thursday, Friday is the black.
All right, give him till.
Dr. Cornell West, he should have, like you said, I'm sorry on this one, okay? Sorry to that man, because that's Dr. Cornell West, baby, the speaker for the black folks. He done did some things wrong, and we was like, all right.
I remember Katy Perry stating that he was smart and opened her mind. I guess she didn't mean that much since they broke up. Yeah, wasn't there that movie that was like, didn't he do a movie where it was basically like the character that his character was like divorcing was basically Katy Perry, and like
It's Dr. Cornell West now, okay? And now look, you should have been out the gate with black folks. You should have been, like you said, on Tamron Hall. You should have been talking to Simone over there at MSNBC or wherever she at. You should have been talking to them people. And here you go.
He's not ready for them questions. He's not ready for this to be interrogated.
I think he is, though. That's a scary thing, because like we're super critical, but like we're not the norm in this conversation.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I know, because the shade room don't know no better, and that's what breaks my heart, because I swear to God, it really upset me. And I seen a couple of also don't know nothing niggas encouraging them, because they hear people's party and they hear, independent third party, blah, blah, blah. They're not on Twitter, they don't know nothing, and they're not going to look into it. It's just like,
they black folks.
Yo, they super
the
here
whole
for it.
party is pulling, this is the fucking Democrats. This they playbook. Fuck, I ain't even peeped that initially.
No, it's really what it's coming down to, and that's the reason why the reason why I'm kind of annoyed is just like, hey, you've given us a lot of tools to be able to use, and you acting like the old school teacher that's now pissed off that you didn't educate the students so much, and now you have to be held accountable for the very tools you didn't taught us how to sharp with. Don't teach me how to swing this goddamn knife, and you don't know when I swing it at your ass how to do it. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, a word.
Smiley, in a lot of those black, old school, conservatives, moderate, liberal, they really buying into, I feel like, the alt-right pipeline. The alt-right pipeline.
What's the white apologist for me on the left side?
Yo, and to something else you said earlier, Conscious.
Generational. Now the culture war is being generational, and now Cornell West is literally linking up with people he's been fighting with since I'm 32 years old. Nigga, you've been fighting with them motherfuckers for 50 years.
Hey.
You got beef with me and young folks. They got smoke for you, and now all of a sudden, you linked up with a party that said that Martin Luther King would be against the woke movement.
Yes, and what concerns me, right, is you saying like you want to give it the bit. Like I wish that he was somebody like a Biden, where I'm like, that man not really even alive. Like he's a zombie. Like he's always not there. But it's clear. He's operating. He has all the wherewithal, and that concerns me. If last year you was chopping it up with Candace Owens and being like, agreeing to criticisms of the left, because if you doing that, that's consistent with you joining a party where they on Twitter criticizing the left and anti-woke and using MLK and stuff like that, and that's foolish. Like I said from my earlier, what I'm unimpressed by, just fundamentally, is this all black man? If you're gonna go do something on your own, if you're gonna go do something for purposes and meaning, I judge you by what you do. Like in a sense, we build careers. We in white America. We in white professional spaces. We don't get to choose the environment often. But when we do our own shit, it says a lot. You know what I mean? When you have your own metrics in what it is, right? Like I've been on a bunch of white people's show. This is my show. First set of collaborations. Everybody's black. That says something to me. If you're not trying to win, you know what I mean? If you're not trying to win, and you should be here for the community, you should be trying to say something. That's what you're saying. You've always fought for this. This is the fight that you want to do. What exactly are you teaching us other than to hop out at the last minute to do something that appears to be a vanity project that you have no intention to carry to the fullest? You're not giving us any like platform. You're not talking directly to us or for us or even about us, it seems. You linked up with this like brand new baby white party that's run by some baby white boy with a bunch of accusations, a bunch of sexual assault allegations, and a public online known persona for being anti the typical things that the black community overwhelmingly supports and votes in favor of. So who you here for, my guy?
All right.
No, I don't even think it's that. Conscious, I gotta tell you, I don't even think it's that. Here's the thing. I do
kind of think it's that. I don't think it's
entirely that. I am not disagreeing with you entirely, but here's the thing. I think that is not entirely his aim. As learned and as educated and as incredibly smart as Dr. Cornell West is, I think that he is from a different generation, and he is working by an entirely different playbook that does not work anymore, because the politics of old demanded that you go and appeal to white folks first, because under the assumption that we're just going to, all us as black people are just going to fall in line. Whoever's going to fall in line is going to fall in line. That is not the same. He's working under the same respectability politic, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. He also has to contend with the fact, probably why he went to Tavis Smiley, he also has to contend with the fact that the base, even other older black people, our elders, blame young black progressives for the state of the party, two, for how they are equivocating, you know, all these people out here in the streets and violence, and y'all to protest and y'all, we wouldn't like that back then, we wouldn't do all this. All that is a symptom of the old playbook that he has to contend with that. So
you're right, that's true. But it is giving new, but unfortunately it's giving new performative.
It's giving very,
old playbook sentiments. Old playbook sentiments with new performative shortcomings.
I agree to that, but at the same time, we can roll just right back to the beginning. When Dr. Cornell West, as my heart broke, my Dr. West, as my heart broke into pieces, as you guys, it just broke, as you guys stated that he did give some kind of accolades to Ronaldo DeSantis out in Florida, and that breaks me, because as an educator, and in the part that he gave him.
Wait, did you say Eat Girl or Cat Girl? If Cornell West didn't have all of those issues and ran in the Democratic Party, he would be a standout presidential candidate in the 2024 race. There isn't anyone running that race that's absolutely.
Some daps for us. It's literally like about
well, I mean,
education.
other than like,
and you know what
I mean, RFK kind of stands out in a bad way, because you know it's like a anti-vaxxer running for and like I have a feeling that there's probably more problems with RFK than just the anti-vax thing, right? This is like, it's got all the hallmarks of like a Jimmy Dore sort of situation here. I said what I said. Your hunger. Oh my god. Hi. Oh look. Okay, so just don't look. Look, but don't look. Right? You can't look directly at the Enderman, but you can definitely hear. Who is RFK? Yeah, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. I shouldn't say RFK. I should say RFK Jr.
Man is doing out there in Florida when it comes to education. He is stripping all things black, anything black history.
That was what blew me too.
So that didn't sit well with me, and as somebody that we've learned about in our schools, and you know, I know you went to a PWI, sis, both of y'all. But going to an HBCU, they literally embedded him as one of the gods into us, like Dr. Cornell West. And of course, even going to those schools, there's like a hierarchy. There's a sense of royalty and how you carry yourself. You
saw a truck with a Bernie 2016 and an RFK 2024 sticker? Yeah, that's
is a conservative space of that, of the way of old, and how to carry yourself. But I thought he was like a free thinker, right? And
that's the branding.
Yeah, I've read some of his work and like seen some of his speeches and shit. I ain't know how he was moving, and it's always different between like what your product is and what your movements are. And I'm just, out of respect for Cornell West, we gonna have to Cornell West.
Yeah.
Kanye West, Cornell West. See, I was talking about this earlier, and I'm like, you got Kanye who's running. He said he run 2024. Did he say that? And then we got Dr. Cornell West, who's also running. But at the same time, both of them, Kanye out there, way out there, just out there, isolated on an island alone. But people gonna vote for him. And then we have Dr. Cornell West, who I would have loved to see him come out the gate with, I would have loved to see, if this is a Tyler Perry or this is a Tyler Perry production for his damn campaign.
Now we'd have drug him for that too. Let's keep it real.
But at least we know it was black, right? But
he could have did Oprah, right? And it'd have been fine. I'd have been okay with Oprah.
He could have come out with, listen, my thing is, let me believe that your ideology around it is at least legitimate. Like, it's a problem if I look into it in the most recent op-eds I see. Like, present day, it is unmistakable the kind of hell that is being rained on across the country when it comes to book banning, attacking education, transit, all these different things. And you mean in this time, May 12th?
That was yesterday.
May!
3 weeks ago.
Hey, my guy, and then that made me think, and this is something I want to take on.
She's talking about when he said the thing about Ron DeSantis, right? It wasn't just like, oh yeah, a long time ago, Ron DeSantis was kind of like, we didn't know as much about him, or like this is really recent. This is in the light of what he's been doing, what he's been up to. Yeah.
Because I wasn't thinking, I try not to get into too much, taking votes away from, but what I thought this when my mentor raised it to me is if RFK is able to be polling as well as he is, and we don't even know RFK and he's way less popular, and you see black people are actually not black people Twitter, black people Shade Room, black people Facebook, black people Instagram, which are, I think they outnumber us. They outnumber black Twitter.
And they definitely
they're a
do.
different population, and they are here for it. And if RFK could get that, I do think there might be a legitimate concern, and I'm not saying it to be mad at him, but I do think there is a legitimate concern that he is able to take away some, you know what I mean? And I don't like a Biden.
So
but tell me your thoughts on that, FD.
I don't think at the end of the day, I don't think the numbers. I don't think it's going to be that big a deal.
You think
the reality is, so like we talking about Facebook Shade Room, but you also got to. I mean, you talking about black Facebook Black Shade Room, but you got to remember, Black Church is who going to vote.
Yeah, yeah.
and they voting for Biden. And it's only gonna matter in 4-5 states.
Yeah.
And in those 4-5 states, these people got this shit down to a science. It's who gonna spend the most money, who got the machine going. So they're not gonna campaign at all in Florida. They're gonna campaign their asses off in Georgia. They're gonna plug.
RFK is appealing to black people. Honestly, I thought he only appealed to white guys. Yeah. I mean, he's just been like so if I remember correctly, before the pandemic, RFK I think was on a podcast that Sam Cedar was actually associated with, right? And then I think he just kind of I think that's when he split, right? He was on they still have this. It's like the channel called The Ring of Fire with Farron Cousins, and but it used to be Farron Cousins and RFK, and RFK is no longer on that, basically because of his views on his anti-vax views.
Stacey back in
They
Georgia.
ain't come to Louisiana at all. I can tell you.
They're gonna hit up the Midwest. They probably still gonna get the Midwest. And if they get the Midwest, I'm more worried about DeSantis than Trump right now. Just because I don't think
I was initially, but not now.
Yeah. Well, I'm still, it's a long trek.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
This nigga Trump be in jail by the time the shit ends. I'm more worried about DeSantis and Trump because I think DeSantis has a better chance of beating Biden in the general.
I think so
than
too,
Trump.
but I think DeSantis would beat Biden, but I don't think DeSantis is going to beat Trump. I think Trump is
I don't
whooping
know.
DeSantis'
I don't
ass.
know.
Trump
He is now.
DeSantis. He been busting that ass all across,
DeSantis
fucking him up.
DeSantis is standing up for Disney World,
Strutting that
okay?
ass.
Like Disney World. He's Disney World. He's fighting them. He's problematic, baby. He's not. He's
a demon. Listen to me. DeSantis, and I did a whole video on this. DeSantis is a bigger problem to me than Trump. Because let me tell you why. Because DeSantis is playing by the why I believe he'd beat Biden. It's because he's playing by old America.
Trump,
you know what I mean? And very serious. Not the Yeah, exactly. He not into the theatrics that he playing old politician, what they like to get back to. But he playing to the right, but doing all of the most evil far right shit to prove to them like, hey, I can contend with trust me, he's a bigger problem than a Trump. But I think Trump is gonna beat him in the
to be somebody who's only 3 generations removed from what was it, Italy or whatever the case may be, Italian. That's why I say
I thought he was
Latino. He wants to be removed from his listen.
Yeah, he trying to Americanize him as well.
We know you white, but immigration, you know. Come on now, you still got 4, 5, 6 folks in your family who can't speak English somewhere.
They don't care. They don't care.
And he doesn't care. He wants
them non-English speakers voting Republican too.
Yeah,
white people do not care about white people.
They don't give a shit about
let's
that.
understand that.
They
If
don't
white
give a
people
damn
cared
about
about white people, so many of the other problems would be
Nah,
solved.
No,
But
but
white people,
he relates.
White people care about whiteness.
and white,
Yeah,
yes,
definition of
whiteness.
whiteness is
You can
very
be a black
fluid.
person.
The difference.
You can be
Yeah, that's a
you can be a
construct, my
black
guy.
person functioning in
Absolutely.
white supremacy, and you can do that. And Ron, who's white, we know, but he is going to push every extremist white view and get away with it. And the way that he does it as governor is sickening. I'm
Yeah.
from Florida, and to know all that's happening down there, especially in South Florida, where it's literally immigrant land, and for him to just despise those people and them white Cubans is absolutely eating it up. They are loving this
They love
conservative view. You know, I will vote for Donald Trump. They down there just doing all kinds of merengue bachata down there, just to make sure that they stay conservative. Because
White people care about themselves and whiteness, not white people.
being a white conservative will always separate them from the rest. The
Barely.
Cubans that are being sent home, and the darker ones. But this is what Ronaldo DeSantis, he is literally a Hitler down there. He's trying to make it so much where it's like, if you do not look like this, if you don't talk like this, if you don't walk like this, if you don't meet this criteria, then we can't serve you. And we do not want our children to learn anything but this. It's not about the guns. This is what Ron DeSantis is saying down there. This is why it's really dangerous. It's not about the guns. It's about the drag queen. And the people are like, oh my God, he's brilliant. Oh my God. Like,
No, that's fine.
And that's kind of why. So bring it back to like the finish my point. So Florida's a wash, right? Texas is a
Texas
wash.
is
All
done.
these states are a wash.
Georgia.
You know, but like the handful of states where it's a battleground state. I don't think Cornell.
So I don't know if I agree with that. Right? Just on a horse race sense. We're talking about for the general election, I assume, right? Now, like if you're saying it's a wash, like it's 50-50, well, you know, I don't think it's that either, right? Okay, so Florida and Texas are most likely going to go to the right, but especially Texas is veering closer and closer to legitimately being in play. And one of the main things holding it back is the way that Republicans wield power in state government. It's probably true of Florida too, right? People forget, like, despite, you know, DeSantis winning big, he also suppressed the vote big. Texas won't go blue. Look, the thing that the Republicans are trying to do is institute enough gerrymandering, enough voter intimidation, enough voter ID. They're trying to tilt the scales towards them enough to survive what is essentially a game that they're losing in terms of popular support, right? That they're going to use the anti-majoritarian elements within the American government, both state, local, and federal, to hang on to power for as long as possible. Look at judges, right? Look at the judicial. It's a lagging indicator of what party is in power, meaning that you can kind of institute your own party's power if you can get enough judges approved. And the Republicans with Trump were really good at that. They made a lot of judges during that time. And, you know, you had Obama, you know, famously just kind of being, you know, his style kind of cramped in terms of his own judges, right? And so that's going to reflect in the judiciary in general. That's just one element, right? You know, even if you pass like popular legislation reinforcing the nature of the United States as a democracy, you're at risk of losing them to a hostile judiciary. But definitely the state governments. Lexi told me yesterday that the Texas governor signed that law banning gender affirmation here as a concept into law.
Will be like
Able to do anything there.
Clyburn is going to handle that, right? and Clyburn and his network are going to handle Cornell probably early. As soon as it feels like Cornell's doing too much, they're going to handle that. And consider.
Now, there's an interesting question, right? Because there's an area in which, at least temporarily, the judiciary has acted to restrain some of what should clearly be seen as unconstitutional overreaches in both Florida and Tennessee. but now you're talking about one that's going into effect, just signed into law yesterday, banning gender affirmation care as a concept into law.
Considering the baggage that we've uncovered.
Yeah,
Like
they're gonna handle it easily.
They're gonna handle it easily. Because Cornell, if we're like really keeping it a buck, although Cornell has always had love. I went to Clark. Right? So I'm also HBCU grad. So although Cornell has always had a lot of love from like the black academics and the black academic spaces, because he's like the highest like achiever within that community.
Yeah.
Cornell ain't never really fucked with niggas.
Yeah.
Cornell ain't never really been like a true like running. He got arrested on purpose, right? Black Lives Matter a couple of years ago.
Not on purpose.
Yeah, because he had his whole body, he had his whole team with him. That's how, like, shout out to BP. BP pointed it out to him. I mean, it was low key a photo. It was low key a photo op. I don't know all the details.
What's up, Soul Bunny? How's it going?
That's the point.
I believe
he need us. Anybody running, anybody buying anybody. They know they need us for the workload, but they don't need us for the optics. And that's why the way to the promised land for Cornell West, Dr. Cornell West, has never been to placate for black people.
Yeah, Texas has a large trans community just because of being a huge state. A lot of people haven't heard this perspective. Well, I mean, like, I don't know, like, out of all the perspectives available, this seemed like the one. And when I saw this, right, so I didn't see this live, unfortunately. I didn't get, that's a problem with YouTube, right? As a Twitch streamer who has had enough of some of Twitch's shenanigans and would love to switch over YouTube if that was a possibility, right? I really wish they'd push the streams more. Like, if I was the algorithm, I would make the guess that Irene is interested in this video, right? Just based on what I've watched in the past. But like, I did get the video recommended to me. I did not get the stream recommended to me, unfortunately. So I didn't get to see this live. Like, trans Mexicans used to have San Antonio as a safe, as a space to have events and community. Now everyone has to move away. If someone doesn't tell you, you'll never know when this good stuff. Yeah, exactly. If you don't, yeah. Well, at least right in the moment, which I would have watched it.
Well, it is to be just.
We're watching it now instead. So
learn it enough. And just outspoken enough about black issues, and you have the credibility of the movement that he grew up in and he inherited. We all inherit the movement as black people in this country. He is not
glad to hear you're feeling better though, Soul Bunny.
Somebody at this point who needs to come to us and be like, hey, I need y'all, we need to do this together. That is not where he is. He's long been past that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn. So, FD, how you feeling, FD? How'd it round out for you?
I feel like shit, man. I feel like shit. I was so excited. I was fighting niggas on Twitter for about 15 minutes. Like, no, Cornell, no. Why y'all saying all this about Cornell West?
What you mean? The moment when you tweeted, I knew it was I knew the turnaround happened when you tweeted. I guess I gotta research the people. When I saw that, I said, "Me too, nigga. Let me don't tweet." Like the minute I saw that, I was like, "I have to take a page out your book and spare myself."
You see how they shook his hand and they held his hand through that. Meanwhile, I've been called a bed wench and everything else on Twitter.
Girl, because when you come after Dr. Cornell West and any of the related folks, it's going to be it's not going to be good. That's why even on my show today, I just kind of walked the line where I said, well, we just gonna have to see. I'm gonna have to go check out what the People's Party is talking about. We're gonna just take a look. It looks like a minor party that may not even be a party that can even win, honestly, or run. Or, general states. We're gonna look at it though. But Dr. Cornell West, we're gonna keep our eye on you. That's all I say this morning. Okay.
No, same. I was like, I need to have a discussion. That's all I can have is a round table discussion.
Right. If I can go Galaxy Brain for a second, then I'm gonna run and jump on this editing.
Yes.
I've been saying for years now that what we're gonna eventually face, like as scary and ridiculous as Republicans have been, they're getting that scary and ridiculous because they're kind of running out of fuel for their politics and movement.
Yeah.
And I've been saying that what you're going to eventually see is the Democrats take their appropriate place as the conservative party. and something else spring up as the new left.
Yeah.
And I think,
I mean, that is the way, like, demographically speaking, in terms of the changing, support for the different parties, in terms of the generation that is no longer going to be voting when they're not alive anymore, and the people that are coming of age to be able to vote, right? It makes sense for the U.S. to shift to a system like that. There are a lot of conservative elements about the Democratic Party. At this point, it's based on neoliberalism. For the Republican Party, for that to happen, what FD is describing, the Republican Party have to become a third party. It has to become a party that is no longer viable outside of certain regions. Things like Texas going blue, Georgia going blue was something that a lot of people didn't see coming. But, demographically, it makes sense, right? And like a few more states like that would maybe, put... I don't know how it would happen, though, because like the whole two-party, the whole Republican Democratic thing, it seems so strongly instituted into the very fabric of our concept of politics, right? It's like, the last time the parties majorly shifted, it wasn't one of them dying off and another one arising. It was people moving from the Democratic Party, the Dixiecrats moving from the Democratic Party into the Republican Party, sort of racism actually being the motivating factor for that. So, that's what we're more used to seeing in terms of United States electoral change rather than what FD is talking about, and which I kind of think like it definitely, like, it should happen. Will it happen? I hope so. I think it can happen. In terms of the Republican Party's support, because as strong as MAGA is, right, the strength of MAGA is to activate certain individuals so much that they're going to risk sedition charges, that they're going to be convinced that there's no way that their guy could lose because it was probably the deep state, right? They have really strong support with that core constituency. But I feel like there's something so toxic about that core constituency, and there's something that over the time just has the effect of fatiguing everybody about the MAGA movement. The MAGA uncle is going to become the guy that doesn't get invited to Thanksgiving dinner. And, but like the question is, what are they going to do in the meantime, right? Because they're not going to leave power nicely. They're going to look at this as them losing their country. They're all the things that they're talking about, like, in terms of like, this is our country and blah, blah, blah. I mean, like that they're going to see that as the fulfillment of their paranoid prophecies, right? Imagine living in Colorado. I think, the Texas turning blue is purely to convince people to give money to Beta O'Rourke. Yeah, I mean, maybe, but it does... I mean, there's an effect of, who's moving into a state and who's dying off, right? And I don't know. I would think that at some point that's gonna... I mean, have you seen footage from outside the Southern District? Oh, God. See, I want to show you that today. We're going to talk about, in just a second, actually, about Grand Wizard DeSantis. There's a reason that people are calling him Grand Wizard DeSantis, right? Many blocks full of trucks with flags and Trump signs. Yeah, that's what I mean, is it inspires, like, engagement. It inspires, like, it inspires them to do stuff more than just vote, and that's what makes them dangerous. But it also, as a whole, the effect of that constituency and how apparent it is that constituency is just not in contact with reality is going to be, one that alienates it ultimately. The question is, like, how long does it take? Do we have time for that, to happen? Or and like I said, they're doing everything they can to use the anti-majoritarian, in other words, the parts of the U.S. law, constitution, government that that are set in place to prevent like a tyranny of the majority, right? They're going to be used to hold on to power while their party is verifiably, and they have been for a while, numerically in the minority. Dallas-Fort Worth is a big metro area, but still very red. Only El Paso and San Antonio and the city of Austin vote blue. But this is what I'm saying, is they're putting their finger on the scale to get it like that, right? In a lot of ways.
This is an example of what is eventually going to happen with the new left, because the new left is going to be
super evangelical.
Maybe like a couple, a few notches better than what we've gotten from Democrats. Like it'd be hard to be that bad, right? But they still going to be full of fuckery. If this is like the type of moves that they're going to come out the gate with, if this is the type of ethos they're going to run with, because this is definitely fucking TikTok. It's like, let's get the blackest thing we have access to, get out there, do the fucking dance and shit. We know black people gonna come through eventually because he's gonna talk that shit. As soon as he gets on Charlemagne, that's gonna go viral because he's gonna say some of the realest shit we've heard in 10 years, and everybody's gonna be behind him.
But do we think? Honestly, I'm losing faith. I feel like I'm not sure. I know it only just happened, but it's just not giving me he about to come out here and really like chop it up. I'm not sure what the play is, and that's why I'm trying to figure out the play.
He's not gonna chop it up for all black people. And I'm gonna say something, y'all ain't gonna like it, and y'all ain't gonna like me. But I'm gonna say this: Cornell West is not gonna be in his most fervorous moment. Is not going to be out here representing black queer people, black women. He is not going to be. It is going to be a very cis heteropatriarchal. We all black. It's going to be very elitist. It's going to be very cool.
Very black excellence.
By your bootstraps, son, type of shit. That is what it's going to be. And yeah, it's going to go viral and it's going to hit real hard once he gets on that church circuit and he starts going to the churches and talking to them. That's when it's going to hit. But we know who's going to be left out in the cold with this. And it's always who's left out in the cold. We're not going to see Cornell West linking up with Stacey Abrams in Georgia and whatnot and all this. We're not going to see any of that. We're not going to see any of that. He is a lone wolf in this regard, as he deserves to be.
In Brazil, the far right has been using U.S. support and the crappy Brazilian constitution in order to get more dictatorship nostalgia candidates that are more racist.
Because he is not running to be everybody's president.
He's already talked about it. I'm sorry, now I gotta go. He's already announced that he's heading to rural America to talk to poor white people. He has not said shit about going to the hood.
You see what I'm saying?
He has not said shit about going to the hood.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
We got to run that because the commercial tells me everything I needed to know. I really didn't hear much. I just heard the main talking points about like, the main things, right? Oh, black health and this and that. But it was just giving me more so like a movie that was coming out because he really knows what he is to black people, and he's going off of that celebrity. Beyond the celebrity, I need to know what you can represent because, like you said, it's not giving me that you're actually here to represent. You said, Gabrielle, it's a cash grab. I'm not mad. I'm not exactly mad at what you said. I'm not upset. I'm not upset, but I'll say, like, I don't want to give him till Friday. I'm actually upset that he didn't come out of the gate.
That's what I'm saying. It should just be a black ass campaign. Yeah, if you're doing your own thing. I've had that conversation with Rebecca, like a bunch of times, right? I'm like, when you see other people's shows, you go in the media space and all these different things, and you think like it can only be like this is just generally how it all is because that's what everybody's thing is. But you see clearly, and you can really experience like what people are like and what they stand for when they have their own thing. You know what I mean? What they create on their own, and that's why I'm like, if you watch my show versus any of my media appearances, very different place. It's a very different place. Okay, it's a very black landscape because that's what I'm into. You see what I'm saying? Like when I can choose to guess, when I choose to this. So I'm like, if you were just doing something not to win, your motivation should be primarily, your focus should be black people, the black community, the black liberation, the black voice. That should be what it is about that. If you want me to get on board with some artificial shit that's just for symbolic movement, rhetoric, blah, 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 then it should be black. It should be black centered. It should be black focused. It should be black
Especially
led.
when that's what you built your brand on. You have a 50-year brand behind black shit, black people, black elite, black positive, black education. Your brand, the reason people know who you are is because of black people. We are the people who build you up. We pay your bills. We got you to where you are. You are the ethos of black culture. When people want to speak about black culture, they call Cornell West. So to come out the gate for a presidential campaign and immediately say, fuck y'all.
Exactly.
Because essentially that's what I heard.
Exactly.
And I said, so just even in today, when you said Russell Brand, I had to really, it didn't fit right. I said, that doesn't sound political too much. It really is giving me entertainment. And if we're talking about entertainment, this becomes performative. That whole campaign video was very like it was just like, let's look at him for the black man from back in the day. But he's the man. He's the man. Cornell West camp. That's what it was giving me. And then I had a problem with that. And I didn't like it. And I said, man, I wanted something stronger. I don't care if he was sitting outside with a whole bunch of poor people or sitting down with some black folks who are working class or whatever, having conversations. I would have rather something real and authentic, because a lot of how we move is off of what he's been teaching for like literally over a few decades. This is what we're going off of. And you come out the gate on some new shit, it don't sit right with me.
Hey, and just like that, and it came down to it, and only black women were left. Look,
Ain't that always it? Ain't that it?
It's very telling. It's very telling.
Listen, thank you, my wonderful. Thank y'all. I told y'all this is gonna be great.
It was good.
This was lovely.
Yes, thank y'all so much. Cornell West. I had decided this is my first collaboration on my show.
All right, yeah. So this is like maybe the first of many. I feel like, wow. I mean, like, obviously, Ole's been around Ole's no stranger to the panel format, but I like this format even more than the one that they've adopted on Leftist Mafia. I think this is like so yeah, we can hope for more of these. Awesome. I'm going to, let's see, like, so people mentioned earlier what's going on in Florida, right? What's going on with dictator DeSantis? That's what we're talking about. Dictator DeSantis. Well, wait, I can't show you what's going on in Florida because it involves hate symbols. Yeah. People showing up at Disney World with like hate symbols. Great stuff, right? Wonderful. But I can't show you people's reaction. Oh my god, look at what like YouTube conservatives are doing with this. How is his last name pronounced? Oh yeah, there's the whole thing where he doesn't care if people mispronounce his last name. I mean, this was definitely all over Twitter earlier. What are we looking for? This is like, we're looking for, oh god, of all the things to have to type in to find this. So here's the clip. Here's the clip that everybody's talking about.
Hi, I'm Danae Benton, actor, thank you, and proud CMU alum. Earlier tonight, CMU and the Tony Awards presented the 2023 Excellence in Theater Education Award. And while I am certain that the current governor of my home state of Florida will be changing. Changing the name of this following town immediately. we were honored to present this award to the truly incredible and life-changing Jason Zembic Young, enhancing the lives of students at South Plantation High School in Plantation, Florida.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Like, this is the reason I can't show you. Yeah, his supporters wave Nazi flags next to DeSantis banners in Disney World. He locks up black people for voting. He's banning uncomfortable black history. And he wants to name a U.S. military base for a racist traitor who killed U.S. soldiers. Is that Fort Bragg? But calling him a Grand Wizard is too much. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, you can tell, oh wait, that's what we're watching right now. No, that's what we just got done with. So yeah, there we go. Governor, dictator, Grand Wizard DeSantis. I mean, Dr. West has shown he still holds the idea of the talented 10th, which W.B. Du Bois... oh, I did it! I did it! Oh my god! Vosh. I blame Vosh. Du Bois, I know it's Du Bois. Vosh famously always, like, pronounces it, like, you know, more in a more French way than is actually pronounced, right? And I just fell for it. Did write about the turn of the century. Oh, the talented 10th. Yeah, the idea that 10% of the population, you know, formed kind of like a intellectual vanguard, and it's way outdated for now. Yeah, and that's what God, who was it that was talking about the sort of like the pull yourself up by the bootstraps nature of this? If I recall correctly, in a speech at Harvard Divinity School. I could be misremembering. Too much Vosh, yeah. Wow. I really don't want to watch this. Oh, West is more of the Booker T. Washington school of thought. A rising tide. Hear what Trump voters think of the DOJ and indictment. Wait, there was something that Donald Trump, did this happen recently? Donald Trump indoctrinated. Indicted, no, indoctrinated. Yo, there's like, oh, where's this clip? Am I gonna have to go to Twitter for this? Here we go. This is the man.
Well, if he gets indoctrinated, January 6th is going to look like a playground. Well, if he gets indoctrinated, my family blood spilled for this country. I'm not going to let it go to waste. I'm not. I refuse. I did 19 years here as a federal agent in Dade County. I'm just not going to let this country go to waste. And right now it's going to waste. Well, if he gets indoctrinated, January 6th is going to look like a playground. It's going to look like a playground. Spilled for this country. I'm not going to let it go to waste. Really? Okay. Bottles, spit on my child. It's going to be a playground. But if they want to fight, bring it. I mean, I watched Kamala Harris in Orlando. I watched Antifa throw bottles, spit on my child.
That's what Antifa does. They spit on your child. They're like, is there any children to be spat upon? Antifa.
Throw stuff at us. They told us to refrain ourselves. Really? Okay.
They told us to refrain ourselves from being indoctrinated.
But it is what it is, you know. This country's so left right now, but we got to bring it back to the right. We got to get right on the right path. We got to bring everything back. If we don't, we're going to crumble. We're going to be a third world nation. You know? We have to stand up for that flag. We have to stand up for our beliefs, and we got to put God back in this country. If we
he's like whispering to you, like he's like a drug dealer. Like, I got a little God here for you, you know, like, right? He's gonna open up his like, he's like an '80s drug dealer with like a, what do you call it? What's that kind of vest? Like a detective, like a trench coat, and he's like, I got some good stuff for you here.
January 6th is going to look like a playground. Well, if he gets indoctrinated about him, he's going to forget about us. And right now, we're forgetting him and we're forgetting Israel. We forget both of those. Read your Bible.
Read your Bible. Isn't there like a picture? Yeah, like they think there was a picture of Netanyahu in the Bible.
Read your Bible, because there's a lot of boys like me that are ready.
That's how they spread the super soldier virus to the next generation. Exactly.
We need is an order. We're ready. Believe everything that indictment said, but the proof is in the pudding.
You know, the proof is in the pudding is something that you can't say in fascist Florida because everybody thinks you're talking about the governor. Look, the proof isn't in the pudding. The proof has never been in the pudding. The pudding is in the pudding, and Ron DeSantis's fingers are in that pudding, eating it and smearing it on his clothes and whatever else he does when he eats pudding.
From the inside voices that I...
Oh my God, the inside... Wait, what he was talking about the inside...
I hear from all the militias and everything else.
Okay.
It's going to be a playground. But if they want to fight...
Yo, if that was true, then you just gave away the game, right? Can you imagine all these militias, like, they're sitting here watching the news, they're like, God damn it, he's telling about our secret plans. They're supposed to be secret. You're supposed to keep that secret. Oh my God, the secret's out.
Bring it. I mean, I watched Kamala Harris in Orlando. I watched Antifa.
Antifa! Spit on my children! Yo, this guy's a meme. All we need is an aura sounds very much like the Nuremberg trials to me. I'm just watching more of the rally. Freedom News. Well, no wonder they're just like giving you like 15 seconds of that flag waving. It's Freedom News TV. Yeah, this guy's all over the place. They indoctrinated our, no, he's not saying indoctrinated the children. Wait, that's so weird, isn't it? Trump's getting indoctrinated, the children are getting spit on. Isn't it supposed to be the children are getting indoctrinated and Trump's getting spit on? I don't know, chat. I'm just a simple cat girl. What would I know? What would I know about these complicated matters like Hassan versus XQC on the subject of Nick Merck, who I don't see up here, but yeah, former Subway spokesperson Nick Merck.
I
Nick
am a
Merckx.
firm believer.
Why is it?
I am a firm. I mean, I think so. Yeah. What does this mean? Like, it's not like I don't know why public figures like Tim, like myself, like Nick, like yourself,
Like me.
don't actually fucking take the time and consideration to like really clarify their positions. I know it comes across like
Does Hassan realize what he's doing by leaving it on that GIF? Chat, do I ever do this to
PR
you?
or whatever, but ultimately at the end of the day, you're a brand and you're working with other brands.
Do I ever leave you
You
on
know
a,
what I mean?
a GIF?
So as a large content creator, we all have the responsibility to conduct ourselves a certain way, in my opinion. Not everyone agrees with me on this, but if you say it like this, if you just drop a dime like this, of course people are going to see it as not just you defending your friend or anything, but you defending your friend because you agree with the interpretation, the broad interpretation, and how what Nick's statement was and how it was received. I mean, at the end of the day, if I think, for example, you were banned for something unjustifiably, I would come out and speak out against it. I have in the past when people, criticize you for shit that I think is uncalled for. But if I feel like you've done something that's wrong, objectively wrong, that I disagree with, I'll call you out. I think that's what friends are supposed to do.
Yeah, no, I was agree with that. I used to do that. Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah,
what I mean?
yeah. All we got to do is get the bullet companies to sponsor Dylan Mulvaney, and they'll have to fight. That's another thing that I'm working on, right? This idea of wokeness. Somebody put this in the Discord recently. Let me see if I can find this. Speaking of wokeness and brands, right? Somebody put in the Discord. I don't know. Was it here in stream suggestions? Oh yeah, we were supposed to also watch this this thing about whether he's switching parties. Wait, is it in like news or something? Where was it? By the way, if you're not in the Discord already, what are you doing? You're missing out, right? There's so many channels here with so much good stuff that I don't even know what to pick from. I can't even remember where what I was looking for actually is. Oh my god, somebody posted this. Somebody posted, was it in general? All the like it's in news. I thought I just looked there. Seriously though? Yeah, that's where I thought it was. I'm just not finding it. Okay, well, I meant to watch this with you yesterday anyway.
My guy, they literally do tell you that would make you a racist. My guy, they literally do tell you what Nazis
really
thought.
good.
And I want to protect my child so deeply, and I only want, even if you were like, I want to protect my child so deeply, and I only want them to believe Reaganomics, right? I only want them to believe in trickle-down economics. Well, at some point in the big world, someone's going to be like, have you heard of socialism? And they're going to learn about what socialism is. And especially in the age of the internet, when Google is at hand, at some point they're going to walk outside and one of the other kids is going to be like, do you know about gay people? And I'd rather an informed person who, with a specific curriculum, someone qualified. So, Chris Puckett, well, he's
Here we go. Here's the whole thing.
Overwatch League, replied to
This is SVB, who I think is also a Twitch streamer, and it's on SVB's YouTube. Wait, I could probably just like, yeah, just open it on YouTube. It's easier. As long as I don't get served with ads.
So, Chris
Here we go.
Puckett, well, he's Overwatch League, replied to this clip, which shows that there's an anti-LGBT protest. They're fighting with a pro-LGBT demonstration outside of a school board meeting. The school board was voting on recognizing June as Pride Month. So the school was talking about Pride Month, like, should we talk about Pride? Anti-LGBTQ protesters were saying no, pro-G.
Okay, so we'll watch this first, right? And then we'll watch the Cornell West thing.
These LGBT protesters were saying yes. It resulted in a mass brawl, as you can see here, right? It's just like people started fighting. Chris Puckett tweeted, "This happened 4 blocks from our Watch League apartment. Americans are in a sad place right now. And let people love who they love and live your own life." To which Nick Merckx, who is a very, very big streamer, replied, "They should leave little children alone. That's the real issue." This, as you can see by the 3,000 quotes, has gone up massive. Like, everybody is kind of chiming in. Nick Merckx has, like, I believe a bundle in Call of Duty, like Modern Warfare or something, where you can buy like
it's called a bundle.
Nick Merckx bundle, because obviously other games, unlike Overwatch, actually have content with their content creators collaborated, and they've actually revoked that. So a lot of people are like, oh, cancel culture, like he's being canceled for the woke agenda. And obviously other people are criticizing him for being like, why are you talking like this? And like, this is really harmful rhetoric. So here's the thing. There's many nuances, there's many levels to this. And Nick Merckx has subsequently come on and said that, oh, well, I'm speaking as a father because I'm newly a father. And I believe that a parent has the right to tell their child what should be, you know, what they should know and what they shouldn't know. Now, the first thing...
And like, the real truth of the matter is the fact that you're saying this as a father, like, makes me more concerned, not less, right? Like, what you're saying is that you think you can control who your child is by cutting off their access to information, right? That's more concerning, actually, not less concerning.
To talk about, I think, what he's suggesting is in of itself a very harmful and old stereotype of gay people, right? Of queer people, which is that somehow queerness should be a threat to young children. We discussed this during the Pride Month when I was like, guys, someone's sexual orientation is not necessarily indicative of their desire to have sex right now. So you can love someone of a different gender identity or the same gender identity without it being implicitly sexual. In the same way that 2 5-year-olds can be in love, right? They can have romantic feelings for each other. You can be 12 and have a crush in your school. You can see your grandparents holding hands and being affectionate without them explicitly needing to bang like monkey sex all the time at that moment. If you've ever watched any movies or any media, 2 characters can be in love and they're straight and there's nothing sexual about it. Same way, if someone is gay, what is sexual about it? There isn't implicitly something sexual about it. It simply indicates their romantic desires. It does not mean they're gonna fuck that person right now, or that their thoughts are even sexual, or that it implies sex. Kids are kids. Should they be introduced to sexuality in an early age? Again, everything you're saying, would you apply it to straightness? Are 2 people being straight inherently sexual? Like, when you see a mommy and a daddy, is that inherently sexual? No, it's just 2 people who are a couple. Because if so, then you know what else shouldn't be in schools? Parents. Because the existence of parents means that they fucked. And the existence of children mean that fucking was involved to make the child. So all those things we understand are not sexual because they're just two people who are adults together. In the same way, two people who are gay and adults together, and understanding that some people are gay is an important part of life. Otherwise, again, children might ask questions. They might be confused, or they might be confused for themselves. A lot of children know from a very young age that they're queer. If you listen, just go listen and talk to any person who is like now queer and gay. They will tell you, or a lot of them will tell you, not all of them, and your experience is not ubiquitous, but a lot of them will tell you that like as early as like 5 or 6, they had thoughts about, you know, someone of their same gender identity, or they felt queer, they felt uncomfortable with their own gender identity. So if a child at that young can feel it, even at a young age, even without someone telling them, because the other part of this is this ideology that telling kids about sexuality, about LGBTQ will make them gay. If that were true,
or no, they're saying more than that. They're saying that accepting children, you know, for who they are, for saying like, I don't want to play with those toys, I don't want to dress like that, right? If you accept your child's choice to, you know, about their identity, that they're blaming that on the parent. Literally today, Steven Crowder called that child abuse. Right? So he's literally calling the thing that's not abusive child abuse and endorsing actually abusing children, right? And if you know anything about Steven Crowder, you know that he's no stranger to abuse.
Sexuality and queerness would have never survived more homophobic times. Like, it's just one of those false ideologies where it's like, if that were true, this thing would have been eradicated by now, right? If gayness could be like put upon someone, then all those centuries when being gay was illegal would have eradicated being gay. The fact is, some people just are gay and people just cannot seem to accept it. And no amount of someone explaining to you that LGBTQ plus people exist will make you gay. No more than knowing the existence of straight people will make you straight, right? It's like, by the same logic, if you just tell someone, yeah, some people are queer, why would that make them gay any more than being like some people are straight would make them would like straighten them up? It is important to explain to kids how the world works. That is the point of what school is. School is to explain to people, this is life. This is what you will encounter. You might encounter someone who is queer. You might be queer. And understanding it is helpful because it allows children a way to normalize their own experiences through a lens that's like talking back to them. If you explain to a child, hey, some people are uncomfortable with their gender identity that's assigned to them at birth, and they actually feel like they are a different gender identity, that might help someone who's struggling with it. Again, if that's not you, why would that make you gay or trans, right? If you were like, I am perfectly comfortable with the gender identity that I have, and I don't feel anything wrong about it, would that suddenly make you be like, maybe now I want to try being something else? Like, it wouldn't, because you don't have that desire. But if you're someone who has been struggling, it would be very affirming, I imagine, to understand like, oh wow, like it's normal, like other people do this, like other people feel this way. Put this aside for a second. When you've been a child,
I mean, the sad thing is like, this is true, this is right, but on some level, the right doesn't care. They want to make sure that no kid feels okay about that. Because like I said, it's all about controlling children's identity. It's all about treating your children like property. I mean, they're doing this stuff on purpose.
If you've ever been a child, which I'm sure all of you have, you will have had experiences where you feel alone. You will have had times when you feel like, is what I'm experiencing, am I alone? Am I the only person who experiences this? Like, am I broken? Am I wrong for feeling this way, the way I feel? That's why we explain like anything to children. Depression, right? You might explain mental health to them because maybe a child is suffering from a mental health issue that they don't realize. Maybe they're on the spectrum. Maybe they're anything that might help them understand their own selves and their own identities. We tell them because it's important. So why would you leave this part out? People keep saying, I don't have a problem with gay people. I just don't want them in my schools. I don't want them being shoved down my throat. I keep hearing this phrase, shoved down my throat. How can you realistically say you're like okay with gay people if you keep referring to their very existence as somehow shoving down your throat? Are heterosexual relationships being shoved down your throat if they just exist? If you just watch a movie and two people are straight, or even if the entire plot of the movie is that straight people are in love, would you say that heterosexuality is being shoved down your throat, right? Would you watch a rom-com and your takeaway is heterosexuality is being shoved down my throat. No, because you're just like, oh, this is just a romance. Like, this is just two people in love, and that's what I'm watching. But for some reason, when those two people are queer, it suddenly becomes a problem. It's suddenly like, this is being shoved down my throat. How can you realistically claim you're okay with it if you cannot even tolerate seeing it? If like just the possibility that it's out there is like infuriates you, how can you realistically say you're okay with it? How can you say we don't need pride, it's normalized, when you won't even let like it be a possibility for someone to be in your school and be gay? Like that annoys you. Like you're like, oh, it's being shoved down my face, but I'm okay with it though. It's the same arguments that have been used as old as time. It's like, I'm okay with black people, I just don't want them in my school. I don't want my kids to be dating a black person. Those two are in contradiction. And how can you really say that it's been accepted and normalized and that like we should just stop talking about it when there are countries where it's illegal to be gay? They are shoving. Can you explain the shoving to me then? Explain the shoving. How do you feel like it's shoved? Because to me, all it's talking about is recognizing Pride Month. It's like with the Black History Month, right? People are like, oh, well, why do we need Black History Month? Because actually, what happened to black people in America, for example, is not well documented. It is not normally part of the school curriculum. And so you need the thing to explain to people what happened. Otherwise, they wouldn't tell you. That is what the point of school is supposed to be, surely. I imagine learning about LGBTQ plus people and their existence and their nuances and their identities is going to be a lot more relevant to children than every piece of like academic study they're going to do. Like, is every child going to need trigonometry? No. But is every child going to need to know what being gay is? Yes. Like, it's impossible to exist in the world now without at least having a vague understanding of what this is all about. So in many ways, it's as valuable a thing as you could teach a child at this point. Whether it's for themselves or for how to view the world, it's important. So going back to this guy's thing about like, let's leave little children alone. Like what he's doing is essentially talking about a dog whistle, right? He's talking about a dog whistle. The term dog whistle refers to, because if you think about how a dog whistle works, you blow it and most people can't hear it, but the dogs can hear it. So it comes as an analogy for when people say something bigoted without being actively bigoted, right? Without saying the words that would allow people to call them to be bigots, but everybody who's really like, let's say racism, right? It's like, for example, 50 years ago, people would just straight up drop the N-word and slur people, right? They'd just be like, I don't want the N-words in my country. Or, you know, if for the UK, there's a lot of like anti-Asian discrimination. So like, people might be like Paki, right? They might be like, I don't want Pakis around. Eventually, society realized that was just racist, straight up, and that wasn't acceptable to say. So that evolved into, oh, I don't like immigrants. I don't like all these immigrants, or I don't like immigration. Because immigration is a actual issue that people have to deal with and countries have to decide on. So you can code your racism by saying, oh, I just don't like immigrants. Even though, and there's a dog whistle part, is that everyone who is also racist knows what you're talking about. They know that you're just don't want brown people in the country, right? I just don't want brown people. But you can code it in a way that's like acceptable to say publicly. So what this is a dog whistle to people who are like basically anti-LGBTQ, to be like, leave the children alone. Because for the people who are attacking the existence of gay people, they're always like, think of the children. Oh, gay people are a threat to children.
Oh my god, thank you,
when
Anonymous
they're just not.
Gifter.
Like every meaningful statistic
Yosiel,
shows you
just
that
got
gay people are
saved
not
from the
any more
ad
likely
break.
to commit crimes.
The ad break that happens at the top and the bottom of every hour. The ad break that if you're lucky like Yosiel and you're chatting and you're visible, you may be given a gift sub. Like it can happen at any time. Even an anonymous gifter can come by and just swoop down almost like a phantom in Minecraft and bestow those gifts upon you, but only if you're chatting, because otherwise they don't know that you're there, right? So it's a good incentive for the people who are lurking to make their presence known in chat, especially if you don't have one of those little symbols by your name. Another way you can get it, if you have an Amazon Prime, you've got one free sub every month that you can give to your favorite streamer. Hopefully it's me. I appreciate those massively because I know that you've only got one to give. The other option, it's the $5 option, made famous by a memer much greater than myself, that it is, yes, in fact, only $5, and that will cover you if you're able to do that. So, but yeah, thank you so much, Anonymous Gifter, for making sure that Yosiel is not subject to that ad break.
Against children, sexual or otherwise, right? And the greatest threat to a child is someone in their own family or somewhere in their own circle. So again, statistically, the most likely person to like sexually abuse a child is one of their family members.
There we
but
go.
that doesn't mean that we're gonna
There we go.
be
Yes.
like, no one should have a family because families are the greatest threats
Yeah.
to children.
Don't you shove your family down my throat.
Are some queer people committing sexual crimes? Sure, but no more so than straight people are committing sex crimes. So to frame the issue as somehow hurting little children is a dog whistle. It's not actually true. It's just referring to something that will get people angry who are actually already upset at LGBTQ plus people. When Nick Merckx kind of
Also,
was facing...
like, I mean, somebody was saying this is based. Yes, this is very based. This is very based. This is a really good analysis, said succinctly, like almost like everything that needs to be said about this situation. Also, if you notice, if you listen in the background really intently, you're going to hear the soundtrack to Persona 5, which is also based.
backlash for this. He then, again, like I said, released a video where he said that, well, I'm a father and I want, like, a parent should be able to control what their child knows. Which to some extent I understand, but I also think this is a very bizarre American concoction where it's like, yeah, as a parent, you get to decide the upbringing of your child, but like your child will face differing viewpoints and differing people. If you're white and your child is white, you can't be like, I don't want my child to deal with black people. I should be able to decide, like, I don't want black people in my child's school because as a parent, I should be able to decide that they don't encounter black people. It's like, well, what you're asking for is for other people to just cease existing. Like, gay people exist. So your like ideology that like my child should not learn about gay people is like super bizarre. It's as if to be like, again, it's like it goes against fact and reason. I don't want my child to know that gravity exists. It's like, well, gravity exists, my guy. Either you're the one just disservicing your child, or they're gonna find out about it one way or the other. Like, at some point, they're gonna encounter that things go down. They're gonna encounter the black person, and they're gonna encounter that queer people exist. So why should they not be told about this? And in fact, you would want it to be like, and again, even if you were like, I want to protect my child so deeply, and I only want them to believe Reaganomics, right? I only want them to believe in trickle-down economics. Well, at some point, in the big world, someone's going to be like, have you heard of socialism? And they're going to learn about what socialism is. And especially in the age of the internet, when Google is at hand, at some point they're going to walk outside and one of the other kids is going to be like, do you know about gay people? And they're going to Google it, or they're going to use their phone to like look it up. Or someone's going to tell them, because that's the fucking world. And that's life. And I'd rather an informed person who with a specific curriculum, someone qualified to teach the issue.
And here's the other issue, like, right, a lot of people, and I gotta say, probably Nick Merckx included, they hate teachers. They distrust teachers in a way that just doesn't make sense, right? Like, they are willing to believe that the teacher is trying to, has some agenda that it just wouldn't make sense, right? And so that's where this comes from too. Like, I don't trust the teachers to do it. This is just another, like, I don't, trust the experts, right? I don't trust the International Olympic Committee that says that trans women should be able to compete in sports. I don't trust the CDC that says it's safer if I wear a mask. I don't trust, right? It's just more of this bullshit.
Teach that issue rather than just hoping your child, like, grows up to 18 and doesn't understand what queerness is and then figures it out for themselves. Like, what is the alternative here? So again, it falls apart on every metric, and it's just really what it is. The reason why he's catching so much flack for it is because it's another example of just like putting queer people on the chopping block, right? Basically framing them as somehow bad for existing. Maybe the parent doesn't want their kids to learn about socialism. So here's the argument. I follow through that argument. What you're saying is that just understanding what socialism is would be so powerful that your child would be compelled to do it. What you're really telling me is that you don't really have a lot of conviction in your own beliefs. You think that your like hyper-capitalistic ideology is so fragile that should someone even encounter what socialism is, they will crumble and change their ideology to match socialism. If that's the case, you've already lost. Because at some point in the world, your child will leave, find the internet, and figure out what socialism is. So like that, like follow through your own argument. If you're like, well, what if I don't want my child to know what socialism is? Why? Because you're so scared that they could possibly turn out to be a socialist? And again, if we follow that argument through for gay people, what you're saying is that you don't want your child to be gay, which is just homophobic, right? It's like you're just saying that like, of all the things my child could be, I don't want them to be gay. So you're not that tolerant of gay people then. Because like, do you decide every single facet of your child? No, they're an individual themselves. And if one day your child decides that they like the color blue, would you force them to like the color red? No, you'd just be like, okay. If you did, you're a terrible parent. Or your child is gonna like blue and they're gonna continue liking blue. What if they taught racism and Nazi values in school? My guy, they're not teaching you to be gay. They're just teaching you what being gay is. They do teach you what Nazi values were, you fucking moron. They actually teach you what Nazi values are. And if you were persuaded by the Nazi values, that would make you a racist. My guy, you're just telling everyone that basically you think Nazi ideologies would be somehow appealing to you. They literally do tell you what Nazis thought and did. And they tell you what racists thought and did. It's called the slave fucking trade. They do more for that than they do for gay people, right? For gay people, they're probably just like, some people are queer. For Nazis, they'll literally be like, Nazis thought Jews should die. They literally tell you everything about it. And you still, if you come out being like, I think that's great ideology, you're a fucking racist. And for racism, they tell you, they're like, yeah, man, people for a long time genuinely believed that black people were inferior. And before that, they believed that like the shape of your skull could define whether you were a criminal or not. And if you came away from that and you were like, I think that's a really compelling argument, you're an idiot. I don't know what to tell you. And so if your child, by the same metric, learns about socialism and becomes a socialist, they probably wanted to be a socialist all along. Someone believing a certain thing only because of the absence of knowledge of something else is not belief. That's ignorance. Someone believing that they're straight only because they don't know that there's a possibility to be queer is not them actually being straight. They were never that straight to begin with. If the slightest indicator that they could be something else gets them to change their mind. Still, like, again, people are gonna be like, cancel culture, but like, I mean, you should face consequences of what you're saying. And what he's saying is damaging to the very existence of people. It's not just that he's like a concerned citizen raising concerns, which again, if you're like, my concern is that gay people exist, that's a pretty bad concern to have. But the way he's phrased as well, they should leave little children alone. Gay people are not a threat to little children. No more so than priests are a danger to little children. Because guess what? Vast swathes of Catholic priests have been shown to be pedophiles. But we're not here trying to be like, Catholic people should not exist. And I don't... Would you ever be like, I don't want my child to know about Catholicism because a lot of Catholic priests are pedophiles? No, you'd want them to understand what that religion is. And then decide for themselves whether that's something they like or not. Is he saying that they are a threat or that they should introduce kids to sex at an older age? It's not about sex, my guy. I already talked about this at length. Being gay is not about sex. You can like people at the age of 7 or like 4, honestly. People as young as they like have memories, remember having crushes on people. And it's okay to explain to them that they can have a crush on someone of the same gender identity as them, or they could have a different gender identity themselves. When you watch a film, would you be like a rom-com is a sexual film that I will not show to my child at the age of 7? If you like, would you be like, I'm not gonna show them Shrek because it's about a fucking ogre falling in love with a woman, a human woman? No, because they don't fuck in the film, my guy. They're just in love. So why can't the woman fall in love with another woman? How is that sexual? It's just two people being in love. As long as they're not fucking on the screen, and as long as they're not talking about sex, it's not sexual. I've seen this story play out enough times to know how this will go now. Nick Merckx will become the face of, like, essentially anti-LGBT propaganda, right? He'll become a martyr. People who are against queer people will use him as an example of cancel culture and how asking questions and trying to protect your children gets you cancelled. And he will only further radicalize. Very few people have come back and been like, yeah, you know what? I was wrong. I'm sorry. What I was saying was fucked up. He's gonna double down. And he's gonna draw an audience of people who agree with him. Even if Pride meant sex, my school started covering sex ed in 4th grade. Yeah, and honestly, like, it's better to teach your kids younger than later. Because I knew kids who were like 13 and had, like, one of them had a pregnancy scare in my school. And my school was a posh, rich school. People younger than that have sex. Again, I'm sure you guys all knew at the school you went to some kids who had sex at a really young age. Before maybe even the sex ed talk came in, and certainly before the legal age. Look, I love all people. I don't have a problem with any group. I believe I would like to teach my child about that stuff. I don't want some charged up teacher teaching my kid a damn thing about queerness where they're all for it, against it, doesn't matter. It's not their place to me. Why? Public education has not got the funds to have any faith in them, then have the talk with them, and they won't be affected by the bad talk from the public education. Adding someone's political skew to my kid's sexual orientation education is not acceptable to me. Again, what is political about? Now you're bringing the existence of gay people into the political sphere. Like, their existence is not a political
Straight
act.
up Innuendo Studios, right? There's 2 sexes, male and political. There are 2 sexualities, gay or like straight and political, right? This is
like, gay people exist whether you like it or not. Also, On that note, BS, because your child learns about 100 political things that you're not so worried about. They will teach your child about communism. Would you also want that talk? Like, at this point, you should just homeschool your child, because they will teach your child about communism. That's definitely political. They will teach your child about taxes. That's definitely political. Because everything comes down, at the end of the day, everything becomes political. The Second World War is political. You don't want them to learn about the Second World War? SCB, genuine question, do you think it's ever appropriate?
Some of these people, I wonder if they're gonna say that you're doing Germany dirty in that. You know?
For a child to be an event where drag queens are twerking, getting cash tips, if their parent wants them to be
Don't be so
at
hard on the
why not?
Confederacy.
Isn't that your responsibility as a parent? Let's put aside for a second the absolute non-event of that happening. The same argument that they're applying, we just apply it backwards. Like, if you're like, my child, I should decide what my child goes to. If someone decides they want to take their child to a drag show, why are you bothered? Because no one's forcing your child into a drag show, I can tell you that. I think if some of you saw some of the videos out there of kids at racy drag events, then you'd understand Nick Merck's comments a lot more. Once again, I'm going to just address this finally, and I'm going to go. What's hilarious is that, like, this person has no problem with, like, someone wearing a slutty outfit in a Marvel movie or a Fast and Furious movie, but just because they're in drag, it's now a problem. Like, I love that you think the worst thing they could be exposed to is, like, someone in drag, while people are in, like, literal near-nothings in all common movies all the time. But you think that this would make their child, like, I don't know what would happen. Again, I just think that, like, people are exposing their own flawed ideology where they think that, like, if you show a child what a gay person is, they turn gay. And if that's how fragile your sexuality is, then you're probably not straight in the first place. And on that note, peace out.
So yeah, this is SVB. Wait, am I wrong about where they stream? Twitter, TikTok. Okay, wait, they're a YouTube streamer. Never mind. And I guess this is their side channel. Their main channel is so they're like an Overwatch streamer normally, and they're just talking about issues, I guess. They're targeting Luna Oi again on the Vosh Reddit. She's working with a Vietnamese party which is allegedly LGBTQ phobic. This will only grow more. So this is on Twitter right now. Okay, so I don't know anything about this. This is the Vanguard.
Some interesting new developments, or hopefully potential developments, coming from the Cornell West campaign. Yesterday, there was a worker strike back event. That's Shama Sawant's new worker power union organization. They had an event the other day in New York City, which was attended by Chris Hedges as well as Breonna Joy Gray.
Yeah,
and it looks like there was a pretty interesting moment here where Chris Hedges actually told Breonna Joy Gray that he's set up a meeting between the Green Party and Cornell West, and he recommends that Cornell West run on a Green Party ticket out of concern for the People's Party lack of ballot access. So I got a couple different videos here from a couple different angles, but shout out to Case Study QB for posting this clip. He was actually there in person at the Workers' Strike Back event. Obviously, Zach and I would have loved to have gone to that. If it wasn't in New York City, we probably would have. But yeah, let's take a look at this clip that Case posted and break this down, because if this happens, oh God, I'm going to be real excited, guys. And I'm going to be singing a very different tune as it relates to Cornell West's presidential campaign.
So this is weird to me because I was under the impression that Chris Hedges was one of the founding members. Okay, so there's Chris Hedges, Shama Sawant, and I thought that Chris Hedges was pro People's Party. Maybe he changed his mind.
Is this off the record? I've been playing with my phone because I set up meeting with Cornell and the Green Party for tomorrow morning because of the issues you just raised.
I mean, to be fair, it's more than just ballot issues as far as problems with the People's Party. From what I saw, that grouping, Vietnam is nationalist group that is anti-socialist and anti-queer, but it was on Twitter.
recommend a Green Party run in the alternative, or?
I'm recommending that the Green Party, that Cornell runs as the Green Party.
Yes, yes,
And I think we should pick Shama to run with them. But yeah, I share all your concerns, and just on the issue of ballot access, the People's Party doesn't have any. And I, having worked with Ralph in his campaigns, I saw all of the impediments most of the Democratic Party throws to make it impossible for a third party candidate from the left to run. And part of it was challenging his petitions, which were all legitimate. They challenged them in court. They ran up over $1 million in legal fees that Ralph had to pay. So, I mean, just all sorts of mechanisms. But I share all of your concerns. I mean, and I think that centering, Howie Hawkins, who I like very much, I mean, he ran not just as a Green Party candidate, he had other smaller parties, but he was also a candidate. And I would like to see Cornell do the same.
And yeah, I think that's actually a pretty good idea that Chris mentions at the end of the clip there. Like maybe Howie won't just run as a Green Party candidate, but maybe in association with some other third-party groups. I remember last time around when Howie Hawkins and Angela Walker were the Green Party nominees. I believe they ran in tandem with the Socialist Party of America or something like that. Feel free to correct me in the chat, you guys. But they weren't just running on the Green Party ticket line. It was like Greens and Socialists. It was like the unity ticket. Unfortunately, that unity didn't end up securing them any more of the vote. They actually did significantly worse last time around than Jill Stein did. But it's something that Zach and I have been advocating for a while. It's like, if we're going to have a successful left-wing third-party movement, at some point these third parties are going to have to coalesce. They're going to have to unite, because if there's a third-party candidate, if there's a Green Party candidate, if there's a People's Party candidate, if there's a PSL candidate and a socialist candidate, I mean, there's already 1 or 2% of the vote to fucking go around. If you're splitting it 3 or 4 ways, that's not going to be very good. So I like the fact that Chris Hedges not only is willing to recognize and is seemingly aware of the fact that the People's Party does not have the infrastructure necessary to make this a successful run, but at the end there, he even throws out the idea that they might do like a multi-party strategy where they, unite some of these third parties under one umbrella, which, like I said, is just something that's going to happen at some point to avoid all these leftist third parties splitting an already, infinitesimal fraction of the vote. So this is great news to me. Did you catch the end there, Zach, or do you want me to replay it? Yeah, but this is good news. Like I said, we got one more angle that I wanted to play for you guys. I'm not sure if this is the same video or if it's just, or if it's if this is a different video just from the same angle, but this is another one that's been going around. So let's take a look here. This one looks like it's subtitled.
Professor Hedges, about this announcement that Cornell West is running. He's decided to run.
Sorry, I can't do anything about the volume.
Party. I know Socialist Alternative, Workers Strike Back has advocated for a new party, a new third party. There have been questions about.
Also, just to clarify, I was not saying splitting the dim vote. I was saying if there's multiple third-party candidates all running as leftists, they're going to split each other's pool of the vote. So if there's a Green Party candidate and a People's Party candidate, mostly third-party candidates get 3% of the vote. If you're splitting that 3% among 2 or 3 different lefty third parties, that's the vote splitting I'm talking about. I'm not talking about cutting into the Democratic vote, bro.
Professor Hedges, about this announcement that Cornell West is running. He's decided to run with the Movement for the People's Party. I know Socialist Alternative, Workers Strike Back has advocated for a new party, a new third party. There have been questions about why not run with the Green Party. MPP has been embroiled in a degree of controversy over the course of the last.
Oh, you got her book? Nice.
to this clip, which shows that there's an
Wait,
anti-LGBT.
So what's the deal? Does Luna have an association with this party that they're talking about? It doesn't seem like she would.
Protest. They're fighting with a pro-LGBT demonstration outside of a school board meeting. The school board was voting on recognizing June as Pride Month.
I hit the wrong. That's the wrong video.
Years, and I wonder what you make
You got stuck in ads.
Of that particular choice.
That really sucks.
And how the left should.
Look at it. Just off the record.
Oh, you know why that was though? It's because it's the top of the hour. The top of the hour ad break that comes at every top of the hour and does exactly to you what it does to Mixed Secular if you don't have a sub, which you can obtain by paying $5 yourself, by combining your Amazon Prime with Twitch, integrating those two to get a free Amazon sub to give to the streamer of your choice. Hopefully it's me, or through de-lurking, commenting in chat, and being lucky enough to receive a gift sub.
Apparently not, because we're all talking about it.
I've been playing with my phone because I set up a meeting with Cornell and the Green Party for tomorrow morning because of the issues you just raised.
Is this one the same audio as last time?
Is the person with the phone literally like...
Green Party run any alternative, or?
I'm recommending that the Green Party, that Cornell runs as the Green Party candidate.
Yes! Which is another angle. It's literally another angle. I didn't know what he meant by, or I didn't know what this, I don't know what they meant by another angle. Right? It literally just like taken from another phone. Okay.
Yeah! And again, I mean, I'm not sure why this wasn't the obvious path from the beginning. Like, obviously the Green Party was the preferable route from the beginning. But again, I am really glad that apparently Chris Hedges and Cornell West have decided to try to go that route. And, you know, yes, Cornell West will have to participate in the Green Party primary in order to win the Green Party nomination, unlike the People's Party, who seemingly was just willing to coordinate him their candidate.
Literally anybody they could get.
Despite, you know, anyone else potentially vying for that.
What do you think, Chad? Do you think they'll run Jimmy Dore now?
Nomination? I'm sure there will be other.
Look, we don't know for sure that this has gone through. This is just Chris Hedges, who had some association at some point with the People's Party. At least I was under the impression that he did, saying that he's approached Cornell West people and he is suggesting the alternative of the Green Party. And it sounds like it's mainly about ballot access, right? Which, like I said, there's a lot of other issues too. Based on single blurry Facebook photos, which seem... Wait, is this like the before, right? Remember they had a Facebook photo and we weren't even sure if it was like Luna Oi's Facebook?
People in the Green Party that step up to challenge Cornell West, try to, you know, win the nomination themselves. But, you know, let's be honest, Cornell West is going to win that fucking Green Party nomination. There's no doubt about that, in my opinion. I cannot imagine anyone else rising up from the Green Party to best Cornell West that will get more votes than Cornell West, because the members of the Green Party know better than anyone. You know, they're more desperate than anyone to get a candidate to 5% to make their party relevant again, in a way that it really hasn't been since, you know, Jill Stein, but arguably even Ralph Nader. So they want a good candidate, trust me. And I think that, you know, Cornell West will handily win this nomination if that's the route he decides to go.
Oh yeah, obviously. Look, I mean, what have we been pleading for the Green Party? To get a candidate that has a little bit of clout, a little bit of name recognition. This is a name that people know. I mean, if you think about it, you know, Cornell West was a name that, you know, a guy like even Joe Rogan knows, right? And Joe Rogan isn't necessarily like a bastion of progressive politics, right? But he was like, oh, I remember in the 90s, you wrote that book, Race Matters. I read that and I was really interested. So he has a way of reaching people who, you know, wouldn't normally be thinking about these kinds of politics, right? It's approachable and but it's profound, right? And it's powerful. So, yeah, I think that he would clean up. If Howie Hawkins can win a primary for the Green Party, then you have to bet your fucking last dollar that Cornell West could clean up in there. And that's why, you know, doesn't concern me at all. I think that he would easily go in there. And like you said, Gavin, just to clean up. And it would be exciting for him to do that. Now, is it?
So, like, I really don't. So, wait, a clip of Chris Hedges. Wait, Brianna was there with Shama. Okay. God, okay. I don't know anything about the Vanguard. I don't know where they're at, what their politics are. I'm starting to get the feeling that maybe they don't share some of the concerns that I would have about not just People's Party, but also Cornell West. Get a pig that thinks he's funny. Nev just stole my phone and played. Wait, you played Keep Away with your phone? It's like you can tell that it's like they can tell that we're like attached to these things, and they're like, no. Glad he got his exercise, but for a second he muted the stream. Oh no, he muted the stream. Maybe he's done with the Vanguard. I feel like maybe we are too. I don't know if they have that much more to say. That's what I wanted to show you, that there is a chance, maybe, that Cornell West might think better of running for the People's Party.
So ultimately, this
not that it's going to make me vote for him.
Comes across like Tim is not disagreeing with like Nick's overall sentiment and instead defending him.
Oh, that's what it comes across. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. Because I thought personally, whatever happens, if I had a friend and then his bundle half was taken out, it would feel weird that mine is like left in it. That was
I know, but no matter what happens, there are certain things that you wouldn't. Like, there are certain things you wouldn't defend. Now, this is not what Nick did, but if one of your friends, for example, said the F word, right? Like, and was like, I hate F words or whatever.
Ooh,
and then
yeah.
they banned him. I'm not saying this is what Nick did, but if one of your friends said that, you would not defend them. You would not in solidarity be like, yeah, you would not in solidarity be like, oh yeah, I think, my skin should be taken or removed as well. You would actually probably do the exact opposite. You'd be like, hey, I love this guy, but I don't agree with what he said here, right?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. Now, obviously, that's not what Nick did. And I don't think that that's what Nick did. I just want to clarify it like 8 fucking times so that all the dumb bitches don't like try to put words in my mouth. Okay? But the broad understanding of what Nick's statement was, considering how he said it and where he said it, was that, he thought it was a bigger problem that children are learning about LGBT stuff in school than like parents getting their fucking ass beat by like random right-wing people. He might not have understood that that was the case at the time. He might not have understood like the actual context of the situation, but that's how it was received. So as a content creator, I think it's on him to clarify that sentiment.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So when
yeah.
he didn't do that, it comes across like he's doubling down. And then when Tim defends him, it comes across like Tim is doubling down on behalf of Nick. They will get a lot of support for the record. It doesn't even matter. Ultimately, they will.
I think that the severity of what is said matters a crazy amount. Like you brought like saying like the I don't like, let's say, F word, then it's like really, really bad, right? And depending on the severity of the take, then you'll like tailor around it, right? Right?
Yes, it certainly depends on the severity, but I am not surprised even in the least bit that Call of Duty would take this would absolutely move in the way that they did when one of their top content creators who has a skin with them comes across like they're saying that the real problem is that is not like. The real problem is the school is actually recognizing Pride Month, June as Pride Month, and not like people protesting that. Even if there wasn't fights, which there were, it's it's ridiculous to be upset about that. I disagree with that vehemently. I think here's a big thing, and I think this is like something that a lot of people used to do online, like especially back in like the 2014, 2015 days, you know what I mean? Like Gamergate era, is that a lot of people don't say what they actually mean. A lot of people like to hide behind generalities and, vague sentiments instead of just like openly saying what they actually mean. The notion that
the dog whistle.
Yeah. And I don't even think like, a dog whistle implies that there's like an ideological underpinning behind it. But in many instances, I think a lot of people online will say, oh, well, like, I'm just talking about saving the kids and that you're a groomer. And they don't actually define why they think that. Okay? And I get this all the time. People are fucking constantly calling me left and right a groomer because I am in support of, in support of gay people, in support of queer people, and also certainly in support of there being like some level of LGBT acceptance in schools. I don't think this is grooming because I don't believe that you can groom someone into being gay by, showing them that gay people exist in society. I think you're just at that point, all you're doing is just showing them an objective truth. But people don't want to openly admit that that's how they feel. So instead, they hide behind generalities. I don't think Nick has an issue with gay people, for the record. But I do think that he's been brainwashed by a metric ton of fucking right-wing media that has like terrified him and many other normal people, normies, into genuinely misbelieving that people are objectively, like trans people are objectively grooming people, and that kids are turning trans by seeing trans people in media or in schools and whatnot. And that is not the case. It's not the truth. And a lot of people in your chat are saying they are, but that's not the case.
Yeah, that's what people were saying. So XQC's
No.
so XQC is kind of a centrist Andy, and his chat is like a little bit more right wing than that. For whatever reason, that is just where they're at these days.
For me, it's always been about bro, I'm not in schools. Like I don't go to school at these ages. I don't know how they translate that knowledge by navigating around the topic of like actual brute force fucking topic of sexuality, like actual sex acts or whatever. So I don't even know. But yesterday you made a good point that you believe that they still don't.
Yeah,
do
I think that
XQC.
I feel like XQC just needs to watch the video that we just watched, right? That's like the idea that I don't know how they're possibly teaching kids about sexuality without showing them porn. That's so wild that you think that that's the gay agenda, right? Yeah.
No, they don't do that. This is like
I saw a video today of some fucking chuddy kids freaking out that their teacher was showing them a video that had a pride flag in it, right? And then they try to spread that around, see, they're being indoctrinated. No, you're watching a fucking video at school about a subject, right? That's...
This is
I need to eat soon. I don't have any food.
Actual fucking experts.
It's one thing to say that to somebody that has food, but...
that understand child development a lot better than we do.
I am not exactly being very well taken care of right now.
And it is their job to make sure that it's safe and responsible. And it's not
although I am putting on a brave
conservative
face.
Reactionaries to get out and be like, oh, I don't want my children learning this shit in school. They used to say this in the George W. Bush era about the theory of evolution. A lot of the Zoomers in your chat who think that this is edgy and cool are too young to remember that time, but I'm old enough to remember that time. They used to literally picket and protest schools in an identical fashion because that was that was at that time the fashionable thing to get mad at. A lot of people just react to whatever's in front of their fucking eyes. They don't really have long held beliefs or things that they care about all too long, especially in the age of TikTok when attention is really difficult. It's a certainly a fleeting thing.
I mean, my takes changed literally in real time based on the information that I gather, which I think is fine. I don't think
it's not fine if you're believing this shit. If somebody puts before you a photoshopped picture of a little girl in front of men in pup play outfits, right? And you accept that as real because you think that's something that they would do, right? That's not fucking okay. That is you being an absolute dipshit. That is, I'm sorry, I'm getting mad here, but right there's a, that is what XQC just said is the problem, right? The fact that people think that's okay. Thank you, anonymous gifter. McSecular, looks like you are gonna get out of the next ad break.
Socially damaging process to learn on stream instead of waiting till I have all the knowledge and just go, hey guys, I'm the chosen one, I know everything. People
Yeah, I think I can make it back. That's the base.
I don't think so. Whataboutism.
There's
like,
probably
I
also
think
like a
overall,
bunch
I
of
think it's- I
poisonous
think it's a healthy
fish in here.
process to show development, whether that makes me look ignorant.
You can't
initially.
exactly swim
That's fair
fast.
enough. Do you agree with that or not?
I agree with that. Even though people will nefariously use that against you and say that, and will hold you to account on whatever your former take was, because people unfortunately have no room for growth. Plenty of people on the left do this. Plenty of people on the right do this as well. I hate it. I think it's one of the most annoying things. That's why I routinely ban motherfuckers who will go, oh, backtrack, lol. It's not that I'm backtracking. I now have more information on the subject matter that I'm discussing and have changed my mind on it. I'm not a fucking idiot. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, that's what I like doing for sure. Yeah, it's why I get mad at a lot of people when they don't give me like at least the ignorant, because a lot of times I'm just ignorant and I don't think that's a problem. I don't think being ignorant is a problem as long as you're willing to learn and you're willing to and take new information. I try to do that as much as I can.
I gotta disagree. Being ignorant is dangerous to you and to people around you.
People like to just cook. People cook and they cook me up.
Yeah, because
So he got cooked on
everyone
Twitter.
ultimately wants to feel loved
For
and
what,
wants,
like, kinda siding with Tim the
admiration,
Tap Man?
affection from others, and you know, you have a way of quantifying that on social media through likes and retweets and whatnot. So people go for slam dunks as quickly as possible without actually trying to have a conversation and understand the other side's genuine perspective.
Yeah.
But ultimately, if we're going to go back to the main point of contention, I mean, yeah, you're right. There's nothing wrong with like getting new information and changing your mind. That's the expectation. That's what adults are supposed to do. And certainly, if we're talking
We got
about
the emeralds.
I think Hutch had a really good.
We got
take
the
on
golden
this.
horse armor.
true.
We got the. I don't know what this
Hutch-
curse of vanishing
Hutchinson.
is.
Is that the guy that plays Chad? Is that the Hutch baseball guy?
No, he's a OG YouTuber. He's like he's a COD guy himself, like an old school COD guy. He basically said, where the fuck was it? It was pretty concise. I liked it a lot.
So what we're saying is that help the children or whatever is like is the vehicle for the dog shit.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, so if you want to talk about context, you got to talk about like is caring about the children, or you know, like if somebody's harming the children, like saying leave the children alone, problematic? No, but in that context, when you say that, you're implying that somebody is harming the children, and in that context, like what are you saying, that gay people are harming children by existing? Or that teachers are harming children by like teaching them that gay people exist? Like what exactly are you saying there? That like that, you know, and the deep end of that is that gay people's existence, queer people's existence is de facto grooming. That is what the far right is saying. And look, let's just, if you wanted to extend your benefit of the doubt as far as possible, right? And say that he didn't mean that. He wasn't jumping off the deep end, right? It's incumbent on you to clarify that, because a lot of the far right is going to hear that and they're going to think one of us, right? And that's what they thought. That's what they are all saying. So, you know, if Nick Merckx is in fact not one of them, he needs to make that known. And he didn't do that. He just doubled down. He said, oh no, it's okay because I'm a father. It's okay for me to be homophobic because fathers are supposed to be protective. And if that protectiveness ends up hurting the child, that's okay because it was meant in the spirit of protection. No, it's not okay. It's not okay.
I mean, but conservatives are very good at this. They do it all the fucking time. That's what
You're
they do
gonna
with all
dress
lives
Neville up in a blue dress with polka dots?
matter. That's what they do by claiming that they're fucking pro-life.
It's like the Tate thing, right? Like, oh yeah, these girls are getting clapped. Yeah, but at the same time, dude, I'm making them rich, lol. So I'm here to make the girls rich,
yes.
pog.
It's reframing. Yes. All of a sudden, something that is bad and negative optically looks positive. Even though the pro-life movement could not be further from being pro-life, they still claim that they're pro-life because it hides a hidden premise. The underlying premise being that, like, life begins at conception, and these are not fetuses, but instead, like, full, alive children inside of the stomach of a pregnant woman, inside of the stomach of a carrier. It's just optics, and conservatives are very good at it, and a lot of people are, you know, either willingly or unwillingly getting on board with that because...
I mean, yeah, it's a particular part of optics. It's framing.
They like it's a more defensible position.
Oh wait, say that one last time. What's what is in the position?
It's a significantly more defensible position when you consider it to be pro-life rather than we don't want women to have autonomy over their own bodies and we want to force people to carry pregnancies to term.
Oh no, I mean that makes a lot of sense, yeah.
Same thing goes for Save the Children. If they were turning around, my dog's going crazy. If they were turning around and saying, "Oh, we think that we think that children should not learn about the existence of gay people because we're afraid that they'll turn gay and that's a bad thing," a lot more people will be like, "Yeah, no, I don't agree with that. That's like a fucking stupid thing to say." But they will just claim that this is actually to somehow protect children. You know what I mean? And it's just propaganda. They're doing this in a deliberate attempt to propagandize their position.
Okay. Yeah. I feel like this is used a lot when people talk about freedom of speech. Like freedom of speech, if freedom of speech equals I'm gonna be hateful as fucking clown everybody.
Exactly. Here, Hutch said the protest was about a school district voting to recognize Pride Month, and part of their state mandated curriculum that educates kids on diversity, different types of families, contributions in history.
Literally the controversy was over one sentence that was some families have 2 mommies and 2 daddies. That's all it was. But what does Nick Merck think it was, right? What does Nick Merck think that they were teaching, and why does he believe that? Because he got lied to. That's what was objectionable, right? They didn't want a book with some families have 2 mommies and 2 daddies to be available, to be read, to be part of the curriculum, however it was like involved, right? That's what they got upset about. But if you ask any of these fuckers, they'll show you some weird picture of something that has nothing to do with the school curriculum, half of the time nothing to do with even the LGBT community or even any pride event at all. They'll just show you something to make you mad because they know that there's a decent number of people that think that the existence of gay people is somehow inherently sexual. And they lose their critical thinking skills when propaganda like that is put in front of their face.
From LGBTQ leaders. What does leave the kids alone mean in this context? Which I think is a pretty good question. And he follows and he says, okay, so Nick and his wife want to be the ones who talk to their kids about prominent LGBTQ leaders throughout history and the fact that not all families involve a mom and a dad. I struggle to see the harm of the state educating kids on these topics. Do you feel like there is some kind of harm being contributed if a school district is teaching about LGBTQ members throughout history, historically relevant gay figures and trans figures, or that some families have a mom and a dad, and some families have a mom and a mom, and some families have a dad and a dad? Is that actually a damaging thing to teach in schools to children?
No. I mean,
I love the amount of people saying yes.
Hassan, now XQC's chat has become a liability.
Who gives a fuck if somebody's one thing or another if they did something historical? I don't give a fuck if they're black, white, gay, motherfucking Christian, Jewish. I don't give a fuck.
Wait. What does he mean? What does he mean by that? Does he mean that you should teach the person, you should teach the event, but just not say anything about their sexuality, their race, right? Just kind of allow the assumption to remain that this person was straight, that this person was cis, right? Just go on along with the fiction that everything important that has happened in humanity has come from cis straight people because that's the default person.
Somebody pops off, you know?
Yes, but also on top of that, remember the other side of this, which is that there are certain kinds of families with 2 dads, certain kinds of families with 2 moms, and there's nothing wrong with that. That being a part of a normal educational curriculum is perfectly valid and makes a lot of sense to me. The question I have for everybody who says save the children from that is basically, why do you think that is a bad thing? what are you saving the children from? Because,
Okay.
because the follow-up
definitely-
always... What's up? Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, even at a young age, you'll say like, guy kisses mommy, that's normal, right? When you're like, even super early, right? So as long as it's like, oh, guy kisses guy, also normal. That's pog, right? But like you said yesterday, as long as it's not like, oh, dude fucking, like that and that.
Why do you think that this would be like in early education? Right? Is there
then
No.
things get
That's
look like my sex education like there was never really any fucking, right? There was diagrams, there were identifying anatomical structures, there was anatomy and physiology, right? But there wasn't ever a moment where we were like, okay, so now the sex act, we've been talking about it for a long time. Here's what it actually looks like. Roll the tape, right? Nobody's doing that. What? Am I wrong? Did anybody get porn as sex education? Which honestly, like, I mean, I feel like, you know, children have the right to know what sex is, but like this kind of stuff that they're implying goes on, I don't see where they think it would go on.
It's not age appropriate educational material, which is why people will often say that that is exactly what is being taught. But that is not, like, in most instances, the only time when children are learning about that sort of stuff is if they're learning about that sort of stuff in a heterosexual setting as well. And what you're talking about is sex ed. If we're talking about sex and sex ed, then that is, of course, for older students, which I do think is healthy and good and normal to teach children about as well, as long as they are age appropriate.
Oh yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah. I guess the question I have for people is why they think it's bad for children to learn about like a dad and a dad, a mom and a mom, or that trans and queer people exist in society. Do they think that like, you know, this will somehow turn their children trans? Do they think that they will turn trans or gay when they see that? Is that how they think this works? Because that's not how it works at all.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think I know. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's like people say, dude, you're so scared of having an opinion. No, I'm scared of having a bad opinion because I didn't think or because I'm massively ignorant about something. I like to get at least a little bit of information to have a take, and at least at the entry level take it, and then when I know more, I can have a better one. Otherwise, I mean, you're not helping anybody by having an early dog shit garbanzo take. Like, it's just you're not doing anybody a service at that point. You're just being dumb.
I agree. So now that you understand that, do you get why people were upset, especially like gay people and shit, were upset about the way it came across? I keep saying the way it came across because like I'm not even trying to put words in Nick's mouth at all. You know what I mean? Like,
oh no, I get that.
I'm still perfectly open-minded, willing and able to say, hey, like if Nick comes out with a statement saying like, oh, I don't have an issue with any of this stuff whatsoever, which he did say some things where he was like, oh, I don't care about this like gay stuff at all. It's whatever. It doesn't matter. And my tweet was misconstrued that like I don't have an issue with like children learning about like LGBT historical figures or whatever.
30 minutes until 6 hours.
June being Pride Month is not an issue.
Thank you for
and
letting
if he
me
had
know.
said that originally, I genuinely believe that Call of Duty would not have taken his skin away.
I mean, they took it away fast.
No, I know, but they probably made an assessment and thought you know.
Wait.
And
Because
understandably
Twitch
thought
thinks
that
gay
it
is a
looks
slur?
bad for them. Because remember, there's like gay and trans developers too. You know, maybe there's gay and trans people that play Call of Duty. They want to make it seem like they give a shit for 1 month and 1 month only.
Yep. I mean, that doesn't make sense, yeah.
Yeah. ultimately it's still, you know, a game where you're killing people and it's not that great, and there's a lot of cheaters in it, and ironic that
There's a lot of cheaters. This thing is that people are hacking
playing the game, but this is
in the game.
True, actually. What about the Bud Light Go Woke Go Broke? That is all over my Twitter feed every day.
Yeah.
What about that? What is that even about?
Bud Light. Oh, this is actually a really funny fucking story. There's some random trans content creator by the name of Dylan Mulvaney. She's like popping on TikTok, I guess. I had never heard of her. I didn't know anything about her. And Bud Light gave her a beer can with her face on it. Like literally one fucking 6-pack of beer with her face on it. And she did like a 60-second spot on her own Instagram. Okay? Not even a 6-pack. Sorry, one can. They got one can. So basically, conservatives saw this and fucking lost their shit over it because Matt Walsh and all these other like anti-trans propagandists said Bud Light is trying to like, you know, market to trans people, and that's really fucked up. How dare they do that? They're trying to make everybody trans. We don't want Bud Light to even market to trans people. Fuck you. We're gonna refuse to drink Bud Light. Then they started buying 30 racks of Bud Lights and started shooting at them. They said, you know, Bud Light are groomers and pedophiles because they had a single 60-second slot ran on a trans person's Instagram page. It was like a one-off advertisement. You know what I mean? No one was supposed to see it other than like Dylan Mulvaney's immediate audience. They publicized it, and everyone in America fucking found out about it due to their constant publicization of it. Okay? And then they were like, we're going to punish Bud Light for making, you know, trans beer now because they're groomer pedophiles. Because, once again, they constantly fucking say that any kind of acknowledgement of trans people existing or any kind of like, oh, yeah, we don't have an issue with trans people, immediately in the minds of conservatives now signals that you're a pedophile.
Like a virus.
Yeah, they keep saying you're a groomer, you're a pedophile, and also, you know, trans people are trying to trans your children. Like that's the claim. That's the most common claim that conservatives make, and a lot of people champion and also parrot. So it was literally for her birthday and for March Madness, and you know, she jokingly in the ad literally said, "I don't know shit about March Madness." And yet conservatives lost their fucking minds, made it seem like it was a national run campaign, made it seem like it was all over their face, all up in their face, nonstop, and that's the only thing that they were fucking advertising when it wasn't the case.
But is Bud Light actually losing a lot from this or not?
Bud Light, from what I understand, due to you know, market conditions, has lost revenue, but also this might have actually had an impact, like a noticeable impact in their branding. People are literally not only not buying Bud Light, but there have been instances where people are fucking fighting people that buy Bud Light in bars and shit. There have been documented instances of people getting into altercations and even fights for purchasing Bud Light in front of other people that get into fucking fights and shit. Ultimately, though, Anheuser-Busch is a monopoly. What's up?
Wait, you know I used to work there, right?
You used to work at Anheuser-Busch?
Yeah. ABN Bev.
Yeah, well, then you know that they're a fucking monopoly, and therefore, you know, they are an unshakable force in the market overall. So a lot of these dumbass conservatives were like, oh, well, I'll drink fucking Modelo instead of Bud Light now. Which
so,
is all
like the focus has been on the brand. The right wing is very, you know, tunnel visioned on these issues, right? They're very they're very focused on like the precise brand which ran the ad, which was Bud Light, despite the fact that Anheuser-Busch, like Hassan said, controls many brands.
Also, I think owned by ABN.
I think it's all dog shit, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't like it either. I it's just piss. Who gives a fuck? But you just drink it to get fucked up. It's like a cheap. It's a cheap drink.
Oh yeah.
Beer.
I think it's enough for me not to have the feeling I'm gonna puke from drinking alcohol, right? But it's like I don't like it, but I'll drink enough of it because I can drink a lot of it because I don't feel like I'm gonna puke, which is good because it's not strong enough.
So
that's how I feel about it.
Yeah. So conservatives got one canned, and some of them fucking deliberately turned around and like made a big deal about it when it wasn't a big deal at all because they're fucking little babies.
So they snowball the dog shit into like almost like their own misinformation campaign, almost pretty much.
Yeah. But that kind of shit, especially when it's about like trans people, it pops off, it bangs, and a lot of people just want clout. Some people are also selling counter products. There was a guy who was selling literally anti-woke beer, you know what I mean, for like $24 for a 6-pack, like ridiculous prices.
Damn.
The Daily Wire is one of the worst offenders in this. It's a massive news network at this point. I'm sure you're familiar. It's like Ben Shapiro is a part of it. Matt Walsh is a part of it. Candace Owens is a part of it. They basically used any opportunity like this to go to factories and create their own dropship products that is like anti-woke. So like they did this with Dollar Shave Club, right? I think Dollar Shave Club was like, oh yeah, we don't care who uses our products. Like we're fucking pro-gay, pro-LGBT. And then they basically went, or it was a Harry's, I don't remember. They basically went and made their own product that they sell to their own dumbass audience at a higher price, at a higher markup, because they present it as it's anti-woke. So now there's also another financial component to this story, where they did it to Hershey's as well. I think when Hershey's came out with a statement about like acknowledging trans people, they turned around and said, "Oh, we have anti-woke Hershey's." Like it's a grift. They're trying to make money. They're trying to scam their own fucking gullible dumbass fan base into buying the exact same dog shit product that with an upmark. It's like a pink tax, but a stupid tax, really.
I mean, all that sounds really fucking stupid. If
I mean, it's a chud tax, is what it is.
Getting one can is pretty bad, to be honest.
Yeah, but the point is,
you want to show the world what a chud you
Matt
are.
Walsh is not just getting one
with
can.
your
He's
choice of
deliberately
beer.
creating
There
a
it is.
narrative, knowing full well that this will get him a lot of clout, and this will get him more eyeballs, and this will create a more hostile space for trans people in general. Because he's a bad guy, straight up. The conservatives that watch him, those are the ones who are getting one can, because they think the situation is way more dire. The situation is awful. They're like fucking transing our children or some shit.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, getting one can is pretty embarrassing. I mean, I feel like sometimes that goes and like devalidates your own movement when you do dumb shit like that.
Yeah, if only. But I think vitriolic sentiment is, super.
What is that vitriol? I always say, I've always
like exaggerated being anti something in an exaggerated manner, like explosive.
Makes sense.
Like poisonous narratives.
You know what? I actually learned a lot today. Yep. I learned a lot today.
All right. Well, I'm glad you
that was
did.
good. All right, I'm gonna cancel my retweet then. I'm canceling that. I'm canceling myself.
Okay, so he
You don't
changed
have
his
to
mind.
cancel anybody.
Okay.
I'm just saying. Like I just wish that I just wish that people were a little bit more open-minded and not see and didn't see things from like one side always, where they immediately are like, well, this is my favorite content creator and he's being wronged by Call of Duty and fuck Call of Duty, which fuck Call of Duty, by the way. I mean, they do suck.
Well, I mean, fuck Activision, right?
Yeah. It makes sense. I feel like sometimes there's a small amount of respect in dumb fuckery that I have, and it's bad because it's about a topic that's like that, right? But like back in my days, I remember like I worked so hard for a month being a guild in WoW, right? And me and my boy, we did some dumb shit, okay? And one day, like, he tried to kick. We were playing a dumb game, and he said like, whoever goes forward, we're gonna kick you out. On our first raid, and the guy advanced forward and he gets kicked out, right? And I was like, oh, I mean, if you guys are gonna kick him out, well, fuck you guys. And then I pulled the boss and I got kicked out too. And then they had to cancel the whole raid because we fucked everybody over, right? And there's
but the stakes are low there. You know what I mean?
Exactly. But it's just the nature of the behavior, like the absolute like. It's just dumb fuckery, you know. I don't know.
Yeah,
But-
no, but again, yeah, the stakes are very low there. It's a video game. You like fucked up and ruined someone's time and their day for like a little bit, for a brief moment, but that's recoverable. But ultimately, you know, when you're a public figure and making statements like that, there's a larger harm that happens. Because, like, you know, Nick has trans and you know, gay fans that maybe even misconstrued his statement if that's not what he meant. And they probably feel like, oh, what the fuck? This guy hates me. You know what I mean? It's
Oh,
like the
shit,
reason
did I
why you
really
don't say the
fuck that
R word
up?
any longer. It's a similar situation.
Did I really fuck that? Oh, it's such an easy thing. Wait, no, I think I did it.
Yeah.
I think I somehow managed to.
Anyway.
No, I learned. Thanks for coming on then.
I heard it took you multiple times to defeat the first boss at Liza Pie, and it took me only twice. So I'm just saying.
Wait, I did it
The
wrong,
first
didn't
boss? Which one is that?
The big
Oh my
one,
god,
the
how
fat
did I
one.
mess that up?
There was a police chase going on, and I'm trying to rush through it.
Uh-huh.
Not many excuses,
Uh-huh.
but I really wanted to go watch it. I'm trying to-
All right. All right. Well, have a good one, dude.
You too, man. Take care, brother.
Bye.
What's going on is I just messed up a speed run. No, I wasn't really doing a speed run. Wow. Okay, well that was embarrassing. I know how to do that. I just I got hung up on the fact that I didn't put it needs to be 3 high. It needs to be 3 high. Anyway, there you go. That's Hassan and XQC. In the end, it sounds like XQC got it. XQC understood. I'm not so sure about XQC's chat. But we will have to get back to this at a later time. I'm gonna need to end my stream now because it is super late. But much love to everybody, and I will see you later.